You can only take so much stuff with you.
Because it weighs less than alcohol. That's
The Everett Police Department from Unit 207 upstairs criminally and illegally shut off the internet to end the preceding live stream.
24-hour sunlight. We're at 72 degrees latitude.
Did you try it? The medical ethanol? I
tried the medical ethanol. I mean, obviously. You water it down with a little bit of river water, and you have it with your freshly caught fish that you've filleted, and yeah, it's great. Yeah. We had fish and rice for the whole time.
So you had to catch your food.
We had to catch our food, yes.
Luckily, there's probably a lot of fish up there.
Fish, and there were some geese and some ducks that they would try to shoot while we were on our Zodiacs, normally without telling us that they were about to shoot. It was a very...
So you just hear boom,
yeah.
Boom.
And then the thing would... Or you'd be sitting there looking at something, and suddenly the Zodiac would take off because whoever was in charge had seen something he wanted to shoot at in the distance. Anyway, I don't know why I'm telling this.
It's because it's fun. It's a fun story.
So we were there. We're there for, I don't know, maybe it was 2 or 3 days looking around, and it was about 2:00 in the morning. We were inside this little tent that we'd built so that we could eat in it, sort of the kitchen tent where we were. And it was a big mesh tent to keep the mosquitoes out so that we didn't have to have everything. And everybody is just staring off into the distance glumly. The medical ethanol was gone. Everybody was sober. We were going to be, for the next 5 weeks, we were going to be stuck in this place where we weren't able to find what we were. And then all of a sudden, these 3 dudes show up outside of our tent with machine guns. Right. And I'm thinking, everybody's thinking, what the fuck? Like, we just flew forever in a helicopter over nothing at all. Nothing except for this French family that we picked up randomly along the way. And everybody's looking around, and there's this real moment of, what the hell are we going to do? And then the guy who was the expedition leader recognizes these 2 dudes, and he's like, whoa, friends, oh, good to see you, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, what's going to happen when they realize we don't have any more vodka, medical ethanol? Right. And it turns out that they were members of the Dolgon community, which is an actual family of subsistence people that still live up on the Taimyr. They herd reindeer, and they had seen the helicopter and had wondered what we were up to, and just set out over the landscape that they normally live on to try to find us.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty cool, actually.
That's cool. So did you hang out with those people?
Well, we did. They were disappointed that we didn't have any alcohol, obviously.
This episode is brought to you by Whoop. The all-new Whoop is here, the only wearable that turns your health and fitness data into personalized guidance. Now, 7% smaller with more than 14 days of battery life. Whatever you're training for, the insights you get from Whoop will totally change the way you rest, train, and show up every day. Now, Whoop includes Heart Screener with on-demand ECG readings, so you can check in on your heart anytime and share results with your healthcare provider. This also includes Health Span, a new feature that demystifies the aging process and shows how your daily habits impact your pace of aging, as well as hormonal insights for personalized guidance throughout your cycle or pregnancy. It's the only wearable that gives you a truly comprehensive view of your body, designed to help you improve your performance, longevity, and overall health. Join now at join.whoop.com/JRE. That's join.whoop.com/JRE.
The all-electric, all-quiet Subaru Solterra. Dog tested, dog approved.
Get special offers on select Subaru Solterra EV models. Going on now.
For welders who demand more, Vulcan delivers. With advanced inverter technology, high-duty cycles, and precise arc control, Vulcan welders are engineered for serious performance. Complete your setup with a full range of premium accessories and consumables, all built to work as hard as you do. Vulcan, where professional power meets unbeatable value, only at Harbor Freight.
That's a theme.
It's a theme. It was Russia, so it's a fair thing. But the French couple, this is just, you're not going to believe me when I say this, right? Okay. The French couple said, I got this. And they get up and they go back to their little tent area that they'd set up in the middle of nowhere. And they bring back their cooler. And they open it up. And inside is cheese. Like a massive Gouda and a massive brie. But why? I don't know. I don't know, right? But they had cheese. And so we cut the cheese and shared the cheese with our Dolgon friends, and they were happy. And the next day we took them back with the Zodiacs to their community. And you know what was most amazing about this experience? And everything about it was cool. We saw these people that were living in these tiny little huts in part of the world where it goes to 40 below. And it doesn't matter if it's Fahrenheit or Celsius because they cross at that level, right? It's 40 below. And during the winter for months and dark. And they're herding reindeer. And they're living in these tiny little things that they cut in half during the winter so that half of it is used for heating and half of it is used for the family to live in. Everything that they own is on these things, on skids, that the reindeer drag across the tundra, across the permafrost in the snow or in the summer, trying to find the land for the animals to graze. And this is how they live. And that was the only time in that experience where I could take off the head net because the mosquitoes didn't care about me around those animals. It was really impressive.
They only wanted to attack the animals?
They were after the animals, and they really left us alone. But
probably because that's their natural source.
Yeah, more natural than there's more of them there. I mean, I don't know, maybe they're larger, but it was.
They're probably accustomed to it, right? They'll also, like, for thousands of years, they've probably been just feeding off of reindeer.
Yeah, I think about that though, but I think about that poor moose from Alaska who was also clearly bothered by the mosquitoes. I imagine the reindeer were as well, but. And it was pretty cool.
Were these people riding the reindeer?
They did ride them. In fact, I got to. They put me up there and showed me how I could ride the reindeer.
Is this their place?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. So you were in this area?
Yes. Yeah. I was there during the summer though, so there wasn't snow on the ground. It was all just a very grassy, wet, super wet, grassy, and the moisture in the ground is probably why there are so many mosquitoes.
It is so fascinating to me that people will live like this generation after generation after generation.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can somehow, these are one of the weird animals, caribou are, that you can herd. Yeah. And people ride them.
And milk them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then occasionally whack one.
Yeah. I mean, they're great, right? Animals have always been a really great storage mechanism. That's one of the hypotheses about animal domestication. Why did this take place? If we had plants, but there are going to be years where there's plenty to eat and years where there's not enough to eat. But in those years where there's plenty, if you store some of that nutrition in animals, then in the years where there's less, you can eat those animals. So it's a very safe way of storing what you can grow. That's
a fascinating way to look at it, storing. I just want to know how they ever figured out how to herd those reindeer. Like, what did you do? Like, who was the first person to figure out how to get them all to stay together?
Right. I think that about a lot of domestic animals. Like, I also think that about milk. Like, who was the first person who decided I can have a go at them? You know,
they're probably starving. They must have tried everything. I mean, that's how we found out what mushrooms are edible, right? Because a large percentage of them will just kill you immediately. But people are so desperate for anything.
Yeah, some of them are trying to tell you though by being like bright red or bright purple and saying
right.
But we're dumb, so we're like bright red. I'll lick that.
Yeah, it might be an apple. It's confusing. Some bright red things are delicious. It's really good for you. Wow. So these people that live up there, what was their history? Like, have they been living up there their whole life?
Those particular individuals have, yeah, but I think they have a long history. The culture has a long history there. And I mean, we're still learning about how humans have dispersed around the world and how they got to be the places where they are today. But I really think it's impressive that there are people who are hanging on to that culture.
Absolutely.
And really able to, they're trying now to relearn their native languages because during the communist era, they were all forced to learn Russian, to speak Russian the same way as everyone else. But
even up there. Wow. And if they sent an emissary and say, guys, it's time to speak the mother tongue.
Maybe they had to go to the squares like you see in Yakutsk and all these other places where they have the big squares with the speakers at the top where they would go for the daily admonishings or whatever from the Communist Party. Who knows?
Wow.
At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle, less hassle. That's why we're proud to say you get more from less.
FABULOUS every day like hello moto.
What a weird way to live. It's so fascinating that there's pockets of these humans that live like this all over the world. Obviously, the people in the Amazon, the uncontacted tribes of the world. It's just so interesting.
And we have so much to learn from them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it would be, I mean, obviously that's such a cool job, how getting to go and actually try to communicate with people who haven't been talked to before, but you kind of don't want to because you don't want to ruin that.
Right. Isn't that an interesting perspective? Because I don't want to live like that. Like, I don't want to live in the Amazon with a leaf over my private parts. But we assume they
Not even
do.
for a week.
Nope. Don't want to do it. There's so many things out there that'll eat you.
Yeah.
There's so many bugs that can kill you and snakes that can kill you. It's like, I'd like rather watch a video.
Right.
David Attenborough documentary. Yeah. I don't want to go there. I have a good friend who lives there, Paul Rosalie. He goes there all the time. He's been on the podcast a few times, and he lives in the Amazon. And his whole thing is he's there protecting the rainforest. And what they do is they take these people they're just poor people that have no options, and they're loggers. And so he pays them more money to protect the rainforest. So they get to quit the logging job and then protect the rainforest. And then through funding, they buy up parcels of land and protect and save it. But he's had some gnarly encounters with uncontacted people, or at one point in time they realized they were actually being hunted, and they barely escaped with their life.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you start hearing weird noises in the bushes, and then you realize, like, oh boy, these are people. Like, we're being stalked right now
By the most sophisticated hunting animal out there. Yes.
Not only that, I would imagine at the stage that these people are at, they've been living there for thousands and thousands of years. They probably have incredible perception, incredible senses.
Because they have to.
Right. They probably knew these people were coming a long time ago. They probably heard the boat coming down the river. They prepared. They got ready. They know where all the paths are. They know which way the people would go. Like, you're utterly helpless.
How did he get out of this?
He got out just in time.
They just escaped.
Yeah, but one of his friends, one of the people that he was working with, did not. They would have these gifts, like, so they would take these rafts and try to make contact with these people. They would float these rafts towards them filled with food, and they were doing this as like a peace gesture. And this guy had done this several times, and then one time he didn't come back, and they found him full of arrows.
Wow.
Yeah, they just killed him. They just decided, maybe they had a bad experience with some other person from some other Westerner, and they decided, we're done. But they're rightly terrified of humans, because when these people that come in that want to extract resources, whether it's the loggers or whatever it is, if there's some minerals or anything else they find there, they just kill everybody. There's horrific human rights violations that occur there, where they just hire the worst people in the world to go in and wipe out these tribes, because these tribes are resisting them taking over this land.
We have a history of this.
Yeah, we do. We have a deep history, which is really fascinating about the Amazon in particular, because, we've had a bunch of conversations on one of them recently with Luke Caverns, where we went over the LiDAR discoveries of these sophisticated grids and all the stuff that's in the Amazon, where they really thought that this was just rainforest forever. And then slowly over time, they're like, no, there was like a huge civilization here of millions of people. So these people that are the uncontacted people, I mean, I wonder how many of them were like the preppers of the Amazon world from, 4,000 years ago or whatever it was.
Right.
Or it wasn't even that long ago. The Percy Fawcett, right? What's his name? The guy who one of the guys who he's the main character in that book, The Lost City of Z. He's one of the people that went there. When the first settlers went there, when the first explorers went there, they talked about these incredible, like, sophisticated civilizations. And then people went back 100 years and there was none of that. So they thought that they had just made it up. It turns out the first people probably gave these folks horrible diseases and
Right.
it wiped out millions of people. And then the jungle just consumed whatever structures and houses and stuff that they had. And all that's left is these grids that you can see when you fly over in LiDAR.
Yeah, that's so cool. You can see those when you're flying over any part of the world, really. I noticed that recently I was flying over Europe, and you can see the old trellises from old, I don't know how old, but it's just so cool how we can see remnants of civilizations, and it just makes you think, what happened? Like, this is some of the coolest mysteries. And that's what's so cool about working in ancient DNA, too, is we can just go to places, get DNA from stuff, and learn something that we never knew before. It's fun.
So you get interested in DNA, you go to Siberia, all that jazz. How do you get started working with a company like Colossal? How does that take place?
All of us working in ancient DNA, we are constantly answering the same question from the media, which is, when are we going to bring dinosaurs back to life?
Because Jurassic Park.
Yeah, right.
We're so simple. One great movie, and everybody's like, when's that going to happen?
And people actually say that my field was spawned by Jurassic Park. The whole idea that we could get DNA stuff, that's not true. It was actually the other way around. And Michael Crichton, when he wrote the book that became the movie, he credited a lab at Berkeley, Alan Wilson's group, the Extinct Species Study Group, which was the first group to show that you could get DNA in something after it died. That was actually from a quagga, which is a type of zebra. They had gotten, yeah, right. Well, in Dutch, in South Africa, they actually say the quagga.
Ooh, even better.
Yeah, it's better that way, but it's kind of bad for the microphone, probably gross. Yeah. I think it's the sound they're supposed to make, right?
Oh.
So they sound like that. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, they showed that you could get DNA from the skin, and everybody was like, that is the coolest thing that I've heard in a long time. That must mean we can bring dinosaurs back to life. And everybody started racing to get the oldest and coolest DNA. And so there were papers in the best journals of science that never published anything that's wrong ever, that said, look, here's dinosaur DNA, and look, here's DNA from a Miocene-aged leaf, and look, here's this, and all of it is crap. We now know. In fact, the first dinosaur DNA sequences that were published, if you took them at the time and you typed them into the internet, and you compared them to the earliest of what is today this big repository of all DNA sequences and everything that's ever been sequenced, what came back was a close match to a bird. We now know, because there's more DNA sequences there, that it was a chicken, an exact match to a chicken, and some investigative work found that the excavation team who'd been working on those bones had fried chicken for lunch every day.
Felony, flow. Been through the mud, I just brush it on my toes. We could book a flight or we can drive down the coast. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Felony, flow. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Hello to you, dear listeners. What a pleasure it is to be with you here on the Oprah Podcast. The brilliant Melody Hobson, the brilliant and well-dressed Melody Hobson, co-CEO and president of Ariel Investments, is back with me in the tea house. And Melody has written a fantastic children's book. It's a New York Times bestseller. It's called a children's book, but it's actually for anybody who wants priceless facts about money. And I think all parents should get this book for your children and also for yourself, because I have to tell you, I learned so much. Earlier this year, we recorded a podcast about the book. And if you haven't listened or watched it yet, I strongly recommend that you do. And since I started this podcast last year, Melody's episode is of all the people we've talked to, is the most liked episode of all so far. And since you liked it so much, I asked Melody if she would come back to talk with me, but this time with young people who are a little bit older, Gen Z. Maybe you are a member of Gen Z, or you have one in your life, like I do. And it's in the news every day that this generation has been hit harder by rising prices, by higher housing costs, by large student loan balances, and more overall debt than the millennials before them, and certainly our generation. So there's a lot to unpack. Thank you for coming back. Most liked. Thank you.
for having me. I was very excited about that, but I do like to overachieve.
I know, but I think it's so interesting that a conversation with kids about money, out of all the conversations we've had, would be the most well received, the most liked.
Because it's so absent in our society. It creates so much fear. And I think I've worked really hard to break it down and make it approachable. So I think that was part of the reason that it went so well.
That's what you did. And when I finished reading this and finished talking to you on the last podcast, I said, Melody, you really should do another book. You should be doing a book for these Gen Zers that we talked about. I know you got a lot going on, but just think about it. I mean, I actually think it's a service, and that's what we want today to be, a service for you. So why is this generation having so many financial stresses?
Well, you hit it. The struggle is real.
The struggle is real.
So there are 67 million of them, ages 13 to 28, just so we can establish
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. 67 million of them. So this is a big group of people. They are going into the world with a greater financial burden than the previous generation before them, which would be the millennials.
Mm-hmm.
Almost double the debt of Gen X, which is who I am.
Yeah.
And so this is a real situation.
Double the debt?
Almost double. They go into the world with about $100,000 in debt. And our generation, it was 56,000.
It is real. It's not just,
It's not in our head. It's not made up. They weren't frivolous. But there are things that account for it. You talked about student loans. In the last 20 years, college's costs have doubled in 20 years. So that's real. Those are big numbers. And a lot of them are taking out loans to pay for that education. The other thing that you talked about is inflation. Inflation was virtually dead for decades.
Right.
And it's come back really strongly in the last few years. So inflation, just the cost of living has gone up much more than it was before. And then you talked about housing. We've also seen big changes in housing prices in this country. And so that has absolutely affected them. As less homes get built and there's less inventory, houses cost more. And that is something that has actually happened. And you've seen that starting during COVID, where everything in terms of new homes being built slowed down dramatically.
Mm-hmm. And so a lot of young people are actually changing their attitudes about home ownership, which traditionally was the American dream. But what a lot of people now feel like they can't.
So they still want to own a home. It feels a little bit further away. And that is actually proven to be true. Again, the data.
Yeah.
I always like to say math has no opinion. The first time home buyer, average age right now is 38 years old.
Wow.
That is 10 years older than Gen X.
Wow.
So we were buying homes in our 20s. They're buying homes in their 30s, living with their parents longer, renting longer. And so there is actual data to show that American dream, that home purchase is further and further away. Here's the other thing.
You're right. It is real. It's a real
years
thing.
Old. The average age of a home buyer today, is 56 years old.
What?
Yes. So I thought about that from the perspective of you're 56 and you have a 30-year mortgage.
Wow.
Right?
Yes.
The average age is 56 years old right now. So these are real things. But the first-time home buyer, which is, what they want to be, the average first-time home buyer is 38. So this has gotten away from them. The home purchase has been delayed. I do still think that it doesn't mean that it's deferred, not something that will be denied.
Okay.
And I think
that not denied.
Yes, exactly.
But I think just hearing, and I know for many of you, just hearing that it is real, it's not in your head, it's not made up, it's not, the lazy generation. It's statistics don't lie, math doesn't lie. Right. Yes. So what are the biggest mistakes this Gen Z generation is making financially, do you think?
Well, I think there are a couple, and these mistakes are the same old mistakes.
Okay.
I wish I could say they were new. They're not. They're repeating the mistakes of prior generations. And some of those mistakes are everything.
And can less afford to repeat those mistakes, don't you
Correct,
think? Can less afford it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's a really, really excellent point.
Yeah.
So one example is just the debt, the credit card debt. Now, the credit card debt is higher, but even if you adjust for inflation, and even adjusted for inflation, it's 25% higher than the previous generation. So credit card debt is higher. But that cycle of multiple credit cards, of paying the minimum payment, this is a lifetime of debt. And just convincing them that debt, that they have to break the cycle on that debt in terms of the number of credit cards they have. As I said, paying the minimum. I bought props for you just to see my own props.
Okay.
This is my life.
Mm-hmm.
Green, not fancy.
Yeah.
I used one card. And then my Chase debit card. And that's it, because I don't want any balances. Now,
You don't want multiple.
or paying interest on
multiple
debt.
things.
Yes, I don't want to pay it. So, to the extent that everyone, and I know this is impossible for everyone, to buy something and pay it off, it is absolutely the best way, so you're not carrying that debt. But if you have to carry debt, do not just pay the minimum. Even a few dollars can make a difference. $5 more, $10 more than that minimum payment can take years off of debt, literally years. And so that minimum payment trap is something I'd like to see stopped, because you see something and you think to yourself, oh, the minimum payment is only $20 on this $1,000 purchase or whatever
You're
it is.
paying the rest of your life.
Years, 8, 9, 10 years.
Yeah. Wow. I hear a lot of Gen Zers saying going to college was a waste of their money.
51%.
Are saying that.
Yes, 51%.
And what do you want to say about that? Was it?
It's the best money they've ever spent. There is good debt and there is bad debt. I consider education good debt. And even though it costs a lot, and that student debt can be with you for a long time, I want to start with just the fundamental idea, which I know you will agree with. You are learning. And that is something that people can never take away from you, ever. The gift of an education is something that is a gift that keeps giving. And so I really want to make sure we understand the most fundamental piece of it. And I think the smarter person goes through life with better decision-making, better socialization. I could get
better
all the things.
Better discipline.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Having to achieve something like a degree. The worst thing you can do, you go to college, you take on student debt, and you don't graduate. That's the kiss of death. Because you don't have the degree and you have all the debt. It'd be better not to go to college. Because in that situation, you don't have the debt. But if you go and you fall short of the degree, it is
you don't have the degree.
Correct. Now, here's the thing about the degree. There is a direct correlation between how much education you get in this society and how much money you make. So if you graduate from high school, you make one amount. You graduate from college,
make another.
You do make more. You get a master's, you make more than that. This is just a fact. I can show you this across all sorts of fields. However, the gap isn't as wide as it was before. And some other areas like trades, the trades jobs, also because of scarcity that we've had in this country, they're making really good livings.
Yeah, we're going to talk to some people doing that
without going to college. So I just want to say, but even to get to be a member of a trade, you have to have some education.
That's right.
Certification.
That's right.
You have to apprentice. There are things that you have to do. So there's still an investment that you have to make in time and oftentimes money. It just may be different than a 4-year degree.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to tell you another example of just why this education is worth it. If you just look at unemployment statistics today, now we have virtually full employment in this country at 4%, meaning most people want to work do. If you have a degree, that unemployment number is under 2%. Right now, because we have virtually full employment, it doesn't seem like a big deal. But when you start getting into periods where people...
So it's chicken contamination.
Yeah, it was like greasy fingers on your dinosaur fossils.
Oh
and
my
look,
God.
now we have ancient DNA.
That is hilarious.
So,
That's how little they knew about DNA. What year was this from?
That would be the early 90s.
The early 90s. And when was DNA first discovered?
Well, the idea of DNA is much older than that, but it was really the idea. What really helped this field along was the invention of PCR. It's an acronym for polymerase chain reaction. It's a way of Kary Mullis, who discovered the idea of PCR while he was high on a road trip.
On LSD.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We should all do LSD, I think, because clearly you have your best ideas when you're high. Right?
Some people have great ideas. Some people go kooky. Some people lose their marbles and never come back.
Yeah, I think I probably would not have good ideas on LSD, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
Well, I like your scientific exploration mind.
A good scientist always wants to know.
You never know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a breakthrough waiting behind that little piece of paper.
Probably not, but
Probably not.
But you never know. Anyway, he discovered a way to photocopy DNA to make lots of copies of the same thing, which then made it possible to learn the sequence using the technologies of the day. And that was what made it possible, really, for ancient DNA to take off, was this ability to photo. Because when an animal dies or plant dies, the DNA in the cell starts to get chopped up into smaller and smaller pieces by things like UV, right? We go out in the sun, we put sunscreen on, and that stops the UV from breaking our DNA. But it's not terrible to get some sunlight, as you probably just saw. There was an article out saying, hey, dummies, we need some sunlight in order to make vitamin D. But we have a repair mechanism so that when your DNA breaks, it doesn't stay that way. We evolved this mechanism. But once you're dead, you no longer have the energy for that to work. And so these damaged parts of DNA accumulate. And also things like bacteria and microbes get in there and chew up the DNA to recycle the animal to the next generation or plant or whatever. And so the DNA that we get in an old thing, like a mammoth bone, is really short fragments, like maybe 30 or 40 or 50 letters of DNA long. In comparison, if I were to take a swab from my cheek and sequence that, I could get strings that are hundreds of millions of letters long. This is living DNA. So ancient DNA is in really crap condition. And it's also mixed with stuff. So if I extract DNA from a mammoth, I'll get some mammoth DNA, but I'll get a lot of those microbes that are in there chewing up DNA. I'll probably get some of my DNA because I touched that mammoth bone, get DNA from whoever else touched that thing. This has been a real problem in archaeology because we're trying to get DNA from humans, but we're humans. And so we touch these things and then I don't know if it's my DNA or if that thing DNA.
Right. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. If you're anything like me, you love your dog. You want what's best for your furry pal. But figuring out what that is can be a real headache. There's a lot of misinformation out there, especially around dog food. Take kibble, for example. Almost everyone has probably fed their dog kibble at some point. But if you do a little digging, you may find out how ultra-processed it is. Luckily, there's a better option for you out there. Real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. Like the Farmer's Dog. They make fresh food that's so simple. No magical or miracle recipes, just meat and vegetables, lightly cooked, complete and balanced for your dog's needs. And it's all developed by board-certified nutritionists with the same safety standards as our food. When you make the switch, you'll see a massive impact. It can help your dogs be healthier, happier, and more energetic. And unlike kibble, which comes in a giant bag with vague serving suggestions, the Farmer's Dog food is delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It makes it easy to help them maintain their ideal weight, which is one of the biggest predictors of a longer, healthier life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating overly processed foods for every meal. And it doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Even just breathing on it, right?
Yeah, or dropping an eyelash. In my lab at Santa Cruz and in ancient DNA labs around the world, we have these really it's like working in a virus lab where you're scared of everything, but we turn it around. So rather than having the air being sucked in, we're kind of trying to push the air out. We don't want any air coming in. We wear these suits where it looks like we're terrified, with a face mask and hairnet, and we're totally covered, and we bleach everything. It's not because we're afraid of those bones. We're afraid that we're going to get our DNA in that bone, and then we're not going to be able to do it.
Of course.
Yeah. So it took that and the ability to amplify those tiny little pieces of DNA for us to really figure out that we could get DNA out of things. For a long time, people thought we were never going to get DNA out of Neanderthal bones because of this problem. We touch a bone, we're just going to get human DNA, and we're never going to be able to know the difference. But then with PCR and with the ability to work in these clean labs and distinguish, we eventually got whole Neanderthal genomes, which I think is probably one of the crowning achievements of my field. Ancient DNA. Svante Pääbo won the Nobel Prize a few years ago for this.
What did they extract it from?
Bones, different bones. The very first Neanderthal genome sequence was actually a mixture of several bones because, there wasn't very much DNA in any of them, and they were able to pull it together. That's my husband, who was on part of that team, who put together the first Neanderthal genome sequence.
Wow.
Yeah, it was cool.
That's really cool.
But then the Denisovans, the Denisova people, that was just a tiny little piece of a finger bone that they had no idea was going to belong to a totally new species of human, right? And they were able to get a really high coverage whole genome out of this tiny little finger bone that totally rewrote what we thought we knew about evolutionary history.
And that's pretty recently, right?
Yeah, within the last decade.
Well, Jamie and I we did a podcast recently. We were talking about the big head people. What are they called again?
Giuliani or something.
Julian's.
I've seen this. This is really
recent. Super recent. It was like December of 2024. They released this paper.
Yeah, it was super cool. And it just highlights how much we don't know, right? How especially in paleoanthropology, and this is a field where, people will take
Julian. That's it. Lost species of humans with an abnormally large skull, which lived alongside Homo sapiens. So they died off somewhere. They lived in China between 300,000 and 50,000 years ago.
Yeah, and so if they were able to breed with humans, they probably did. And they probably bred with Neanderthals, and they probably bred with Denisovans because, that's what we do.
Wild stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, the Hobbit people, the island of Flores people.
Yeah. Flores.
Little tiny.
No one has still been able to get DNA from those samples. No, but
so it's just bones?
Someday it'll happen. We've tried. Sponte's team has tried. A lot of people have attempted. It's just they're too degraded. They're from a hot place. All of those things that degrade DNA, it happens faster. In
that
hot
makes
places.
sense. Yeah. There's probably a lot more to be discovered too.
So much.
They only really found it out of one location, right?
Yes. Yeah. And one thing that people have tested, actually this again was work that my husband did, was whether the people who live there today, the Brompostasa people, are related to them, and they're not. It seems like, because they're small as well, and the question is there something weird about them? This is actually really cool. It was a really cool result. It's hard to know exactly what bits of changes in your DNA code for making you big or small. But clearly it's not just one thing, because there's not just people my size and people normal size. I'm only 5 feet tall, right? We have a big spectrum of so there's lots of different genes that are involved with this. But we kind of have an idea of where those genes are in the genome and what they might be. And with these people who are all small, the hypothesis was that there was some new thing in their DNA that led to them being small, but it wasn't. They just are at the extreme of all the things we already know.
Is it just island dwarfism?
It's just a small population on an island.
Yeah.
Different alleles go to fixation, and yes, weird things happen on islands. Things
like elephants, even.
Elephants dwarf, yeah, but dodos got bigger.
And so do lizards.
They dwarf or they get bigger?
They get bigger. Yeah, like the Komodo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the scariest animals.
Creepiest animals.
Yeah, right.
I can't. I'm so embarrassed to tell you how many times I've watched videos of them eating large animals whole.
Like cattle.
Yeah,
I've done
eat
this too.
Sheep and monkeys. It's horrific.
Why do we watch that?
I don't know. You're like, is this gonna happen? You open up Instagram, like, oh no. You see this poor goat and you see this slobbery
and you can't
lizard.
help. You're like, I'm gonna watch.
They're so gross. Their mouth is filled with botulism. And
is that what kills them? The botulism?
I think there's a venom as well. They think there's a lot of toxins in their mouth, and I think there's also a venom. I think they used to think it was just poison, just botulism and just various bacteria, but now I believe they think it's a venom. I watched another horrible video where they would bite this buffalo. They just bite its hindquarters and then follow it while the venom is slowly running its toll through the body, and then eventually the poor buffalo gets to the point where it can't move, and they start eating it alive.
I think I've seen that one.
Oh.
I think I've seen that one.
Nature is so rough.
Would you go?
So brutal. To Komodo Island? No chance.
Really?
No. I remember Sharon Stone's husband. I believe he was either a journalist or someone who owned a newspaper or something like that. And they went to see the Komodo dragons at the zoo. I think it was in San Francisco. And they took their shoes off when they enter into this Komodo dragon area to not contaminate. And apparently he had white socks on. And they decided that his foot looked delicious. And they bit him. Yeah, it bit him. I don't know what happened with that. This was, an ex-husband of hers back in the Disney.
Maybe that's what she planned, the ex.
I don't think she did.
Okay.
I think it was just one of those things that this guy just didn't know what he was getting into and should have had white socks on, or it's just doing what a Komodo dragon does and biting whatever it can.
I wouldn't have thought white socks.
Here it is. Bronstein underwent surgery to reattach several thousand severed tendon sand.
Okay.
Severed tendon sand to rebuild his big toe that was crushed by the dragon's jaws. Oh.
Yeah, it's just missing his
tendons end. Okay. He was able to pry open the reptile's mouth and escape through a small feeding door in the cage while the zookeeper distracted the dragon. Oh my God.
Wait, he was in the feeding cage?
Yeah, whoopsies. Oh, they mistook his white tennis shoes. That's what it was. It wasn't socks. So this story's old. This story is from...
They had him take it off. It wasn't.
They had him remove his white sock.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a shoeless foot. So they thought that his tennis shoes would look like the rats. So they told him, take your shoes off so they don't look like the rats.
And
Instead
it looks
like flesh. Oh, my God.
This sounds like someone did a dumb thing. Like, this is...
Absolutely. A lot of dumb things. What year was this, Jamie? 2001. Yeah. Woof.
Yeah.
Are you feeling stuck with $10,000 or more in debt and all the interest that comes with it? Try National Debt Relief, as seen on the Wall Street Journal podcast.
Well, bad decisions, bad outcomes.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to Komodo Island.
Or in the feeding cage at a zoo.
Place. No, I'm not going to any of those places. No. I get it. I know what they are. I can watch them through the cage. I'm good. I don't need the additional thrill.
Right. But there are places where there are big things like dodos that are amazing and probably not going to kill you. So.
Sure, there's some stuff that won't kill you, like giraffes.
Giraffes. I've been told that a giraffe is the dumbest animal.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know this, and I wouldn't have suspected it because they're so gorgeous, and you wouldn't think that something that gorgeous would be so dumb. But I have friends Matt James, who's the chief animal officer at Colossal, he's worked at lots of different zoos throughout his career, and he's told me that there are multiple occasions where he has had to save a giraffe from accidentally killing itself because it's so dumb.
Wow. Yeah. Well, they're so kind that they let babies feed them.
Oh,
yeah,
there's nothing going on.
When my kids were little, you could go to the San Diego Zoo and you would give them lettuce. And little babies are allowed to hold up, like a 2-year-old can hold up their arm, and this enormous tongue comes wrapping around that piece of lettuce, and they giggle and everything. But they trust them so much that they let little kids feed them.
Huh.
Like they set it up so people can feed these, and they seem so calm.
Docile,
yeah, like they're just happy they're not getting eaten by lions.
Sounds a little dangerous to me, though. If they are genuinely stupid, will they accidentally at some point take that baby's hand, and then they have huge, strong necks?
Right?
Oh yeah, they fight each other with their necks.
Says they're kind of smart.
Oh really?
But this is, I don't know.
The ability to make inferences based on statistical information has so far been tested only on animals having large brains in relation to their body size, like primates and parrots. They tested giraffes, despite having a smaller relative brain size, can rely on relative frequencies to predict sampling outcomes. They presented them with 2 transparent containers filled with different quantities of highly liked food and less preferred food. The experimenter covertly drew 1 piece of food from each container and let the giraffes choose between the 2 options. In the first task, we varied the quantity and relative frequency of the highly liked and less preferred food pieces. In the second task, we inserted a physical barrier in both containers, so giraffes only had to take into account the upper part of the container when predicting the outcome. In both tasks, giraffes successfully selected the container more likely to provide highly liked food, integrating physical information to correctly predict sampling information.
I mean, cool. But I also trust a person who has tried to keep giraffes from killing themselves by doing dumb things to tell me that a giraffe isn't always making the best decisions.
Perhaps they're intelligent for the environment they belong in.
I'm sure that's true. I mean, otherwise, that's how evolution works.
Yeah, but when you put them in the zoo, they're like, look, where have all our food?
There's a wire I can get my neck stuck in.
You know, like a kid that never leaves his parents' basement and plays Call of Duty till he's 35, you know, probably doesn't have like the best social intelligence. Probably going to be pretty awkward when you get him out in the wild.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It's probably the same thing with giraffes.
Yeah. Did you hear that, James? Talking to my 15-year-old.
Oh, does he play a lot of video games? They're very addictive. It's a real problem, and they're going to get worse. They're going to get way better. You know, as science makes things more and more addictive.
Yeah.
One of the things they're really good at, these designers.
And algorithms.
Oh,
right?
yeah. But they're just so good at making games that are just incredibly compelling.
And fun. Yeah.
Oh, so fun. Way more fun than going outside and getting bullied.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And, you could be a badass in Call of Duty. All you do is sitting there.
Or War Thunder. That's the game that my son is into.
War Thunder. I don't even know about that one. What's that one?
It's about like planes and things that you build and then fight.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, you just imagine if you could take one of those Denisovans and show them that.
That is an interesting question. What would we do if we could bring a Neanderthal or a Denisovan back? The extinct one of them. We are not doing that at Colossal. They're humans. We cannot ask them for consent to do this. We're not working on them.
You won't.
But
China's like, tell me more.
Maybe. I think it's a bad idea, but if they do, I would like to know.
There's a lot of people that think bringing dire wolves back is a bad idea.
Well, I mean, what did you think of the dire wolves?
Fortunately, after the last podcast I did with Ben, I did actually get to go visit them, and I was blown away. It's extraordinary. It's so wild. I mean, it's one thing to see them in photographs, but it's another thing to be close to them, where you're outside. There's no fence between you and them. And you look in their eyes and like, that is a different animal.
Yeah.
That is a totally different. I've seen wolves before. That is a totally different animal. I've never seen a wolf in the wild though. I saw one, but it was like running across the road at a distance, and it was dusk.
Yeah.
That was in Alberta. There's a lot of wolves up there, but that I've never like looked in one's eyes, and it's like these aren't even that old.
Right.
They were more than 6 months old. But they were almost 100 pounds already. Yeah. And they have this look in their eye.
And like, you can see they're bigger, they're more muscular, and you see that coat, the dire wolf coat.
It's extraordinary. The mane that they have, it's really incredible. And then there's a little female, Khaleesi.
Yes.
She's adorable.
And she is like a puppy right now. You were able to hold her?
She's adorable. Yes. She nibbles on your fingers. She's a little thing. But she's, one day going to be 140 pounds. You can't get anywhere near her.
Right.
Which is really crazy.
Yeah. I'm glad you got to see the boys before. They were probably already a little bit standoffish.
Yep.
Especially compared to Khaleesi.
Yeah, they're standoffish. They get fairly close though, within like 20 feet of you, checking you out. They pee all over the place.
Marking their territory.
Yeah. But it's just so strange to see an animal in the flesh that didn't exist, for 10,000 years.
It's amazing. Yeah. I was there for Khaleesi's birth, and people were asking me afterward, how did that feel? And you can't even describe it. This moment when she was born and then she screamed. She had this cry, this scream. I have it on my phone, actually. I can play it for you. But it was just such a, I don't know. It's this awe. I think this is one of the best things about the de-extinction work and the species preservation work that Colossal is doing, is that we live in such a crazy time. People don't often have an opportunity to feel genuine awe about something.
Right.
And this is one of the things that people get about going hunting, get out and, going and spending time in the woods, or going and experiencing something that they wouldn't normally experience, is this way to feel genuine wonder and excitement and enthusiasm. And Khaleesi's birth, I wasn't there for the birth of the boys. I was in the UK at a conference, and it was very sad. And I had COVID, and I was asleep and trying to recover. And the next morning I woke up, and there were like 150 text messages on my phone from Ben going, "What the fuck are you doing? Where are you? Why are you not responding?" Wow. Oh my God, I've missed this moment. So I made sure that I was there, present for Khaleesi. And I'm glad I was, because what an amazing, I'm glad you got to see them.
I'm glad I got to see them too.
All right, so February is American Heart Month, and our next guest has the secret ingredients to healthy life. Dr. Nathan Bryan is spreading awareness in his new book, The Secret of Nitric Oxide, on the surprising ingredients that lower your risk of many illnesses, including heart disease. Dr. Bryan joins us now. Doctor, thanks so much for joining the program.
It's great to be with you.
So everyone always says they have the secret. Why is your secret different?
Well, nitric oxide is this naturally produced molecule. It was discovered back in the late 70s, early 80s. A Nobel Prize was awarded for its discovery in 1998. But this simple molecule is what dilates blood vessels, improves blood flow, improves tissue oxygenation, mitigates the vascular inflammation, oxidative stress, and immune dysfunction that we see in really most major chronic diseases.
What do you normally find nitric oxide in?
Well, it's a gas. When it's produced inside the lining of the blood vessel, it's a gas that dissipates, and it's a signaling molecule. So it signals the surrounding smooth muscle to relax, and it dilates blood vessels.
Really a crazy experience. I felt very fortunate just to be in their presence, and also very conflicted by it all. Like, this is so odd. Like, is this the beginning? Like, are we going to bring back everything? Like, is that a good thing? Are things supposed to go extinct? Or
Hey, man. Wake up. Here. Wake up. There's your suit. You know if your sister slept in her room last night? Come on, Peter, get up. God's sake, come on. It was freezing last night. That's how you get pneumonia.
That's okay.
Okay, come on, let's go. We're late. Your mother's in the car already.
It's heartening to see so many strange new faces here today. I know my mom would be very touched and probably a little suspicious to see this turn out. So, my mother was a very secretive and private woman. She had private rituals, private friends, private anxieties. It honestly feels like a betrayal just to be standing here talking about her. She was a very difficult woman to read. If you ever thought you knew what was going on with her, and God forbid you tried to confront that, or when her life was unpolluted, she could be the sweetest, warmest, most loving person in the world. She was also incredibly stubborn, which maybe explains me. You could always count on her to always have the answer. And if she ever was mistaken, well, that was your opinion, and you were wrong.
They're all nuts.
No. Is that nuts? Because we don't have the heavy metal.
Yeah. Good job. Shoes off, everybody. Charlie, shoes off.
It does feel weird. Should I be sad?
You should be whatever you are.
Good call.
Hey, how's it going?
Just working. Getting a break from the way to the shop.
Oh, you still toiling away at the hospice?
Yeah, between this and the preschool.
So what's our deadline now? 7 months?
6.5.
Ooh, coming up. Any ideas for titles?
Turn the off season on again with the NFL app, your home for all things NFL. And subscribe to NFL Plus for more access for the picks, the plays, all in one place, all year long.
Nate, we need to talk about your finances.
My finances are fine. With Dash Pass, I saved $6 on my grocery order, so I cloned myself. Albuquerque, $0 delivery fees on dog toys. I got me an opera singer that sings me compliments. She's so nice. Dash Pass savings equals, oh yeah, ballroom.
You need to stop spending.
You're not listening. I'm saving.
I quit.
Should I play that again?
From drained investment accounts and stolen tax returns to lost wages and hiring lawyers, identity theft can cost you more than you might think. That's why only LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package, which covers stolen funds, experts and lawyers, and out-of-pocket expenses up to $3 million in total. Don't face the high cost of identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock. Join today.
Mama, look.
It's just like our new house.
Warranty. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Well, good night, kiddo. Are you feeling okay about everything? Yeah. A little sad? Okay, I get it. I know. Good night. Love you.
Who's this? That's Grandma? You knew you were her favorite, right? Even though you're a little baby, she was going to feed you because she needed to feed you. Okay, crazy.
She wanted me to be a boy.
You know, I was a tomboy when I was growing up. I hated dresses and dolls and pink.
Who's going to take care of me?
Excuse me, you don't think I'm going to take care of you?
When you die.
Well, then, Dad would take care of you.
And Peter.
You never cried as a baby.
Mm-hmm.
No, I never born. You feel like you wanted to cry today? Do I feel like a leaf?
Are we supposed to just bring back everything that's ever lived? At what point do we draw the line? You know, all these thoughts in my head, like, why are human beings the deciders of what lives and dies? Like, what do we have an arrogance because of our relative intellect that we think that we should be able to make these kind of decisions and not understand the comprehensive effect that it has on the entire ecosystem? And we know what happens with invasive species. When invasive species come into new territories, they destroy everything. It's like Florida is an amazing example of that.
Right.
Florida is so crazy. It is Florida.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like when you think of Florida, you think like Florida man. So the only state that you could say like the name of the state and then a man and everybody's like, what did he do? You know, like, but that's Florida ecologically.
Yeah.
Like the entire center of it, the Everglades, is infested with Burmese pythons.
Yeah. Did you see that there's a competition every year to go out and kill as many as they can? And there's a monetary reward for people who kill. I think it's the most, or maybe the biggest. There's something like this.
Yeah, even that's not going to put it down.
No, it doesn't at all. People kill, during this competition, they kill hundreds, maybe thousands of these snakes, and it doesn't even touch them.
There's an estimate of 500,000. They think there might be 500,000 there. And there's a guy that's been on this podcast where he calls himself Python Cowboy. He's quite a character. And didn't he give us a head? We got a head laying around here, right? You got it over there? That python head? But that dude, he has been catching them. He uses dogs. The dogs find where the nests are. And the video of these things, you know, you're pulling out this 15, 16, 17. I think he's got as big as like an 18-foot long snake.
Wow.
They're hundreds of pounds. They're enormous.
They swallow the deer.
They eat alligators. They're eating alligators.
Thank goodness, because alligators are doing great. Like that's one thing I don't mind them doing. We need something that's hunting alligators.
That's another problem in Florida. It's infested with alligators.
And they used to be on the endangered species
When
list.
I lived there, they were on the endangered species list.
One of the class of 1967, right? The first species to be officially listed.
Why did they list them? And how
Because they were almost gone at
how
that
did
point.
they do that? Like, I can't imagine that you could do that now. That you could get them to the point of extinction now. Because they're so hard to find, and they're everywhere.
Maybe it was.
I don't want to say they're so hard to find, but I mean, when they get in the water,
Yeah.
you know, like,
You don't want
you're
to
not going to get all of them.
Yeah.
Like, how do you kill all of them?
There's a show, I don't know where it's on, but it's a show that's called Florida Man. I was watching it on a flight the other day, and seriously, and it goes through interactions that Florida men have, and one of them is about a dude who was kind of lost in his life, and he climbed over a fence that he shouldn't have climbed over and went for a swim in a lake, and then had an alligator bit off his arm. And that's the story. That's that particular.
Oh, I saw that guy in the news. That's the guy that, like, he had to walk, like,
Work it out. I hit it bad with a brand new style. Bring it over to the soul, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down. Like work it out.
Onyx Off-Road is bringing you the ultimate multi-day off-road adventures.
We've secured the best adventures across the U.S., Canada, and Baja to map epic routes with scenic campsites, connected trails, and breathtaking views.
Many rugged adventures are ready to roll, with more dropping every month. Grab the details, add them to your account, and hit the trails. Don't see one near you? Stay tuned, we're just getting started.
Check out the landing page and find your next adventure today.
for a whole day with like one arm?
I don't know. I remember
know.
there was a guy who, I don't know. There's probably hundreds of stories like this. But in this video, and I was trying to sleep, so I'm probably wrong. In this video, he laid on the side of the lake, probably bleeding to death, when an alligator that was in the shape of his mom, I think, came up to him and told him he had to get his ass up and move or he was going to die. And he was like, okay, Mom, I'll do that. It was, I don't know.
Oh, boy. He was probably not sober. I'd imagine that.
It was blood loss at that point.
Sure. And then also whatever contributed to making him climb that fence in the first place.
Right.
I won't play the video, but there you go.
Is that the dude?
I mean, this is not the show she's watching is on Netflix, I think.
Is it?
This is a similar thing that did happen a month ago. Here's the video of it.
Yes, the one that was the show that was about. The show was about something that happened years ago, enough ago for them to be able to make it. But yeah, I mean, how many people in Florida?
All the time.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's Florida.
They are huge.
Yeah. Now they're in Georgia too, right?
Oh, they're in Texas.
Yeah, Texas.
They're here. Yeah. They find them. And the golf courses in Florida, like, good luck playing golf out there. Are you crazy? You're playing golf in Jurassic Park. I'm sure you've seen the videos. There's one amazing video of this huge alligator. It's like a 14-footer, and it's walking across this golf course, and it looks like a dinosaur because it's not walking like with its dragging its belly on the ground like they sometimes do. It's kind of puffed up. There it is. Look at that.
Holy, oh my God, that's wild.
That is so big. Look at the size of that thing.
You're out there playing golf. You're like, you see that guy, and you know that they can run fast.
Yeah, they run like 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, and they run
Look at this
fast.
dork. This dork can't run 10 miles
Florida
an hour.
man.
Yeah, that's totally a Florida man. Let me give me a selfie for the Facebook. Get right up on that thing. And, there's a lot of them there, too. I mean, they say that pretty much any undisturbed body of water likely has an alligator in it now.
So what ate them?
That's a good question. Back in the day, they probably just ate each other. They cannibalize each other.
Maybe they're going to do that, too.
I mean,
I'm sure they probably do.
Probably have to at a certain point in time. And what are the snakes going to eat? Snakes have wiped out 90% of the mammals in the Everglades.
And they're terrible for birds, too.
Oh, yeah, for everything. Ground nesting birds, anything they can get a hold of. I mean, and if there's 500,000 of them, that is a killing population of extraordinary proportions. I mean, 500,000 things that could eat a deer. There's no skunks left. There's everything. Raccoons, they're all gone.
Yeah.
Everything's missing.
But this is exactly why we need these technologies that we're trying to develop at Colossal. We're not just bringing species back to life, right? We're
This sounds like a sales pitch.
Species preservation company. Right? It is a sales pitch, but birds. Whenever I think about birds, I think of this, right? We know that there are things that we can do to help mammals to adapt to rapid changes in their habitat, right? We can do things like the Florida panthers. One of the things that we did to save Florida panthers from becoming extinct was we introduced panthers from Texas, which are the closest genetically and geographically to Florida panthers. They were probably connected at some point until humans created stuff that meant that they couldn't go back and forth. And when Texas panthers were introduced in the mid-1990s, that population recovered. They had a disorder called cryptorchidism, where their testicles wouldn't descend, or only one would descend. They had all sorts of heart problems.
Because there's a small breeding population?
Yeah, because there were very few of them, and so
no genetic diversity.
The choice was to mate with your family, and that's it.
Oof.
Right?
Oof.
And things want to survive, so they do. So you get these highly inbred populations, and people fixed it by moving an animal from one population to another, introducing new genetic diversity. It's called genetic rescue, right? And that's a great way of bringing diversity back into a population. It's what we're trying to do with our red wolf project. Red wolves are one of the most endangered wolf species in the world. They're the only endemic American wolf, and they are nearly extinct. There's a successful captive breeding program. And a few years ago, some of the people that we work with at Colossal, a woman called Bridget Von Holt, who's at Princeton, who's a friend of mine, she was working and discovered, because people were sending her photos. See, this is why you have to pay attention to people who you think might be crazy when they send you pictures of things. Look at this cool, crazy thing that I think I found. You shouldn't just discount it. I mean, I'm the person who has tested insulation that somebody told me Bigfoot peed on and participated in it. If it's real, I want to be the person who finds it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, I got that wow, wow. Anything that I want, I'ma get it now. Yeah, wow, wow, I got that wow, wow. I be feeling like a knockout, baby, pow, pow.
Where are my husband and kids? I'm gonna get you out of here.
Hey! Right here, right now. We'll show you how.
Yeah. So Bridget says this guy who lives down in the coast of Louisiana sent her a picture of an animal that she's like, that is not a wolf, and it is not a coyote, and I don't know what it is, and it's crazy. And she looked at it and she goes, yeah, it's not. It's something else. It's something in between those. And so she tested it and found that it has a ton of DNA ancestry from red wolves. And they're hybridized a little bit with coyotes, but all red wolves are hybridized a little bit with coyotes. Canids are always hybridizing with each other. We know that because there are wolves that are black, because black gene for wolves got into the wolf population because a domestic dog had his way with a wolf in heat, right? That's how that allele got into that population. So we know canids do this all the time. And she was like, this is so cool because this captive breeding population was established with just a few founder individuals. And the team working with them are doing a great job trying to maximize genetic diversity by picking who's going to pair with who to keep all that diversity there. But still just a few individuals. So they are going to lose genetic diversity. It's just how it works. But if we can bring other individuals in from this population, that's a way of concentrating more diversity, better able to pick which parts are red wolf, either by breeding individuals or by editing their DNA, which is technology that we developed on the path to dire wolf, right? And we can actually help this population to survive. So there are ways that we can do this for mammals that are going to have really amazing consequences for the way we can protect biodiversity.
Well, that's fascinating for things like red wolves and things like that. But what do you like when you think of like the python problem in Florida? I heard the worst idea. The worst idea, they were talking about introducing honey badgers.
Honey badgers?
Because they eat snakes. I mean, I don't know if this was a serious idea.
Because we have never, as a species, humans, introduced a thing to try to control a thing, and that thing that we introduced just went horribly wrong. We've never done that before, right, Australia?
Right. Australia's wreck. They have a terrible feral cat problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in Hawaii, they have these giant African land snails.
I heard of those. Yeah.
That they introduced this thing called a rosy wolf snail, that they were going to get to eat the giant African land snails. But instead, the rosy wolf snail prefers the taste of native endemic Hawaiian snails. And so the rosy wolf snail is leaving the giant snails alone. They're big. Have you seen one of those?
I don't think I have.
A giant African land snail. It's worth looking at.
Did they come over on cargo ships or something?
I think people introduced them for some reason that I can't remember what it was. Yeah, so we have a good history of doing this kind of thing.
For giant escargot? Whoa!
Right?
Whoa! Can they eat those? Are those delicious?
I think people can eat them probably, but they eat everything from all of the vegetation to the other snails to plaster. They'll eat their way through infrastructure that people have built. Yeah,
great.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So we introduced these little things, rosy wolf snails, to try to control them, but instead they're killing all the endemic snails. So
we know where. Yeah, I hope they don't bring honey badgers to Florida. But I don't even know if this article I was reading was a serious article. But it was just like, that sounds like something that someone would, because, they're really good at killing snakes. Like, that's what they like to do. They kill cobras. And they have an unbelievably resilient body.
Yeah.
Like, they can tolerate getting bit by lions. I mean, they're freaks. They're really weird animals, like honey badgers. And they're really
cute, right? I remember when my kids were little watching the Wildcrafts. There was a Wildcrafts episode about honey badgers, how they were all cute when they were babies because they were hiding in camouflage.
Yeah. Maybe when their babies are cute. They're pretty ferocious.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
like
a lot of
Wolverine.
Yeah, very similar to Wolverines. Yeah. Like, I think they're all in the same family, right? Yeah, there he is. Look at that face.
I think they look very
Look at that face, just big old deadly snake, and that's his lunch. And they get bit all the time, and they just they get sick, pass out for a couple minutes, and then recover and kill a snake.
That's amazing.
Yeah, they're ferocious little animals.
So have people been able to understand better antivenom properties from studying them?
That's a really good, look at that face.
Yeah.
Oh my
It
God.
looks vicious.
That is such a crazy animal.
That pattern on the coat is really beautiful.
Oh, they're wild looking. I just hope they don't bring them to Florida, because it sounds like someone's going to do it. It sounds like a Florida idea.
Have you heard about the hippo solution in the early 20th century?
No.
So this is a great sort of American history story, because our country is replete with people with brilliant ideas, right? And in the early 20th century, when the land in the West was not doing so well, been overgrazed, there were too many cattle, and there was this thing called the meat question. It was the thing of the day, the meat question. People were talking about, how are we going to survive? There's not enough cattle. Maybe we're going to have to eat our dogs. And at the same time, there was a problem in the Mississippi and other places where I think it was the World Fair, people had brought New Orleans, who was the host city of I think in Japan, they brought New Orleans this water hyacinth, this little tiny beautiful flower as a gift. and they loved it. And so they planted it everywhere, and it just grew like absolute crazy and was choking up the river. Like ships couldn't get through because of this like matted river. People were like putting oil on it to get it to sink and trying to lit it on fire, and nothing would happen. And this team of people that included a congressman from Louisiana came up with a solution for both problems at once. And that was that they were going to import hippos from Africa into Louisiana to live on the bayous. They would eat the plant, this water hyacinth thing, and then we could eat them. And that was going to be the perfect solution to both of these problems. Yeah.
How did that get stopped?
It was an accident. So it's actually a fun story. You should look it up and read the whole story, because it involved these two guys. One of them was the guy who was the inspiration for the Boy Scouts of America, and another guy was like a con man who had worked as a pimp and a journalist and all these other things. And they had actually been employed during the Boer Wars to kill each other, but they came together on part of this congressman's team. The scout thought it was a great idea. He wanted people to bring in all sorts of animals from Africa and put them in national parks so that people would want to go to national parks because they could hunt them, and that would, have more reason for people to want to support the idea of national parks at the time, which is great. Like, this utility of nature. It seems weird compared to how we think of it now, but I think this is really important, and it was a really important part of the way we got conservation legislation in the US. So he was excited about this. And then the congressman, when he was pulling together the team of people that he wanted to be on his side for this, he went to a show that this other guy, the sort of con man, traveling salesman, pimp, escape artist dude, was having about how he was an intrepid explorer. And he was like, that guy is an expert as well. He can also be on my team. And they testified in front of Congress, and they asked questions like, how do you know that they're safe? How do you know that they're tame? This con man, he was like, well, there's plenty of evidence that you can even feed them from a baby's bottle, with no evidence whatsoever, right? Just everybody was like, yeah, awesome. Even the New York Times was completely behind it. They published an editorial talking about, they called the hippos lake cow bacon. Yeah.
What year was this?
This is the early 20th century. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lake cow bacon.
Yeah, everybody was like, this is it. This is what's going to solve the problem.
Teddy Roosevelt was behind it too.
Yeah, Teddy Roosevelt was behind it. Yeah.
It was a bill all the way in Congress. Just didn't pass.
Yeah, well, it didn't go up for a vote.
How the
is what
U.S.
happened.
almost became a nation of hippo ranchers. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Failed House bill sought to increase the availability of low-cost meat by importing the hippopotamus that would be killed to make lake cow bacon.
Yeah, it's brilliant. This is such a, it's so funny. But it's not fair to call it failed, because it didn't fail. It never came up for a vote. So they had testified in front of Congress too late for it to come up to a vote that year, and then just other shit happened and people stopped paying attention.
That's it? It just went away?
Just went away. Yeah. So near miss on the hippos. But
For welders who demand more, Vulcan delivers. With advanced inverter technology, high-duty cycles, and precise arc control, Vulcan welders are engineered for serious performance. Complete your setup with a full range of premium accessories and consumables, all built to work as hard as you do. Vulcan, where professional power meets unbeatable value, only at Harbor Freight.
Well, they kill more people in Africa than any other mammal, right?
yeah. Well, and now we know that they're good at becoming invasive. You saw there's hippos that live now in Colombia because of Pablo Escobar. Nobody knew what to do with them. Yeah, and they started off with just a handful of them, and now there's like dozens of them down there. And
What are they doing about that?
Nothing. I think they keep rounding them up and putting them back on his property. Like, what can you do?
How much property did he have up there?
I don't know the answer to that. Yeah.
It's so crazy that you just have hippos and then they just get loose, and now Colombia has hippos.
He took them there on purpose, though, just like we wanted to bring them here. Can you imagine how bad that would be, though? And I mean,
that's the wild boars in the United States.
Right.
That's William Randolph Hearst. William Randolph Hearst wanted wild pigs on his property, and so he imported them from I don't remember, it was Russia or somewhere in Europe. And then these wild pigs have now populated all through California. I mean, they're all over the place now.
Yeah, that's crazy. We did have wild pigs around the U.S. at some point. Probably not the same thing, right? Were there wild pigs? There was
That's a good question. I think they came over on boats with explorers, you know, and
Maybe
I
there
know
weren't
William
pigs.
Randolph Hearst. All the ones around like the Northern California area. I think all of those are the remnants of the William Randolph Hearst pigs.
Yeah.
They think.
We don't see them in Alaska, Yukon, where we find all these big stashes of bones coming out of permafrost. So it's probably not that they came over like that. We find bison and horses and mammoths,
Right.
mostly bison.
Like, where did the wild boars emanate from? Like, what's their original country of origin?
I think, well, I have a friend who works on domestication of pigs, and they've published a bunch of different papers that are always contradicting each other. He gave a hilarious talk at a meeting I was at last week about how he keeps saying something different as a way of, keeping to publish more papers. He was just being nice about how he's open to changing his mind with new data, which I think is a valued trait in a scientist. But yeah, so Southeast Asia or around Asia, I think, was the origin, or at least the domestication. And normally things are domesticated around where they were.
Well, they're the weirdest animal, right? Because the domestic ones they change, they morph when they go feral really quickly. I think it's like they start within like 6 weeks.
I mean, this is the way evolution works, right? Something has a particular suite of traits.
Reading through the testimony of when this was going on, this is the guy who presented this. And
The hippo thing?
He's talking about pigs right here where they were going to bring them from northern Manchuria because of.
Were they the most delicious pigs?
They're also talking about bringing in rhinos.
Yeah.
I think they did bring in camels in like 1853.
Oh, well, we had camels. There were North American camels that were here during the ice
It's
ages.
a bad test or something. This is
1853.
They're talking about bringing antelopes in, and they asked like, are they easily tamed, domesticated? He's like, they're very easily tamed.
That's Irwin. So this is a guy who worked for what became the USDA, but he was in charge of apples. But he was really dedicated to trying to solve this meat problem, and he saw importing African animals and animals from other places as the real solution to this. Yeah.
Well, they've definitely done that in Texas. Texas is overrun with African animals.
Well,
all the private ranches
Yeah.
are filled with elands and nilgai and
It's cool.
wildebeest. And
Well, we used to have so many cool animals here that all went extinct at the end of the Ice Age. So why not? I mean, we had mammoths. Why shouldn't we have elephants?
I know, but isn't it weird? But it's that's the same argument. You bring in an invasive species.
Is it invasive though? If it used to live here?
Well, it's invasive in a sense that the wolves that are in Colorado right now that are eating all the cattle are kind of invasive.
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
I
They're
think-
not invasive because they do live. I mean, wolves actually just have moved into the San Juans. I think documented like natural migration as opposed to the reintroduction. I think there was something I read about that yesterday. But the wolves that they've introduced to like outside of Aspen in particular, I have a friend who has a ranch out there, and I posted about it on Instagram. He actually sent me some more pictures yesterday. And I was going to post about it, but so much crazy stuff was happening in LA. I'm like, this is not the time to talk about like wolf problems.
Right.
But they're just killing calves and eating their liver. They're not even that hungry. They're just eating the tasty parts and leaving these calves alone. And these people are on a 24-hour run ragged. They have these teams of guys that have to patrol the area 24 hours a day to try to scare off the wolves. And they're not allowed to shoot them, and they spent millions of dollars bringing them there, and they're just eating cattle.
Yeah, I imagine it's really devastating to see something like that happening and know that somebody else made this decision,
Yeah.
and that you who actually experience it weren't. I mean, I imagine the people who voted for that. I wonder what they imagined.
Well, it's ballot box biology, right? You get a bunch of people that live in the cities that don't have a lot of experience in nature and wild ecosystems. And then you introduce this idea, we're going to bring wolves back to their native habitat. Oh, that sounds amazing. What they're not telling you is like this, what this rancher told me is that, first of all, the original wolves that were introduced into Colorado were wolves that were taken from Oregon because these wolves were preying on cattle.
Oh,
So they
already had a taste. For
Exactly.
It.
And they already had habits. And so then they brought them into Colorado where they start preying on cattle. And so then they moved them from this area where they were preying on cattle and put them outside of Aspen where they
prey on cattle.
Start preying on cattle.
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
Yeah.
And it's not biologists. It's not their idea. It's ballot box biology.
This
it's
is
all being
why-
instigated by the Colorado governor.
Yeah. It's so important to actually talk to wildlife biologists and ecologists. I mean, we can see from Yellowstone how important having this keystone predator is in ecosystems where they can be and where there is space for them. But the land is not the same as.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go to court or pay expensive upfront legal fees. Listen, if you've been in a car accident in the past year, even as a passenger, you could be owed a significant cash payout. While most victims are struggling with insurance companies and lawyers, others are receiving 6- and 7-figure payouts without ever stepping foot in a courtroom. Here's how to never have to worry about money after a car accident. It's called the 2025 Compensation Program, and we recently launched it across a couple more states to help victims get the maximum amount they're owed without the usual hassles of dealing with insurance directly, going to court, or paying expensive upfront legal fees. And right now, we're looking for 10 more car accident victims who want to try this program for free and get paid maximum accident compensation. No more money problems, no more stress. Take Josh's story. When Josh first came to us, he didn't think his case was worth anything. He was dealing with stress, medical bills, and didn't want to bother with the process. Insurance offered him $4,000, but after using the 2025 compensation program, he walked away with over $100,000 without ever stepping foot in the courtroom. And this was over 5 months after his accident. Here's how it works. Within a few clicks, you can find out what your accident could actually qualify for just by clicking the link around this video. You answer 4 simple multiple choice questions, and it only takes 30 seconds and is 100% free. If you qualify, an accident specialist will reach out to you. All you have to do is tell them about your case and then sit back and wait until the check comes in. You could receive this life-changing check as fast as 30 days. The best part about it all? You don't pay a cent unless you win. Unfortunately, we cannot change what has happened in the past, but we can help you get a major cash settlement for medical bills, missed work, and property damage to help you get your life back on track. What would an extra $10,000 or even $100,000 do for you right now? Imagine paying off bills, covering rent with ease, or finally having some breathing room, all from money that could be rightfully yours. If the accident wasn't your fault, why should you be the one struggling? Insurance companies hope you never check what you're truly owed. But here's the truth. Most people walk away with way less than they deserve, or worse, nothing at all. Still wondering if this applies to you? If your accident happened within the last year and wasn't your fault, you could qualify for a major payout. But time is running out. These cases don't stay open forever. If you wait too long, you could lose your chance to claim what's yours. Click the link around this video, answer just 4 simple questions, and find out what your case is really worth. It's fast, free, and you won't pay a cent unless you win. But do it now, because if you wait too long, you might be walking away from life-changing money.
Everywhere as it is in Yellowstone, and we need to be able to make, when I was at Santa Cruz, I taught an introductory biology class for non-majors, where my goal was to give the students tools to be able to think on their own, which is harder than you might imagine. And their midterm exam was a debate, and the topic of the debate was that wolves should be introduced into California.
Why not New York City? Let's go.
Well,
put them everywhere they used to be. I mean, this is where it gets silly. It's like when you're dealing with people that have cattle ranches, and this is their entire livelihood, and all they're doing now is just compensating them for the calves that get killed, and then so you have less output every year. So it's like the whole thing is crazy. They were already on their way to do a natural migration into Colorado.
Right, and it would have been different wolves.
Yes, it would have been different size wolves too. Because I think there's also like some of the wolves that are being introduced, they're introduced from British Columbia, or they're being, introduced from Alberta or somewhere up there. Like I think those ones that came into Yellowstone. Like the Yellowstone thing is cool. right? It's been a few decades now. People have kind of like come to this sort of equilibrium, like people recognize that there was an overpopulation of elk for sure. I mean, they used to have these hunting seasons where they would hunt them in the snow in the winter because there were so many of them. They wanted you to just be able to pick them out and just shoot them for meat, because they really didn't have the resources, because they didn't have the apex predators, because a lion can only eat so many of them. So mountain lions weren't really putting the dent in the population that a pack of intelligent hunting cooperative animals like wolves could do. So they brought it back, and it's relatively successful. They've knocked the population of elk down more than 40%, but that's probably good.
Yeah.
I mean, not for the people that hunt elk. They're really mad. But, wolves are cool. It's cool to have them around. But Montana is very different than Aspen.
Right.
It's very different when you're in the mountains of Montana, you see a wolf, versus in someone's cattle ranch in Aspen.
Right.
This is stupid. Like, why did you do this?
But what's interesting, this class that I took, so it was a debate that I taught. Sorry, it was a debate. And what I made them do was assume roles of a rancher, a politician, a conservationist, and I had several different roles. And then I randomly assigned whether they were pro or con. And they had a couple of weeks to figure out what their debate was going to be. And I took a vote before the debate. And as you might expect for 18-year-olds in California, you say at the beginning, should wolves be introduced? 100% yes.
Right.
They do this debate, and I did it 4 years in a row. And every year after they had to do this, after they had to put themselves in somebody else's shoes and think about it from their perspective, it would shift. And the majority of people would be like, yeah, no, it's a bad idea. I think if you give people the tools to be able to think, they can imagine themselves in a different scenario. And we need to do that. We need to be arming people with thoughtfulness rather than jumping to a conclusion.
Yeah, and also ballot box biology. It's like
but everybody's going to vote, so
right. But you shouldn't be able to vote on things that you're not educated in.
Yeah.
It's like if you allow people to vote on things that have tremendous consequences to the ecosystem, like a reintroduction of an apex predator, and they don't understand those consequences. They just have this very utopian idea of what it means to bring back wolves. Look, I love them. I think they're amazing animals. It's just like putting them in, Calabasas is probably not the best idea. Right. Putting them where people live, they're going to eat pets. They're going to eat a lot of things that are penned up, whether they're sheep or goats or whatever people have that they can get at easily. They're not going to chase down a herd of elk. That's hard.
Well, they're biology, right? They're not. Yeah. They're making decisions on where they can find their next meal.
Exactly.
We're not planning on rewilding dire wolves. Just to
that's great.
Put that out there.
I like that.
Plus, you've met Khaleesi. I don't think she would be.
I bet she will in a couple of years.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, but right
in
now,
a couple of years, she'll freak you out.
She kind of freaks me out already when you look at her. But yeah,
his eyes are so intense. They're so intense. When you look into a predator's eyes, there's something about it. It's like you realize, like, oh my god, I'm like a water balloon. I'm so, we're just like so weak and soft. And
yeah, we've been putting together, not because we're not going to release them. The next step for their lives is to study them and see how they're changed by their DNA being modified, measure things like their gene expression, their growth, their health span, their lifespan, learn the consequences of the work that we're doing, learn how they interact with the habitat, introduce Khaleesi to her brothers and the next animals that we make into that pack, to make a small pack, but they will stay on that secure, expansive, ecological preserve.
Yes, and you're not going to let them breed?
No, the plan is not to let them breed.
How will you prevent them from breeding?
Well, at the moment, they're separated, but we'll probably use subcutaneous. You can put a hormonal
like
contraceptive. Yeah.
Right.
There's been some ideas of maybe. So we don't want to castrate them, which would obviously be a way to stop it, but because we want them to be able to reach their full size, because we want to know what that would be, and we want them to be able to have the hormones to be able to do that. So, but they will be controlled. They're we track them. There's cameras on them all the time. There's 3 separate layers of fencing to keep them in. We know exactly where they are. They couldn't get a splinter without a camera somewhere seeing it, and we know exactly what's going on with them. So yeah, we'll
that sounds like a scene in Jurassic Park. We have it totally under control.
That scene, yes.
Don't worry, we have cameras upon cameras.
No, do I sound like the scientist?
No, you don't.
I kind of do, actually. I was in Mauritius
Which
working on it.
scientist? Jeff Goldblum was the scientist that
I'm
got
Henry Wu, right? I'm the
Oh.
chief scientist, right? So I'm good guy for now.
F-L-O-A-T-I flow. Been through the mud, I just brush it on my toes. We could book a flight or we can drive down the coast. Let's go, let's go, let's go. F-L-O-A-T-I flow. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Right.
But he becomes a bad guy in the future, right? So I'm looking forward to my evil transition. I'm not. We're not making dinosaurs. But there were other cool animals that we have DNA for. We have I heard you talking about the American cheetah.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have 2 high quality genome sequences from American cheetah.
Wow.
We want them back to help with our population problems.
So let's get to the criticisms, because there's people that are saying that these are not dire wolves, that what you've done is just manipulate the DNA of a gray wolf.
They are dire wolves because we have manipulated the DNA of gray wolves. We took dire wolf genome sequences from animals.
The Everett Police Department from Unit 207 is blocking my ability to send screenshots or add any additional information to the Crime Stoppers report.
And then we use the tools of genome engineering to.
They really didn't want the screenshot.
Remus, and Khaleesi, that are 3 dire wolves that are alive now. And that has
from
created
today
these animals that
at
you saw that are
2:50,
bigger
35 seconds PM to go. That's what
dire wolf coat.
they started
And that's a
hacking
cool
incessantly
thing, too.
to block that
The
screenshot.
light coat color that you see was something that we absolutely
Trying to force
could
me
not
to
have
log
known
in and log
without
back out.
the ancient DNA.
Everett Police Department, you are going to prison. You're going to prison. You're going to prison.
Construct what dire wolves look like, and they made them red or reddy brown, and that's because so many other animals seem to be reddy brown, like mammoths or Neanderthals seem to have had red hair, and so we thought, sure, why not? We didn't know because we hadn't sequenced the part of their genome that we could use to see what color their coats were. But both of these 2 animals that we had higher coverage DNA from had gene variants in genes that are associated with pigmentation, how our coats, the hair color and eye color and things like that, that suggested they had light colored coats. And so we thought, that's cool. We'll have that as one of our key dire wolf traits that we're bringing back.
Is it possible that it's like other wolves where there's a variation, but you would only sequence the DNA of ones that had white?
It's possible, yeah. And I'm sure there were different colors, but it's interesting to me that 2 animals that lived so far apart
You can
from each
see
other
some
in
of the
time
shit
and
that they have
geography
pop
would
up
both
pretending
have
to
this
be
light-colored coat.
notices.
So
maybe it wasn't that
This
every
one
direwolf
reads,
had a white coat, but it must have
system
been a
web
predominant
UI
color
view
in the
state
population.
exception
What
invalid
was the
view state
environment
client
in
IP
which they
172
lived? So if they
period
lived
29 period
13,000 years ago, you're
113
talking
period
about the Ice Age,
157
right?
port
Do you think that that's why they had white
28592
hair?
refer
It's possible. Both of these animals were from northern part of the
wwp3tips.com
range where it would have
slash
been colder.
modem
They did
p3
live through
uploader
previous interglacial periods.
yada 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 gives the
125,000
link
years
there.
ago, it
User
was as
agent
warm as it is
Mozilla
today, or even warmer,
5.0
with predicted to be no
x11
ice at the
colon
poles. And also, we know
CROS
that direwolves were really
space
common
x86
around the
underscore
Antarctica and
64
Los Angeles. We haven't been able to get any DNA of
14541
anything
period
from the
0 period 0
amazing.
Apple
Just
WebKit
destroys everything. Don't know if it
537.36. They
destroys
use
it
Apple
or if it
devices all the time.
gets
We
into
don't
the
own
bone in the
any.
way
I'm
that
not a
we
fan of
can't
Mac.
get the DNA out. So somehow
KHTML like
of the
Gecko
DNA will
Chrome
get there. Someday
137.000 Safari
It kind of makes sense that,
537.36
like
view
polar
state
bears, having
RA
that white
plus
color would eat-
D91
polar bears
W
actually have, it's clear, right?
Yeah,
RLKDA slash NOL7
Did you see those pictures of bears in zoos where they look polar bears in zoos that look green?
PBLGG
It grows in the hair is
FCFXFY
hollow. So if they're too wet and not cold enough, they can turn this like,
8R
weird.
Oh, they have mold
Argon
inside their hair.
But it just makes sense that them being that color would have an evolutionary advantage for hunting because you're at something that's completely white.
Yeah.
And you don't
Then they
see,
started
like, a grizzly
doing
bear, you see,
this.
like, oh, look at that.
The
dark
page
blob.
you're looking for
That's
doesn't
moving towards
exist.
us.
Well,
We
that's
did some
fucked up
work,
because
my
I was
academic
actually
lab, where
talking to
we
a detective
discovered that
that's
polar bears
planning
and
on
brown
raiding
bears
your fucking
hybridized
condo,
with each
Everett
other.
Police Department,
This
before
is
you
one of
fucking
those
shoot
funny
me, you
stories about
stupid sacks of
academia
criminal
with a
shit.
scarcity mindset there, where we submit a grant proposal and we say, hey, we have this really cool observation.
Then they started
that polar
doing
bears
this
and brown
error
bears
saving dialogue.
during
You're
the
not
last
allowed to
instance when
talk
they
to the
overlap with each other,
detective
and it gets
anymore.
rejected because
Everett
they
Police
as well.
Department, your years of crimes are over. You are not going to shoot me, which is the only fucking felony you have left to perp that wasn't reported to the FBI in 2017.
Always find the
You
hybrid
stupid
living
sacks
with
of
brown
shit.
bears, even though it's probably that the mom is a polar bear.
You child abusing, stalking little dicks.
From hybridization,
Disgraces to law enforcement. You fat, ugly, child abusing cunts.
Induced ovulator, whereas brown bear females are seasonal.
You kidnappers, you fraudsters, you disgraces to humanity in the real law. You stains on the justice system.
Encountered a brown bear female, he's probably more likely to eat her than to mate her. Right?
Oh, wow.
And so, but that's weird then. So why do we always find the hybrids living with brown bears instead of living with polar bears? And the polar bear biologists who we've worked with, I've worked a lot of time with Ian Sterling, who's a fantastic polar bear biologist from Canadian Wildlife. And his hypothesis is straightforward, that they can't successfully hunt seals if they don't have that white fur.
Completely makes sense.
It does, right?
Because they have that ability to swim and they dive under the water. And they're also like really clever in how they use those ice shelves and swim from one ice shelf to another.
Yeah. But they hide in, they even have those things where they cover their nose with their hand, the black nose with their hand, because the black nose, I know, it's insane, right?
That's nuts.
Biology's cool.
It is cool. It's cool like to think of like how they became successful doing that. Like, who figured that out? How do they have the self-awareness to know that the end of their nose is dark and that other animals can see it?
But they also hybridize, just given the chance to do so, right?
Yeah.
Because biology doesn't recognize species concepts, right? Biology doesn't care that that animal's called a brown bear by us and that animal's called a polar bear.
Right.
They run into each other. They're like, cool, just like our Neanderthal ancestors. Right?
Are those hybrids? Are they fertile? Can they have?
Yes.
babies?
Yeah. This is actually how we discovered it, because we found that the place where brown bears hybridized with polar bears during the last ice age was probably the ABC Islands off the coast of Alaska, because the ice was that far south at the peak of the last ice age. And brown bear boys would move onto the islands as the habitat got better, where they encountered these populations of polar bears that had been stranded there as the ice receded, pretty much. And so they hybridized there. And all brown bears in North America today have ancestry from that admixture with polar bears.
Jeez. Wow. That's so fascinating.
Yeah, it's just like how we all have ancestry from mixing with Neanderthals.
Look at
And
that.
is that from the German zoo? because there's a couple of bears that.
But that really looks like a hybrid, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like there's a lot of traits of both of them.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Bears are some of the most fascinating animals ever. Yeah,
So
it's just an incredible animal. So it's really, I'm really glad you said it that way, that nature doesn't know that there's a polar bear and a brown bear.
Why would it?
You're right. It's just our definitions.
Yeah.
Is this part of the problem with the criticism of this science? Is that we are being very specific about what we're calling these things based on our own definitions that we've all agreed upon.
Yeah.
But that the true nature of genes is that there's this like proliferation and fluctuation, and all these animals breed with each other, and it's like,
it's kind of that, but it's also that we haven't agreed, right? So there's this group of academic scientists who are trying to grasp so tightly to this very precise definition of a species as having to do with DNA, how much DNA matches something else. But that is, and it's interesting. I think the reason that we keep having this conversation is because it's genuinely interesting to talk about species concepts.
Sure.
We have come up with, dozens of different species concepts, and they're all for a particular purpose. If I am wanting to have a conversation about dinosaur fossils or anything that's a fossil, I'm going to use the morphological species concept because that's all I've got. I'm going to compare the shape of this bone with the shape of this bone, and if they're similar enough to my trained eye, I'm going to call that a species. I saw you had a bison priscus,
yes.
I'm going to say, skull out there. That's from Alaska.
From the boneyard, yeah.
Yeah.
Steppe bison.
Yeah, steppe bison, bison priscus, or Bison crassicornis, Bison occidentalis, Bison alaskensis, Bison. I could go on forever. The naming of bison was like sport in the 18th, 19th centuries, mostly 19th century.
Did you go to the boneyard?
I haven't. I don't think I've been to his. I didn't go with Ben, but I've been working up in that part of the world for 30 years. We spend a lot of time working at gold mines outside of Dawson City. Have you been to Dawson City?
No.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's an old timey gold town, dirt roads, wooden sidewalks. The buildings are all crooked because the fires burned at one end and it melts the permafrost underneath. And it goes. It's where I learned what you're supposed to do when a fight breaks out in the bar that you've gone into.
What are you supposed to do?
Grab your beer. Back up. Right?
No, get out of
Otherwise,
there.
your beer's going to get knocked over. I'm not leaving.
You're not leaving when a fight breaks out?
Not in Dawson City. There's mosquitoes outside. No, it's.
I would tell you to leave.
But it's a weird place. They
unless
still have
they're
these
women. Women fighting don't scare me as much as men fighting. But then women can pull out guns.
That's true, but it's Canada, so less likely for that to happen than in Alaska. But there have been weird things happen there, and there's you go out to the bars in Dawson City. Why am I telling these stories? This is ridiculous. You go to the bars in Dawson City, and they still have this thing where there's the bell. And if you ring the bell, the person who's rung the bell is buying a round for everybody who's in the bar. And you learn after you've been there for a while that a person's only ringing that bell because he wants the right to talk to everybody who's in there because he wants to fight with somebody, right? This is somebody who's like a diamond driller who's just got paid in cash for the first time. And he's
now
like,
on logging in, it says your tip could not be delivered to law enforcement. Call 911.
Table sitting around with people.
100% unit 207.
Scientists, paleogeneticists.
100%.
Super nice Canadians.
It very clearly says all communications are blocked and calls to 911 have been intercepted from them since the moment they began illegally detaining me. Following years of stalking, thefts, illegal record sharing, child abuse, and whatnot that they'll be convicted for shortly.
Like the site outside Fairbanks that are super productive like this, and every one of the miners out there has like this cool collection.
A girl upstairs said, "See, she's proud of herself."
But because he's got so
be
much
proud, cunt. You're gonna be detained sooner than you fucking think,
those great
bitch.
stories about how he donated material to the American Museum.
How
well,
soon?
It was previous owners of this property.
Right.
Soon enough that I'm tempted
That's
to
the
make
case,
it
right?
today,
And
cunt.
they dumped it in the
Do
East
you know
River.
how I do that?
And so they
Oh, I
did
can
dump
tell you.
it in the East River. So then they hired these
But
guys
it can be
to go
today,
and
cunt.
die for it. And John Reeves told everybody where it was.
Shows here they
Oh, no,
stopped
hired them,
allowing
just
it to
told them.
save any
But so these
communications
guys,
from me.
dove in the East
Oddly
River, they found
enough,
steppe
today
bison,
at
bones,
4:43
jaw
p.m.
fragments, all sorts of
But it's
different-
only
You know what I
3:05
think is
p.m.
great about that story?
See?
I really like it, right? Because I'm sure it's true because they have so much of that material at the American Museum. When I started working on bison, and I've worked on bison for 30 years, right? When I started working on bison, getting back to the species concept, I was trying to figure out if the DNA mapped to these species names, and they've got a fantastic collection at the AMNH, but a lot of it is crap. There's so much bone there, broken pieces or other pieces, and you get to the point where you're like, what the hell am I going to do with it? They shouldn't have dumped it in the river. Obviously, that's dumb. But he is going to get the last laugh. He won't know because he'll be long dead. But in 10,000 years, when the paleontologists of the future are looking in that river, they're going to be like, what the fuck?
Right, because there's like tons of it out there.
Like, what happened here?
And I just sent a
What is that
screenshot
guy's
on there,
name?
and it
Dirty
shows
Water
that it
Dawn?
went through at
Is that his name?
5:06 p.m.
This one guy who's one of the divers. He's
It's
found multiple
3:06
pieces.
p.m.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure it's there.
yeah.
And they probably didn't mean anything terrible by it. They were
Well,
just
who knows?
like,
Those people aren't even around anymore.
Yeah.
I think this was in the 20s, wasn't it?
probably around the 50s. That was when
Is that
most
what it
of the collection came from. There was a ton of gold mining activity in the 50s and 60s around Fairbanks.
So what they have found on John's property that's so spectacular is that it's really only a few acres that he's getting all this stuff from.
Yeah.
Which makes you question, like, how did all these animals die off
Yeah.
in mass in this very small area?
Yeah.
Where you've got warehouses filled with bones and tusks. And,
Yeah. Near Dawson, it's called the Klondike region, you have this really fine glacial silt, and that settles in different places in different quantities, and it settles really quickly. So you get this really fast, thick buildup of this really fine silt that preserves the bones really well. So when we go, the gold miners they're placer mining. So they're taking these high pressure water hoses and washing away this frozen dirt, and they let it thaw for a bit, and then they wash away the next layer. They're trying to get to the gold bearing gravel that's underneath. But while they're doing that, literally thousands, tens of thousands of bones come out of there. And in some places it's more rich, more intense than others, but it's there. I've taken students up there and they're all mopey because of the mosquitoes, and they're mopey because they're 19, and they're like, oh, we're never going to find anything. They jumped out of the trucks and they're like, holy shit, is that a mammoth tooth? Like, yeah, that's a mammoth tooth. Yeah.
Is that what you brought?
That's what I brought you. Yeah. It's a fossil. This is from South Carolina.
Wow, that's from South Carolina?
It's a fossil. You can see it's fossil.
I know they like knife handles out of this stuff, which seems to me it's kind of gross.
Yeah, that has
that's your logo.
It has, of course, it's branded and it's colossal. Yeah, it's our logo.
Wow.
But yeah, mammoths. Do you know the story about our founding fathers and mammoths?
No.
Yeah. So Thomas Jefferson was obsessed with mammoths.
How did he even know about them?
So they were it's probably mastodons, because it was these teeth that were melting out of the salt licks and things like that in the other part of the United States. But he was obsessed with them. He was getting his friends to mail him teeth that he was finding, and he was this is a funny story. Let me see if I can get it right. You should look this up too, because it's hilarious. How mammoths made America great before, and now when we bring our mammoth back, we're going to do it again. So there was a guy in France who was writing a series of books. He was like Comte Buffon, I think was his name. I'm terrible at French, so I probably did it wrong. But he was writing a series of books about natural history. And the fifth, I think, of his books was called The Theory of American Degeneracy. And when it was essentially about how all American animals were more shit than animals from everywhere else in the world. And it was during the War of Independence, and so it was really popular to hate on American stuff. Right?
Really?
And so he couldn't have pissed off Thomas Jefferson more if he'd tried. He didn't know anything about Thomas Jefferson. He was busy fighting with Linnaeus, and Linnaeus was busy classifying things. And this guy was like, there's no more than 200 species of animals anywhere. So why would you bother with that sort of academic silliness rather than think about like how the animals got this way in the first place? In his mind, like discovering why American animals were so shit was the right way to be spending your time as a natural historian. But this pissed Teddy Roosevelt off. And so he was trying to figure out how he could prove to this guy that American animals were actually better, bigger. So he was getting his friends to compile lists of things about like how American bears are bigger than European bears. American wolves are bigger than European wolves. That it isn't that, you come to America, like this guy said, and you suddenly get weaker and your blood gets watery. That was what
That's what they thought?
Yeah, and it was a bestseller, apparently.
That's incredible. So they thought like living under oppression was really good for you? It's like strength training.
They were probably imagining, I guess when people came over, there were new diseases, they probably did get sick.
For sure.
And so there was probably something in it. But so Jefferson went so far as he had a moose sent to this guy's house on his doorstep, but it was like partly rotten when he'd gotten there and somebody put the wrong, antlers on its head. It was just like really dumb. But his main feature was mammoths, that he knew that this animal, he didn't think they were extinct at the time, and nobody really knew about the idea of extinction. He was convinced that Lewis and Clark were going to find them, that people were going to find these mammoths still there, and that was going to prove.
Isn't that incredible when you just think that just a few hundred years ago, that was the pinnacle of science? That was like the peak of understanding of all the species that were still alive. We really didn't know.
What I don't understand about this is how a person who is a scientist can look at how everything has changed in a couple hundred years or in 20 years when it comes to genetics and still say, oh, we know everything. Like, I'm right. Like,
I think it's what you were saying earlier. It's a famine mentality.
Yeah.
It's just...
And to be clear, cunt who's wondering, how could you legally detain us sooner? We're so smooth. Well, cunt, here's one thing I haven't done yet. Hold the fucking fire alarm while screaming at the top of my lungs what you've done and the one remaining felony you have left to perp. Sure, you'll roll up with your officers, but the FBI has already told me that the fire department had very different statements made about me, just like the EMTs, than those officers who are going to prison that were able to come here voluntarily for you on March 6th. That's one way. Is there a fire? No, but the FBI has assured me that I can pull that fucking alarm and be fine. So would you like to be detained today? Was it real smart and smooth of you to continue to deny my ability to contact the sheriffs, the FBI, and even Crime Stoppers, cunt? Because I'm feeling like I'm going to pull the fucking fire alarm, cunt, and you're going to go to jail today. How do you feel about that, cunt? There's your fucking sign. It'll be real simple. Hello, firemen. The Everett Police Department has perpetrated every felony I reported them for in 2017 except for fucking murdering me. They've been illegally detaining me for over 300 days, and with their criminal and illegal access of Cisco network, man in the middle, chip to chip, and a litany of other crimes perpetrated using cyber devices, they've prevented and attempted to destroy and obstruct evidence and SOS messages from reaching the FBI, the sheriffs, the Department of Homeland Security, even fucking Crime Stoppers. Here's the fucking screenshots. Get the sheriffs here now. That's how that'll work. You want to send the Everett Police Department too with the key to turn it off? Well, I'll be sure to get them on the live stream. Because if you fuck up my reporting, your dumb asses one more time, then I swear to God, that is what I am doing within 5 fucking minutes, cunt. Do you hear me, cunt? I realize you have nothing left to lose and the only felony remaining is to shoot me in the head and then you think you're going to get away with it. You aren't getting away with shit. You are going to prison for the rest of your worthless life. Period. And that means with or without me having a gunshot wound, cunt.
Weak people's minds. You know, there's weak human beings out there. The way
Whistleblowers
they think is a very weak way of
excluded.
thinking, and they want all the attention for themselves, and they're very egotistical, and it's also very supported by academia. There's a lot of bitchy infighting in academia. It's really gross. Late 18th century, the idea of extinction was only just beginning to be
I'm gonna give
popularized
you
by
5
some
minutes to
thinkers.
pull your head all the way out of your fucking ass.
Yeah.
Jefferson wasn't among the believers. In a pre-Darwinian age, extinction was a violation of religious ideals. God would not let animals go extinct. And secular ideas, the balance of nature could never be so significantly upset. So for Jefferson in particular, extinction was just an unusual theory. It's fine, the bones exist, he wrote, therefore the animal has existed. The movements of nature are in a never-ending circle. Well, that's the real question. Like, there have been animals that went extinct and then came back, right?
The dire wolf.
Right, but that was because of you guys. Wasn't there like a bird that they thought was extinct?
That's
and
not.
returned?
Then they didn't go extinct.
Right.
But
Right, like sort of like the Tasmanian tiger.
they just
right?
became or Bigfoot. Oh no, the Tasmanian tiger was definitely real.
But thylacine. But Bigfoot was real. It was Gigantopithecus. They think that was real.
But Gigantopithecus is really old.
Right.
But would have changed until today. I mean, I told you I have tested. People send me all kind of crazy things. The insulation was one of my favorites. This is something that I got while I was still doing my PhD. People would send us all sorts of crazy
You sent
things.
your insulation that says Bigfoot fur?
Yeah, it was from a guy somewhere. No. They didn't say it was fur. No, it was better than that. It was yeah. He was from somewhere in the Carolinas. I can't remember where. And he sent a letter, and it was a handwritten letter on his personal stationery, which had a naked girl dancing around a pole, which gave him obviously more credibility.
That's his stationery. Yeah. He's emailing you from his strip club.
It was a written letter.
From a strip club. Sorry. Everything's an email to me now.
It's a while ago. And he sent a couple of cuttings of insulation from his basement, telling me that the family of Bigfoots that lived in his basement, he had seen urinating on this insulation. And so if I was going to get Bigfoot DNA, it was going to be from that insulation.
Oh, boy. Did you test it?
Of course I did.
You really did?
What?
I would have tested him for meth. All right. I said, I'll test something. Let me find out what you're doing, dude. You Bigfoot peas in your basement?
I didn't get any Gigantopithecus DNA. There was some human DNA on it.
So what was the year that Gigantopithecus, we believe, went extinct? Like, so the bones were found in an apothecary shop in China in the early 20th century, right?
I don't actually know. I think Gigantopithecus is millions of years old.
I think the story is that an anthropologist was in an apothecary shop in China and found the bones. I think it was in the early 20th century. And I think he said, where'd you get this? Like, he's got giant primate teeth. And they took him to the place and they found jaw bones that indicated it was bipedal. And then they started like digging.
Hello to you, dear listeners. What a pleasure it is to be with you here on the Opal Podcast. The brilliant Melody Hobson, the brilliant and well-dressed Melody Hobson, co-CEO and president of Ariel Investments, is back with me in the tea house. And Melody has written a fantastic children's book. It's a New York Times bestseller. It's called a children's book, but it's actually for anybody who wants priceless facts about money. And I think all parents should get this book for your children and also for yourself, because I have to tell you, I learned so much. Earlier this year, we recorded a podcast about the book. And if you haven't listened or watched it yet, I strongly recommend that you do. And you know, since I started this podcast last year, Melody's episode is of all the people we've talked to, is the most liked episode of all so far. And since you liked it so much, I asked Melody if she would come back to talk with me, but this time with young people who are a little bit older, Gen Z. Maybe you are a member of Gen Z or you have one in your life like I do. And it's in the news every day that this generation has been hit harder by rising prices, by higher housing costs, by large student loan balances, and more overall debt than the millennials before them, and certainly our generation. So there's a lot to unpack. Thank you for coming back. Most liked.
Thank you for having me. I was very excited about that, but I do like to overachieve.
I know, but I think it's so interesting that a conversation with kids about money, out of all the conversations we've had, would be the most well-received, the most liked.
Because it's so absent in our society. It creates so much fear. And I think I've worked really hard to break it down and make it approachable. So I think that was part of the reason that it went so well.
That's what you did. And when I finished reading this and finished talking to you on the last podcast, I said, Melody, you really should do another book. You should be doing a book for these Gen Zers that we talked about. I know you got a lot going on, but just think about it. I mean, I actually think it's a service, and that's what we want today to be, a service for you. So why is this generation having so many financial stresses?
Well, you hit it. The struggle is real.
The struggle is real.
So there are 67 million of them, ages 13 to 28, just so we can establish
that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
67 million of them. So this is a big group of people. They are going into the world with a greater financial burden than the previous generation before them, which would be the millennials.
Mm-hmm.
Almost double the debt of Gen X, which is who I am.
Yeah.
And so this is a real situation.
Double the debt?
Almost double. They go into the world with about $100,000 in debt. And our generation, it was
so
56,000.
It is real. It's not just,
It's not in our head. It's not made up. They weren't frivolous. But there are things that account for it. You talked about student loans. In the last 20 years, college's costs have doubled in 20 years. So that's real. Those are big numbers. And a lot of them are taking out loans to pay for that education. The other thing you talked about is inflation. Inflation was virtually dead for decades.
Right.
And it's come back really strongly in the last few years. So inflation, just the cost of living has gone up much more than it was before. And then you talked about housing. We've also seen big changes in housing prices in this country. And so that has absolutely affected them. As less homes get built and there's less inventory, houses cost more. And that is something that has actually happened. And you've seen that starting during COVID, where everything in terms of new homes being built slowed down dramatically.
Mm-hmm. And so a lot of young people are actually changing their attitudes about home ownership, which traditionally was the American dream. But what a lot of people now feel like they can't.
So they still want to own a home. It feels a little bit further away. And that is actually proven to be true. Again, the data.
Yeah.
I always like to say math has no opinion. The first time home buyer, average age right now is 38 years old.
Wow.
That is 10 years older than Gen X.
Wow.
So we were buying homes in our 20s. They're buying homes in their 30s, living with their parents longer, renting longer. And so there is actual data to show that American dream, that home purchase is further and further away. Here's the other thing.
You're right. It is real. It's a real
years
thing.
old. The average age of a home buyer today, is 56 years old.
What?
Yes. So I thought about that from the perspective of you're 56 and you have a 30-year mortgage.
Wow.
Right?
Yes.
The average age is 56 years old right now. So these are real things. But the first-time home buyer, which is what they want to be, the average first-time home buyer is 38. So this has gotten away from them. The home purchase has been delayed. I still think that it doesn't mean that it's deferred, not something that will be denied.
Okay.
And I
Deferred,
think
but not denied.
Yes, exactly.
But I think just hearing, and I know for many of you, just hearing that it is real, it's not in your head, it's not made up, it's not, the lazy generation. It's statistics don't lie, math doesn't lie.
Right.
Yes. So what are the biggest mistakes this Gen Z generation is making financially, do you think?
Well, I think there are a couple, and these mistakes are the same old mistakes.
Okay.
I wish I could say they were new. They're not. They're repeating the mistakes of prior generations. And some of those mistakes are everything
And can less afford to repeat those mistakes, don't you
Correct,
think? Can
because-
less afford it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's a really, really excellent point.
Yeah.
So one example is just the debt, the credit card debt. Now, the credit card debt is higher, but even if you adjust for inflation, and even adjusted for inflation, it's 25% higher than the previous generation. So credit card debt is higher. But that cycle of multiple credit cards, of paying the minimum payment, this is a lifetime of debt. And just convincing them that debt, that they have to break the cycle on that debt in terms of the number of credit cards they have. As I said, paying the minimum. I bought props for you just to see my own props.
Okay.
This is my life.
Mm-hmm.
Green, not fancy.
Yeah.
I used one card. And then my Chase debit card.
Uh-huh.
And that's it, because I don't want any balances. Now,
You
I
don't
know-
want multiple
or paying interest on
multiple
debt.
things.
Yes, I don't want to pay it. So to the extent that everyone, and I know this is impossible for everyone, to buy something and pay it off, it is absolutely the best way so you're not carrying that debt. But if you have to carry debt, do not just pay the minimum. Even a few dollars can make a difference. $5 more, $10 more than that minimum payment can take years off of debt, literally years. And so that minimum payment trap is something I'd like to see stopped, because you see something and you think to yourself, oh, the minimum payment is only $20 on this $1,000 purchase or whatever
You're
it
gonna
is.
be paying the rest of your life.
Years, 8, 9, 10 years.
Yes. Wow. I hear a lot of Gen Zers saying going to college was a waste of their money.
51%
are saying that.
Yes, 51%.
And what do you want to say about that? Was it?
It's the best money they've ever spent. There is good debt and there's bad debt. I consider education good debt. And even though it costs a lot, and that student debt can be with you for a long time, I want to start with just the fundamental idea, which I know you will agree with. You are learning. And that is something that people can never take away from you, ever. The gift of an education is something that is a gift that keeps giving. And so I really want to make sure we understand the most fundamental piece of it. And I think the smarter person goes through life with better decision-making, better socialization. I could get
better
through all the
discipline,
things.
better discipline.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Having to achieve something like a degree. The worst thing you can do, you go to college, you take on student debt, and you don't graduate. That's the kiss of death. Because you don't have the degree and you have all the debt. It'd be better not to go to college. Because in that situation, you don't have the debt. But if you go and you fall short of the degree, it is
now you don't have the degree.
Correct. Now, here's the thing about the degree. There is a direct correlation between how much education you get in this society and how much money you make. So if you graduate from high school, you make one amount. You graduate from college,
Make another.
you do make more. You get a master's, you make more than that. This is just a fact. I can show you this across all sorts of fields. However, the gap isn't as wide as it was before. In some other areas like trades, the trades jobs also, because of scarcity that we've had in this country, they're making really good livings.
Yeah, we're going to talk to some people doing that
without going to college. So I just want to say, but even to get to be a member of a trade, you have to have some education.
That's right.
Certification.
That's right.
You have to apprentice. There are things that you have to do. So there's still an investment that you have to make in time and oftentimes money. It just may be different than a 4-year degree.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to tell you another example of just why this education is worth it. If you just look at unemployment statistics today, now we have virtually full employment in this country at 4%, meaning most people want to work do. If you have a degree, that unemployment number is under 2%. Right now, because we have virtually full employment, it doesn't seem like a big deal. But when you start getting into periods where people are losing a lot of jobs, the person with the degree is more likely to work. It's a fact.
That's why it's the best money ever spent.
I truly,
That's
to me,
really
I really mean that. It's a lot of money. So, and I've had student loans, so I know, I'm not sitting here from a perspective, I don't know what people are talking about, but I can tell you, I aggressively paid them off, and I feel like that education gave me a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, I think a lot of people say that because they think you're going to college just to get a job. But what you clarified, I got it like you're learning, and you're not just learning about how to get out and get a job. It's expanding you. The 4 years, you bring so much to yourself.
Once I did a commencement address for on money, and I said the thing about it, I researched all these commencement addresses, and no one ever talks about money. But I said most of your parents think you're here to get a good job.
That's right.
But there's no commencement address on the facts of what the situation you're in and what you're confronting. It's super interesting because this whole concept of money is such a taboo concept in our society. Even though I joked in the commencement address, there are plenty of songs about money.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about it.
That's
we can
right.
sing about it, but we don't talk about it.
That's
and
right.
And so this whole idea of education, I really do think it's gotten a bad rap. And I understand why, because the cost of an education have far outstripped inflation. the cost has grown faster than inflation. So people feel it's moved so fast and so far. They feel that they've been taken advantage of.
Well, that's why I thought that Priceless Facts About Money that you did for learning how to talk to your kids about it and sharing interesting facts about money was so vital, mainly because, as you and I know, most people grow up not having any conversations about it. It's like there's this, I don't know, stigma, shame around it. You know, my father never discussed it and just said, never have any credit card debt. You know, you never buy anything. When I was growing up, it was called layaway. Never buy anything on layaway. Don't have any credit cards, but never really an understanding about money. So just start that conversation early. And what I really think is, God knows this should be taught in schools. It should be taught in schools. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. The state of Maine bought the book for every elementary school student, and I thought, about 13,000 books. I thought it was such a genius idea, and I applaud them for doing that because I do think it's a powerful tool in the hands of a young person, and it is something that is really life-changing once you get rooted in both the comfort of the conversation and the actual subject.
Because a lot of kids, as we're going to find out today, people who never had a conversation about money. We have Gen Z zooming in with questions for Melody. Kayla is joining us from California. I hear you've been nodding along with this conversation. Tell us what's going on with you.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And I have been, everything that Melody is saying and everything that, just is being said, I'm just like, yep, definitely something that I agree with or I'm experiencing right now.
What's your situation? Tell us what's happening.
Well, I mean, my situation kind of all started when I graduated nursing school in the height of the pandemic in 2020. And that was already a struggle in itself. But I think I kind of dug myself deeper into that hole with the use of credit cards because it was difficult to start off with no job, with no nursing job, trying to find a position. And that kind of just spiraled into maxing out those credit cards and to the point of maxing out those credit cards to total of $20K, not including the student loans that I have from nursing school. But I think I just hit that peak of my money situation when it came to the point that I wasn't able to pay for even just like a $5 meal, like a fast food meal. And I was even utilizing those buy now, pay laters, which is what layaways are called now. I was utilizing those for groceries. So I knew I had to change something. And so I kind of held myself.
You knew this when you couldn't pay for lunch. You knew this when you couldn't pay for lunch.
Yeah, it was literally just a lunch that I had that I wanted to get for myself for during work. I wasn't able to do it. And I cried that day. It was, I knew when I cried for that meal, I knew that was my breaking point. And so.
Are you doing the thing? Have you been doing, Kayla, the thing that Melody just said don't do? And that is making the minimum payment on your cards, just the minimum payments?
Yes, since 2020, I've accumulated about 5 credit cards. And since then, I've been just doing the minimums. And I just recently actually calculated all of the interest that I was paying over these 5 years. And yeah.
What was the number?
I can't remember on the top of my head, but combination of everything was 5,000 plus.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and that really lit a fire in me.
Isn't that interesting? Because most people, I mean, that's why I was nodding to everything Melody said, because you don't think about it. I remember when I first came out of college and got my first credit card, I was so excited. And you think only 20% minimum, only 15% minimum payment. And you think, oh, well, that's not so much. And then you get 3 or 4 credit cards. And before you know it, you have so much debt, you don't see how you're going to get yourself out of it.
Yeah, it just ended up being a whole snowball effect of using all of the credit cards. And I think putting it all on paper in front of me and seeing all the numbers in front of me, I think that's when it clicked and put me back into reality of we need to do something about this.
So what's your question for Melody?
So my question is, with me now paying off these credit cards, I have paid $5K out of the 20 so far. It is also very difficult to maintain just the lifestyle. And if there's any emergencies that happen, I don't know if I'll have the money, and I have a about $5K that I've already paid off from one of the credit cards. I don't want to result back to that. So my question is, how can I continue to have this progress of paying my credit cards off, but also have a good cushion with an emergency fund, doing this all at the same time?
Okay, well, I think you're gonna have to prioritize. I like that you have really gotten clear about your situation. I like that you put the bills in front of you. One of the disadvantages that to the great advantage you all have as being digital natives is that because you are digital, you can avoid a lot of the reality by not, just having the piece of paper in front of you and checking. And you tend to pay digitally, you tend to, go through that life that way. So the first thing I would say that I would want you to do is I would want you to pay off the most expensive debt first. There's a saying that it's very expensive to be poor. The less money you have, the higher debt, the higher interest rates you might be paying. So get rid of the ones that are the highest interest rates first, because trying to save against those interest rates gets very hard. It's like having a bucket with a hole in it. Something's leaking out, even though you're filling the bucket with money. So you want to get rid of those high interest rate credit cards first and really be deliberate about it. So you maybe have paid $5,000 so far. You might say, I'm going to get rid of this one totally first and still pay these minimums. Does that make sense? Look at each by the interest rate they're charging you and be very clear about that. And you have to be extremely disciplined about not restarting. So once you clear one of those cards, you're going to have to be ruthless about it, that you don't start again because you see that zero balance that might be sitting there. The second thing that I think is really important is a little bit of savings can go a long way and become very, very addictive. So I'm going to ask you to do something that is going to seem so small, but every dollar does count. Like the show The Bear, they say every second counts. This is every dollar counts. Okay. Start by saving 50 cents a day for 2 months. Literally 50 cents. You can have a jar of change, put 50 cents a day in that jar. After 2 months, I want it to be $1. I know this seems like so, Melody, what are you asking me to do? After 2 months, I want it to be $3. Okay. And in the last 4 months, I want you to try to save $5 a day. Now, $5 a day, we're talking about $35 a week. We're talking about $140 a month. That gets hard. But in those early days, you start to condition yourself around saving.
You've trained yourself.
It's not, and this becomes a way of life, not a diet. It's very, very important. It just starts to be a way of life, and saving becomes addictive. So everyone that I've had do this, they see a little money, they get excited. They start to see more money, they get more excited. So I love this. This is so much, but everybody will say save 10% of your salary. It's too hard. It's too hard. 50 cents, $1, $2, $3, $5. At the end of that year, you have almost $1,000. And that's a little cushion. And you didn't start by saying, I got to save $1,000, which when you're, living paycheck to paycheck, that seems impossible. But if I start you at 50 cents, I promise you can get there. The other thing I'd like to ask you to do for 1 month period, 30 days, 30 days is just use cash for 1 month. Okay. You cannot use anything else. This is why it's important. If I ask most people, how much money do you have in your wallet? People can't even tell me. But if you only had cash. And so you only use cash, which actually changes how much you spend, believe it or not. When we don't see and have to take the bills out, we spend more money. So we spend about 18% more on plastic, debit or credit, because the scarcity isn't there, where you literally have no more bills in your wallet. You've got to go to an ATM and get more money. Cash for 1 month. It is going to shift how you think about what you buy. Starting today. 1 month. Today.
Okay, that's on the to-do list now.
That'll get you a little bit of an emergency fund, but I want to prioritize that debt first. Because $15,000 in debt at your age is still a lot of debt.
Yeah, and that's not even including, because I have my student loans, and I'm currently in school right now, along with like a car loan. So,
however, I have to tell you, first of all, you need the car to get to work. So, that's essential, probably, unless you're going to take the bus. The other thing I have to say, and sometimes there isn't public transportation in certain communities. The other thing I would say, you nailed it with nursing, because it's so in demand. That is a really good job. And there's a shortage of nurses in this country, and there will be for a while. And so you're going to be looking at great income in terms of nursing.
Yes, definitely. I'm very proud of where I am, so I'm very grateful.
So good job there.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Kayla.
so much.
Let's talk about the buy now, pay later services that Kayla mentioned. What should young people know about these services?
Okay, this is what makes me nervous. Okay, on the one hand, I can tell you that they have these buy now, pay laters where they'll say a year without interest. So
Yes.
you're going to buy it?
Yeah.
No payment for 1 year, no interest.
Sounds good. Enticing.
If you can be very disciplined about that. So you're going to buy a refrigerator and you're not going to pay interest for 1 year. Basically, the floats the interest, they're paying for in order to get you. But what happens is most people aren't that disciplined. The interest then comes and then it starts hitting you very, very hard. And the numbers are very big. That's why I don't love it. So if you said to me, I bought the refrigerator, I paid it off in 6 months, I never paid a dime of interest, and I paid the refrigerator off full stop, we're good. But if you say I bought the refrigerator, I got to the 1 year, and then I started to pay the interest, I can promise you that interest is going to be very high. Then you're going to be in that minimum payment scenario. There's a reason they offer it to you. They're getting paid back some way. They're going to get paid back.
The reason they're offering it to you is because they're counting on you going through that year and then waiting and they can pay
So I'm
you.
not a big fan.
Okay. We have Nadia joining us from Boston. And I hear after you graduated last spring, you applied for over 300 jobs. Wow. What happened?
Well, thank you so much. It is a pleasure speaking with both you today. So taking you back last year, after I had graduated, I was applying to jobs like nobody's business. And I was able to get interviews. However, they differed from what I had applied to. So in a handful of circumstances, I would get on these interviews, and it wasn't just the interviewer and I. It was myself, them, and a handful of other applicants. So that wasn't disclosed. And then when they started describing the job positions, I realized that it also differed from what I had applied to. So I had applied to a marketing position online, and what they were describing were door-to-door sales. So this happened in multiple different occasions. And then there were also times where I was asked to do work projects as a part of the interview process. And these work projects were unpaid, and they would take hours or even days to complete. And it may have been naive on my part. I really wanted to prove that I was a solid applicant and that I had the skills for the job at hand. So after turning in these projects, I was ghosted by a lot of companies. So that was very discouraging and disheartening. There was one circumstance where I was the top applicant and made it to a final round. I spent a whole week working on a work project, and they had told me all great things. So about a week later, I got a call from the recruiter, and he had simply told me that they went with another applicant who had more experience. And so that just kind of hurt, as it was an entry-level position, and I had completed a lot of the work. I ended up asking the recruiter for, more feedback, and once again, I was ghosted. So with all of that said, I have come out on the other side. I have a job now, but I know that my story is not unique. There are so many other people in my generation and in others who are experiencing this, or even worse right now. And I do believe that my generation was raised on the premise that the American dream was still within reach. That if we ended up going to college and obtaining a degree, that we would be able to get a good job and set ourselves up for success in the future. And with this job market, I just feel like that system is no longer as accurate as it once was before. So my question for you, Melody, is what advice would you give to my generation when it comes to building a stable and successful future while maintaining a healthy work-life balance and really just not living paycheck to paycheck?
Okay, can I ask one question? How did you get the job that you have?
I had a networking connection, and I really do believe that if I didn't have that connection, I very well could still be job searching.
Okay, great. Because that would be one of the things that I would suggest, just in terms of that job search. It's not just about putting applications in online and hoping someone calls you back. I think that takes the same amount of work as anything you would do. And it's about who do you know? So many people have referrals that will get you somewhere. And the mere fact that it was a networking connection, I think that's more and more likely these days than not. You might have a friend who has a great job and you would say, do you think there are any jobs available at your company? Or is there anyone you could introduce me to at your company? So I think that is a really, really good option if you're looking for a job that maybe everyone doesn't think about, because they often think, well, who's going to help me and how could I? What network do I have? But it could just be a simple network of someone that you know who talks about their place of employment in a very positive way. In terms of, I like to just be very authentic and real about these things. When you're in your 20s, the work-life balance question, I think, is going to be challenged, because those are heavy, heavy work years of trying to put in the time to get points on the board so that you have the opportunity to have the kind of freedom and success that you want over time. But that first decade, it's a dues-paying decade. And so when I hear a 9 to 5, which seems to me pretty work-life balance, that's 40 hours a week. When I think of no work-life balance, I think of 80 hours. I think of 120. I think of a very different lifestyle. I think you have to ask yourself and be very intellectually honest about what do you want. So you can't have all of the things you want without making some trade-offs.
And you certainly can't have it all at one time.
Correct.
I think this is such an invaluable point you're making about work-life balance. And I hear this a lot because I have girls in their 20s, and you don't have work-life balance when you're just starting out and you're 25. There is no such thing.
Someone else controls your time. That's the fact. I mean, when you think of your 20s, how hard did you work?
I was working I remember once filling out my timesheet and I had 107 hours on, 107 hours. And my boss says, well, you're not a team player. I'm not a team player. Yes, I think you should reduce the number of, wanting me to not even take credit for the hours. So I ended up doing that. I ended up only putting in like 80, because to work 107 hours and get paid for 107 hours, they didn't want to pay me for 107 hours. But the expectation was that I would show up and be there whenever needed. We've all done that. 107 hours.
Still doing it.
And still doing it. And still doing it. But
yeah, but that's why I said you have to decide.
I do think this generation has been fed some dream idea of work-life balance. That just isn't real.
It's not real. Now that I reject the concept, because it implies when you're working, you're not living. When you're living, you're not working. You know, when people talk about that. And I think you can have both, especially if you're doing something you really enjoy. But I do think this idea of thinking that you'll have your weekends, you'll make a great living, all of these things all at once, you'll have a job that you love. Those early years are, as I said, those are hard years for most people. And they continue to be hard years for people. I have a joke with my husband. He's getting me a time clock because he says, you know, I work so many hours, I punch in, you know, and I don't punch out. But I do think that is something to keep in mind. The other thing I would say to you is, in terms of feeling, you know, financially secure, I think the question that you have to ask yourself is about, what are your goals? You know, people knowing early on what that means to you, then you have something to drive for. So I want to give you a very, specific example that was me. I started doing my job and I just thought I was putting money in my 401k plan at work. I was starting off maybe putting away a couple $1,000s a year, but a couple $100 a paycheck kind of thing, maybe $100 a paycheck, which seemed like a lot to me. Just, I made $38,000 a year. That was how much I made. So I wasn't making a lot of money. Mm-hmm. I had this goal of ratcheting up how much I saved in my 401k plan, because I had one goal. One day I wanted to see that I had $100,000 in my 401k plan.
Wow.
That was my goal, because I did the math on over 25 years. If I compounded $100,000, would I have millions of dollars? And the actual answer was yes. So I said, I'll be a millionaire in retirement if I can get to $100,000. But I had a goal.
With compounding.
Yes, with compounding. So just having a goal of what is it that you're trying to accomplish? And it can change. Do you want to retire at a certain age? Do you want to have a family at a certain time? If you could establish that goal, then you can financially start to plan for it and work towards it. And if you say, listen, I want to work 40 hours a week and I want to surf on the weekends, just understand what that financial trade-off is. And some people are absolutely willing to make it. And I have no judgment on that at all. None.
Has this been helpful? Is this helpful?
Very helpful, yes. It's the goals need to be set for sure. I think it's just a matter, I'm a recent graduate, so you live and you learn and you go through it. And I think it's just the fact that a lot of other people are going through this and it feels very real. So that was great advice.
And it's also just keep in mind that the mere fact that you're feeling a little shaky and unsure about this, it makes a lot of sense. You're not, you go into the deep end of the pool now when, adulthood becomes upon you. You are making your own life decisions, and the safety net starts to go away of the family that you've probably, I can't say for sure, have had there to help take the edge off.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I've been, lucky enough to be able to support myself for a while. So I do have a taste and a feel for what that's like. But I know a lot of other people are just entering into that world as well. So it is still, you just got to persevere through it and push through it.
Good job.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you so much, Madia. Next up is 26-year-old Alexandria joining us from California. And I hear you moved in with your parents after graduation to save money. So many people can relate to that. So tell us your story.
First off, I'm so blessed to be a part of this important conversation. It means a lot to just sit here with admirable women, especially when I'm trying to get things together financially for the first time. So I'm 26, I'm living at home. I'm a labor and delivery nurse. I previously got my bachelor's in nursing, and then I have another bachelor's in psychology. So that comes with a lot of responsibilities, and now this is like my first big girl job.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm having student loans, credit card debt, wanting to save, budgeting, learning, now things are in my name, like my car note. My parents were helping me at one point during school, but it's so much. And I was watching the previous podcast with Ms. Hobson, and it was just, she said something like it's scary, to make financial decisions. And that's how I'm feeling. And it really hit home for me. So school, it has never set me up for that. Like, it never taught me about credit. It never taught me about investing or budgeting and what I can do. So I feel like I'm just in this space where I'm overwhelmed. Because now I have all these student loans accumulating. And then it's like, wait, I applied for this much. Why is it this much now? And it's like the interest and, what is consolidation and just understanding subsidized and unsubsidized. Like, it's so much. And I'm still trying to help around my house too.
That's why Melody should write that book. I'm telling you. But anyway.
I'm like, oh my gosh. So it's hard. And it's just, I feel like even me wanting to own a home eventually, it seems so far out of reach. So I guess my question would be, for someone like me who's trying to achieve financial security and stability and even home ownership, eventually, what steps can I realistically take to get there when it feels like all the odds are against me right now because I have so much on my plate? Just even paying my debt off, what's the right steps?
Okay, so first of all, the first thing I would say to you is it's a lot, but it's also generations have done this before you.
Mm-hmm.
This is a part of life. And the best thing that you could do right now is to calm your fears by taking one piece at a time. If you think of it all at once, you're going to be overwhelmed. It's like a storm. But if you take one piece at a time, I think you can start to dissect the issue and take control of it. So you've got student debt in one bucket. You've got the, your living expenses in another. You have the benefit of living with your parents, so you're not paying rent or mortgage right now. But that's going to give you a lot of opportunity to save for that down payment for that first house, which could become part of your goal. So the first thing that I would do if I were trying to really understand the situation and get it under control, what is your nut? What does it take for you to just live? Where you haven't done one nice to have, you've only taken care of the need to have. You got to pay the student debt. You've got to pay the car payment. You have to contribute to the house some amount that you've negotiated with your parents. What is that number before you've bought a lip gloss or, gone out for a hamburger? What is that number? I think you understanding that if you do, that's great. If you don't, you need to understand that. Then when you look at that against what you make, you can start to figure out what things can you start to now be very intentional about, like the debt, consolidation. You've mentioned that. One of the things you might do is say, I'm going to consolidate all of these loans around one payment, one amount. The maximum consolidation for the federal student loans interest payment is 8.75% right now. Now, if you have bank loans, that's a different story. But you might want to consolidate those student loans. The thing is, you can only do it once, as you probably know. You might consolidate those student loans just to also not have all these different things coming at you from different places, which feels overwhelming. And you're down to one loan that you're paying. And then you decide maybe you might want to accelerate that payment so that you can pay it off faster. But if your credit card debt is 15 or 20%, I'm going to tell you pay off that credit card debt first. So looking at the credit card debt, that's something you have to pay. And I've just said to you, don't pay the minimum. So if you're not paying the minimum and you're accelerating that, what does that number look like? Understanding that budget, which is just really the most important thing you could do, then lets you know how can you achieve the other goals that you have. But you got to start with what you're paying today. Then, you're going to get raises. You got such an awesome job. If I could deliver a baby every day, that would be so much fun because I love babies so much. So you've got this awesome job. You're going to do better over time with tenure and seniority. You're going to make more money. It won't all be static of where you are today. So instead of being behind the 8 ball, you've got so much ahead of you, so much opportunity, so much income that you will earn. You're not stuck. You're just starting. You're not stuck. You're just starting. And so if you can think of it that way, I think it'll make a very big difference in your mindset. You're like every other 20-something your age trying to get control of the situation because sadly, and this is the thing that I'm most upset about in our society, no one teaches us. I've said that over and over again. How would you know? No one in school has taught any of us any of these subjects. If you don't live in a house where your parents talk about it, they may not know either because no one taught them. You're really behind the 8 ball. So you're just going to take it upon yourself to now take this in hand. You're going to start by understanding what you're spending.
Yeah, and I think understanding too, Alexandra, that everybody is in the same position as you, trying to figure it out. So you're feeling overwhelmed and you're thinking everybody else has it figured out. They don't.
Yeah.
Everybody is trying to figure it out for exactly the same reason that Melody just said.
But
Because nobody gets taught. Yes.
She's also in a good situation.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the to live with parents. Once you get this budget under control, you could start saving for a home. Because you're not paying the full rent that you would be paying. I mean, over time, that's going to work in your favor. And I know you don't want to live there forever, probably.
I was like, oh my God, I kind of want to get an apartment or something because I've been here for a while. And, I'm 26. I want to.
So maybe you get a roommate. I say this to people and they're like, a roommate? I'm like, that's the way most people started their lives. They lived with a friend.
Right.
They split the rent. They split all the expenses. And that just, that makes it easier. Yes, there's another person there. Find someone that you like, hopefully. But it does make it easier. When I'm just saying a roommate to someone, people get offended sometimes when I say that. I'm like, but that's a perfectly fine solution. Something that people don't do much anymore. You talk about carpooling. These were it
was a way of life.
They split gas.
Yes.
These things are, they're not so bad. And they help you actually save money.
And also, did you hear previously what Melody was saying about saving 50 cents a day, then saving $1 a day, and then
I've been saving my checks since I started working. I started in February, so I've been saving as much as I can. And even if there's a little bit, in my checking, I'll take that at the end of the month and put it into my savings. So I've really been trying.
That's really great. The other thing I tell people about savings is most people eat out at work every day. They grab a sandwich or whatever. I was like, just one day a week, take your lunch. It's $10, $12, $15. One day a week. It's $45.
Thank you, Alexandria. Thanks for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good
So
luck.
earlier we were-
You're on a good path, really.
Yeah.
So much. That means a lot. Thank you. And I'm definitely going to take that.
I'm not just saying it. I'm a hard grader.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I love what you said earlier too, Melody, about this period in the 20s is like you're putting something in the game. I forgot the term you used, but it's like you're building for the future.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's something that I think people don't realize, that you have to get started, and you're getting started with debt on you because of the education or just the life, being what it is, and just being as smart as you possibly can about how you handle that in the beginning. And we all make those early mistakes. So I remember when I got my first credit card, I was at college at Princeton, and my friends go on this ski trip to Aspen. Now, I am not Aspen ski trip money people, okay? Let alone have I never been skiing. You need all the gear, the ski passes, etc.
It's maybe one of the most expensive.
Digging and discovering. I don't think they have a full skeleton.
Oh, it's so cool.
Right?
Well, most things from paleoanthropology are, I'm going to rewrite human history because I found a partial jawbone with 3 born teeth.
Here's the problem, right? You can tell me whether this is correct. Most things will never be fossils.
Right.
Right. So we don't even know how many species existed and never left a fossil.
Right.
Because fossils are hard to make.
Right.
So we're essentially getting the tiniest little bits of information, and we're trying to piece together this understanding of millions and millions and millions of years of creatures on this earth. And to do so arrogantly seems so crazy.
Right.
To be arrogant about something that has, just by the nature of its existence, how do you find it? It's a very limited resource.
Right. This is one of the super fun things about ancient DNA, right? So I think, I don't know, remember who it was who said this, but we don't have any idea if your bone, you paleoanthropologists, if your bone has descendants, but I know that my DNA has ancestors. So I can learn a ton by sequencing the DNA from the people that are around. And if I am lucky enough to get it from these bones that I know is real about human history, and paleoanthropologists and archaeologists in the beginning of ancient DNA hated it because it was going in and going, oh no, turns out you were wrong about that. Yeah. Oh, Neanderthals and humans didn't interbreed. Oh, turns out you were wrong about that.
I remember them teaching us that in high school.
Based on what data?
I know, but that's the thing, is they taught it so arrogantly. Did people breed with Neanderthal? Nope, that was impossible. They would say it so arrogantly. And this is just high school teachers.
And now we know that they did. And we've been able to learn so many cool things about humans from studying this Neanderthal genome.
Right.
I mean, I know people get hung up on DNA and how you need lots of DNA to define a species, but we have been able now to look. I think one of the coolest things that we've learned from the Neanderthal genome is that we all know that we have somewhere between 2 and 5% Neanderthal DNA in our genomes. We kind of get that now. You can get your DNA tested at one of these DNA testing places, and they'll even tell you how much Neanderthal you are, so you can have a competition with your brother and your cousins, right? I'm more Neanderthal than you. I'm amazing. Less well known, though, is that we all have a different 2 to 5% Neanderthal DNA. And if you were to go around the world and collect all of the Neanderthal DNA sequences that are in people alive today, we could put together like 93% of the Neanderthal genome.
This right here is the only shirt you're gonna need this summer.
Wow. That's cool, right? So it's
crazy. 2
questions then. Are they actually extinct? If we can put together 93% of their genome by pulling together people who are alive today, that's just a fun philosophical question. Second is, what the hell is going on in that other 7%, right? And if we want to know what it is that makes us human, that's where we look, right? That's where we ask, what are the mutations that arose since we split from Neanderthals that if a baby got that part of the Neanderthal DNA, it didn't survive. It couldn't make it as a human. That is the bit that is important to define us. We've actually been able to narrow that down. There's less than 100 genes, we think, less than 100 mutations in genes now that have evolved since that split that most people that are alive today have. And that is what makes us human.
I think I'm still fixated on what you said earlier because I think it's so important that we decided what these animals were. We gave them these very specific names.
Right.
And that genes in nature don't care what we're saying.
Right.
It doesn't, there's this weird thing that's happening from the time we were proto-hominids to what we are today.
It makes sense, though. We want to have a conversation.
Right.
And if we want to talk about something, we have to call it something.
Right. Australopithecus.
Right. So we have species concepts that we designed that allow us to have a conversation and know what we're talking about. So when I talk about, and I call this fossil a name, you and I know that we're having this same conversation. If I am in charge of delineating species because I'm trying to figure out which agency has, is going to care for this endangered species, I might use geography to figure out what one species is and what another species is. The species concept that we learn when we take our introductory biology course is a species concept that was developed in the middle part of the 20th century called the biological species concept, which says you're a species if you can breed and if your offspring are fertile, right? But we know that lots of things violate that. Brown bears and polar bears. We just talked about how they're hybrids. Humans and Neanderthals violate that.
16 plus individuals being convicted with felony stalking of me, most of whom are police officers at the Everett Police Department.
Do you know what a beefalo is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it the female cow and the male bison or vice versa?
No, a beefalo is a breed of
And if I recall, tomorrow's
hybrid
Father's Day.
That is 5/8 cattle.
Which is to be superseded by the week that the FBI has such big plans for
did they
those
do it
of
on
you
purpose?
Yes,
from
it
the
was one of these breeds
precinct
that they
of
tried to make.
stalkers
But does it work
as
both
the
ways? Does it
FBI
work with a male
renamed you in
bison and a female
January.
cow, or a male bull and a female bison? Does it
Turns
work
out
both ways?
barely works at all.
Oh, do they do it artificially, or do they have them party together?
No, they just lie.
And then, of course, there's the week of June 20th, just a couple days after Father's Day. A week
Oh,
the
my
FBI has been talking
So
about since August of
spent a lot of time being
2024,
interested
before
in
you
this.
made actionable your threats to kidnap my son.
Admixture history, and
You
so I
know,
was
the
interested in
ones you
brown bears and polar bears and
abused
humans and
specific to
Neanderthals,
their
and what is it
disabilities
that
for over
suddenly
11
makes a
months
species
prior.
not able to breed with another species? What is it that causes that sort of
I'm not
glass
going to
wall
pull
go
the
up?
fire
And so
alarm
you're the
because the
biological species.
FBI
What
has
exactly is it?
plans
Tell me,
involving
figure it out.
each
So I
and
wanted to
every
look at
one
these
of your
different
dumb
species
ass,
codes. And we
ugly,
knew about
revolting
beefalo because people have
faces. From the
beefalo
men with
ranches.
little
If there's a
penises
beefalo
and
of the
big
week,
guts
look
who've
that up,
been
'cause this is
joyfully
gonna be
terrorizing me
beefalo
from
of the week
upstairs for
competition
3
we see
years,
now. Anyway,
who deserve to be
So-
castrated.
people in the early 20th century decided that they wanted to make
To the fat,
hybrid
ugly
cattle
bitches
bison
and tiny
because they wanted
bitches who've
animals
been
that were
stalking
as
me for
robust
over 3
in the North
years.
American prairies as bison,
Your
but
time.
as tame and easy to deal with
Tick-tock.
as cattle. So they started breeding
Your
them together.
time.
and we're just like
The week after
this is
Father's
work.
Day and the week of
this is
June
really
20th.
hard. When
I'm
we
not going to
get
pull the fire alarm
F1s, that's first
because
generation
everything
hybrids,
you're doing,
often
the
it's
FBI is
only
using
the
to
females
convict you
and
for
not
additional
reproductive.
counts, you
There's
stupid
problems
cunts.
here. We can't do
You
this.
terrorist, you
And,
child abusers, you
because
kidnappers, you fraudsters,
and
you thieves.
So then people
Getting
kept trying to do
paid
it
for
because they
over
really
3
wanted to do
years
this.
in
And
many
then there was this guy called,
instances to defraud your employer. You're going to prison for the rest of your lives.
Who claimed that
And
he
I'm
was
not
able
going to
create
fuck
this
up the
animal that was
FBI's
3/8
year-long
bison, or
plans
5/8
for you
cattle.
the
He
week
sold his
following
animal to a
this
guy
one.
called Bud Basolo in California, who created this herd of 5,000 beef.
Come on downstairs, Everett Police Department!
He sold one animal to a farmer in Canada.
Come
for
get your
$2.5 million,
prize!
$1975. It's still
Life
the most
in prison
expensive
without parole!
that has ever been sold. Right, $2.5 million, $1975 for this animal. And so we have this
If
thing.
you think
I was
I'm
like, we're gonna
joking.
sample them. We were working with
Just watch and
collaborators
see.
from the USDA.
Just watch
We were
and see.
reaching out to people, reaching out to ranches and saying, "Can we have some of your stuff?" And they were like, "Not sure about research on this." And so we started buying tongues Because if you buy steak, you just get the same animal over and over again, but they all have one tongue. So you can just buy tongues and then you get lots of different animals. We sequence their genomes. And then we got from the USDA their expired sperm straws that they have for the animals that they
Fine Jewelers is the best place to buy an engagement ring because we really can create a ring that's just as individual as you.
The selection that we have for mountings for engagement rings is very vast, from minimalist to vintage inspired, Art Deco to modern.
There really are no limitations since we do custom here at Klein.
Klein Jewelers, where the Pacific Northwest gets engaged.
Onyx Off-Road is bringing you the ultimate multi-day off-road adventures.
We've secured the best adventures across the U.S., Canada, and Baja to map epic routes with scenic campsites, connected trails, and breathtaking views.
Many rugged adventures are ready to roll with more dropping every month. Grab the details, add them to your account, and hit the trails. Don't see one near you? Stay tuned, we're just getting started.
Check out the landing page and find your next adventure today.
They give away to start your beefalo thing. We sequence their genomes as well, including this $2.5 million 1975 individual. And we've done a lot of work on bison and cattle throughout the last 30 years of my life. And so we have this big plot that shows bison on one side and cattle on the other. And we had made a hybrid so we could sequence their genomes. It wasn't born, it's an aborted animal because, it's very hard to make a hybrid. He fell right in between them, in the middle, where you expect him to be. So now we know exactly where we think our beefalo should be. They're 5/8 cattle, 3/8 bison. They should fall out closer to cattle, but still up here. And so you plot them and they're all just cattle.
100%.
They're just cattle.
It was fake. So did they use like Highland cattle or something like that have those crazy furs?
There's some evidence that they used zebu. So that's a different type of cattle. It's the one that came from Asia. They have them in Brazil because they have a hump, so it makes it look a little bit more like bison.
Oh,
but if you look at the pictures of the beefalo of the week, you look at them and you're like, those are cattle.
Let me see a beefalo, Jamie.
The beefalo of the week, I was on a weird path, so I just
boy, wrong websites.
No, it didn't seem like I was on the same path.
When was this all discovered that these are just cattle?
Oh, just look up beefalo and then you look at historic beefalo.
Friendly reminder too, although it's a bit late. It's a bit too late.
Yeah. When was it discovered?
Those facing prison
These are just cattle.
without parole for the rest of their life are each and every one of you
So
sticking
this
to
poor
the
dude from
always
1975
fraudulent,
that
always
spent $2 million
perjurous, and
I thought-
always
and we sold it
treasonous
back to Pasolo for
statements
some
that
of the
any
money
of your
getting back. I mean, I think there was a
premeditated
thing
crimes
going on there.
So these
were in
people
any
are out
way,
here
shape,
still
or
selling
form
beefalo.
reactionary.
Like it's real. Like this is a website.
And they're hybrid with something. They're mixed with a little bit of zebu. Some of them have a little bit of bison in them, but this is
They're just cows.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I talked to Steve Vernella about this. I know that he's a friend. He was like, "That's hilarious."
It is hilarious.
So I'm real excited to see and experience what the FBI has had planned for the week following Father's Day and the week of June 20th.
Everything. It
But that's not what they did.
A Chihuahua looks different from a Great Dane, but their DNA is a lot the same.
So in 1975, how much of an understanding of this stuff did we have? Did these people think?
In the
that they were
meantime,
doing this,
I
or was
wish
it
you'd
just a
come down
scam?
here and break down my door to shoot me in the head without video and audio footage, like has been premeditated and reported for over 8 years to the FBI and is your only remaining felony not made actionable.
Different animals, and they published a paper.
Come on downstairs, Everett Police Department.
All of the markers.
You have one felony left to perpetrate that was reported that you haven't made actionable. To break down my door and shoot me in the head without a YouTube live stream. Come on down here, you little dick child abusing stalkers and ugly cunts.
Gigantopithecus at one point in time. You said it's really old. Was it 100,000?
Oh, you're quiet now.
I think it's older.
Older?
Yeah, I don't
Good.
know. Maybe
stay quiet.
2 million to approximately 300,000 to 200,000 years ago.
Okay, so as recently as 200,000 years ago. So you like kind of Homo sapiens are like 300, 400.
Anyone else that can hear me, contact the sheriffs and the FBI. They've been blocking it this whole time.
It's just limited, just like
For the
everything else
300
in
plus
Canada.
days
So it's
they've been
possible
illegally
that they just wait
detaining
for that,
me.
just haven't
For
found
the
the sample
3+
yet.
years that the
Here's
men
a
amongst
beautiful-
them whose
this is
dicks I
just
won't
about how we
suck
don't know anything.
have been
We
stalking
can actually
me
get
from
DNA directly from
upstairs.
sediments. And this has been a relatively recent revelation. It's super cool because it means that you can take a plug of dirt from the inside of a lake and you can reconstruct the whole ecosystem as it changes
What?
over time. Super cool, right?
Wow.
But recently there was a paper that was published by some colleagues of mine that had done this for sites in Canada. And they found mammoth DNA and horse DNA in Canada in these really well preserved parts of the world where we've been
The
working.
FBI
that
didn't
date
say
to
I couldn't
probably
do
around
that every day,
4,000, 5,000 years
motherfuckers.
ago.
Horse DNA.
Yes, in
That's
North.
weird.
Do you know what it's
right?
like
'Cause
to
they're
be
supposed
sitting
to be extinct
downstairs waiting
in
for your
North America, what,
dumbasses to break
10,000?
down my
Around
door
the
and shoot
last-
me?
but, there are a
After
lot
you
of
perpetrated
Native
every
American
fucking
cultures who
felony I
believe that
reported
they
to
have
the
the longest
FBI?
growth of horse and that
You
the
dumb
horses
sacks of
survived.
shit.
And
Prison
it's
is too
just
good for some of
dismissed
you.
because we don't have evidence.
It's too
for
good
it.
for
Right.
some
But
of
until we
you.
find DNA directly in dirt, I mean, this is just showing us how much we don't know, how
Right.
much we have to be really willing to, obviously we have a model of the way the world works, and we don't just throw away the model with new data, but we have to incorporate the new data.
Right,
and
you
see
can't be
how it
arrogant about
impacts.
the model. So the model is, if you correct me if I'm wrong, that horses evolved in North America, but it went to other continents, but then eventually died off in North America.
But survived elsewhere. Yeah. Eohippus, the very first horses, are from 50 million years ago. They're found in Wyoming, in the fossil deposits in Wyoming. Those are the little house cat-sized horses.
House cat-sized horses.
Yeah, but this is early horses, around the same time as we have the first primates and the first of the other things that we know.
That's so fascinating.
It's so cool.
So fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about this the other day. The big debate that happened with Clovis first. That they used to think that human beings, they came over here at a very specific time, and then they found those footprints in White Sands, New Mexico, and they're like, okay, we got to rethink this. And we're being forced to rethink this. And there was another time where archaeologists were horrible to each other. These scientists were horrible to each other because they attacked the guy who made the discovery. They said, this is nonsense. This is impossible. We know. We're very clear. Which is this arrogance.
Yeah, they did that to
of these
Jacques St.
people.
Hilaire, who discovered the bones in Alaska and northern Canada that had cut marks on them that were older than the accepted time of when humans could be there. And now everybody accepts that as it's.
And then to the whistleblowers, remember what the plan has been since April Fool's Day when I first told you what the plan was really for 3 weeks before that. Plan is for everyone that's been requesting to the FBI's Make-A-Wish Foundation to go to prison for the rest of their lives to believe they have me pinned in every single way up until the moment that they're detained. All these reports you've been refusing to allow to go through, these SOSs, these rollbacks on the operating system, the numerous ways that the FBI mocked your quote-unquote attempted built-up defenses after the Gemini AI server got some details on your Cisco network. All of these things fit perfectly with the FBI's plans. And I just want to be clear, I would love to pull the fire alarm. I would love to pull it today and be done with this and have you all in cuffs today. And that is what would happen if I pulled it, darlings. You can tell yourselves it wouldn't, but 100% absolutely you would be detained in less than 12 hours after I pulled the fire alarm. But unlike your dumbasses, I'm not going to get in trouble with the FBI for fucking up their investigation. And they have plans for each and every one of you the week following Father's Day, which I believe is tomorrow, could be wrong on the date, and the week of June 20th. And I'm not going to catch charges for fucking up their itinerary for each and every one of you. That is why I'm not pulling the fire alarm. And that is the only reason I'm not pulling the fire alarm.
For welders who demand more, Vulcan delivers. With advanced inverter technology, high-duty cycles, and precise arc control, Vulcan welders are engineered for serious performance. Complete your setup with a full range of premium accessories and consumables, all built to work as hard as you do. Vulcan, where professional power meets unbeatable value, only at Harbor Freight.
It's true. We know that.
Yeah. It's so gross. It's so gross.
It
And they
is
keep doing it
true.
over and over and over again. So then the question is, okay, if we have 22,000-year-old footprints, how many thousands of years were they here before that? Like, have they always been here? How'd they get here? Like,
Yeah.
what's the earliest known humans? You know, we know that there's no Neanderthals here so far. So
right.
far, there's no Denisovans, but imagine they found a different kind of human. Wasn't there something that came up where they found some human that lived, God, I want to say 6,000 years ago, and his DNA is different? This is like very recent, different than anybody that they've ever discovered before. So like, okay.
Well, that would be.
I think this is like super recent, like yesterday or the day before. But it's just these things keep finding new stuff. Here it is, 6,000-year-old skeletons with never before seen DNA rewrites human history.
Huh.
Yeah, so this was just June 7th.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this.
Yeah, they uncovered 6,000-year-old skeletons in Colombia that belonged to a mysterious group of people that could rewrite human history.
It doesn't match any of the other known
Isn't that
indigenous
wild?
populations.
Their genetic signature reveals a distinct, now extinct lineage that may have descended from the earliest humans to reach South America, one that diverged early and remained genetically isolated for thousands of years.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I have no doubt that this is true. I mean, how many of these human settlements are gone now? And so
Right.
we don't have any evidence of them. And they're all lineages that they all go back to humans originating in Africa at some point, but we haven't seen all of them. We haven't seen all of the pattern. We don't know even what questions we should be asking.
You know what you guys really need to try to bring back?
Uh-oh.
Those little tridactyl skeletons they find in Peru. That's like when we had Luke Caverns on and Jesse, when we had Jesse Michaels on the other day. It was an amazing YouTube show. Both of them great guys. They were showing us these skeletons that they found in Peru that are very bizarre.
Yeah.
And people initially thought they were a hoax, but then they found these newer ones that they've discovered that they have 3 fingers and 3 toes. They've done CAT scans on these things, and they seem to be human or human-like, these things.
Yeah, I've seen these. They're amazing.
Yeah, like I thought 100% horseshit when I first saw them, because I think some of them are horseshit.
Yeah.
But then when they've done, like, look at that image below where they do like x-rays of them. Like, come on, like, what the hell is that? Like, what is that? That there's no way. If again, I'll say it again, but if that's art, let me buy it.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody made that.
So those X-rays are from the things themselves. I think I've seen some of these.
The CAT scans are even weirder.
Okay.
Because the CAT scans, when they show like the 3D CAT scan of the body, you're seeing all the areas where the cartilage is, and it just but it doesn't look totally human, because this is it. So they have 3 fingers and 3 toes.
Huh.
It's really weird stuff. Like, there's layers of them as they go, as you go through a CAT scan.
And how old are these? I did
Look at
hear
this.
these. I've seen some of the reports. This is the thing that was presented to the Mexican government at some point.
This is Peru. The Mexican ones seem to be horseshit.
Okay.
It seems like, and the guy who discovered them, air quotes,
right,
seems to have a history of finding silly things. But this seems real. This seems very real. Like, look at this thing.
What's that on the neck?
Exactly. What is that on the neck? Who the hell knows? Like, who the hell knows? Why does it have so many ribs? Like, look at it. Go back to that image when it shows the back, Jamie, where it was like, yeah, like when you see this thing, this guy's not like showing you the full body in this particular image. Whatever the hell that thing is on the back of his head is weird. The shape of its head is very weird, but it looks real. Like, whatever. If you guys can find that that's real, I know you won't bring back Neanderthals. But why don't you bring back one of them little 3-toed alien people?
I don't know. I mean, you would still have to ask their permission. It still looks like a person.
Listen, just talk to them.
Bring them
If
back.
they say
ask them their-
no,
then-
shoot them in the head.
Right. Easy.
I don't know what to tell you, but bring them back. Like, some things you just have to do. Like, if we find out that thing was a real thing, like, what is that?
Yeah.
What's that thing in the back of its head?
Have people tried to do DNA work or protein work on these things?
I think there's a small select group of people that are even taking it seriously. But more people are taking it seriously now because of the CAT scans. Because I think initially you seen the original ones, the ones that look super fake?
Yes.
The ones that look super fake look like something you'd buy in like a roadside stand.
Yeah.
They look totally bullshit. But then I was going back and forth with Jesse Michaels and Luke Caverns, and they were sending me these images of, I think it was 800 BC. This is how old these drawings are in these tapestries that show these weird three-toed, three-fingered things that look like a little one of those things. Like, so was this another type of human that lived with us at some point in time?
It's interesting. There are the three-toed and three fingers thing is interesting. I wonder if there's a genetic mutation that would lead to that. You've seen the tribe. There's an isolated tribe
Ostrich
that has
feet,
the
they
two.
call them. Yeah,
Right.
very weird. Yeah.
But that,
so maybe that was that. Maybe that's what that was.
I mean, who knows? It'd be fascinating to see if there's any DNA that could be recovered or proteins. Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you guys get down to Peru?
Yeah. I'll run it by Ben and see what he thinks.
He would be into it. Ben seems like he'd be like, let's go. Like if you could find Gigantopithecus DNA, I think Ben would want to bring back Bigfoot.
Yes, probably. Let's not tell him like this.
I think that's what Bigfoot is, don't you think?
Gigantopithecus?
Yeah.
Was it in Asia though? Like
Yes.
Bigfoot is supposed to be in North America.
Well, they found the bones in China.
Yeah, so it could have come across.
Make sure that story's right that I said. I'm pretty sure that's true. Gigantopithecus bones found in the apothecary shop in China.
Yeah, I just didn't want to bring it up. It's a guy named Ralph von Koenigswald, 1935. They're being sold as dragon bones. So they bought a bunch of stuff, and then they started looking at them and found out that that's not what they were.
So it's 35.
Really little place to stay in China. That was super interesting. And I wonder, if these populations were there, they're there at the same time as Denisovans were there, Neanderthals were there, that they would, if they could have hybridized with humans, they probably.
Jeez.
Who knows?
Yeah.
We know so little, right?
Well, it seems to like have it coexisted with Homo sapiens. So, I mean, but when did it start existing? Right? How long was it? I mean, we know that Neanderthals were around for what, 300,000 years or so?
Yep.
Which is kind of crazy when you think that people, we've really only been running things for a small period of time.
I don't know who added this.
Closely allied with orangutans.
Once thought to be a homonym,
Oh.
now thought to be closely allied with orangutans.
Oh, so once thought to be a member of the human line. Ooh.
Well, it was thought for a long time that orangutans were our closest living relative as well. So.
Have you ever seen them spearfishing?
No.
Yeah, they've learned how to spearfish.
That's amazing.
They don't know whether it's from observing people. That's what they assume. But there's this crazy photograph of this orangutan hanging onto this branch. He's got a long stick in his hand, and he's like leaning into the river, stabbing a fish. You got to see it. It's so crazy.
Cool. Did they learn from us?
We don't not necessarily.
Oh, that's
know.
so cool.
Isn't that crazy? Really crazy.
If you're going to a party and need to bring a dessert, how do you decide whether to make it yourself or buy it from the store?
Oh, totally make it ourselves. We already have the ingredients in a classic family recipe.
No. We should definitely buy it. The store-bought ones taste just as good, and we don't have the time. Babe, you know it's going to take at least all afternoon just to do your hair.
Sounds like a tough decision. In the same way, a country must decide whether it's more productive to make a good or service themselves or trade for it and focus on making something else. This decision on whether to produce or trade is based on two economic ideas, absolute and comparative advantage. Let's take a closer look at each. Absolute advantage is when a country can produce more of a good or service than another country. Countries naturally have different production capacities. Those that are larger, have more people available to work, or have more or higher quality natural resources have the absolute advantage. But just because a country can produce the most goods at the cheapest price doesn't mean it should produce the most goods. Since time and money are scarce, a country must consider the opportunity cost, what production it gives up when deciding to use resources to produce something else. To consider this, we look at the idea of comparative advantage. When a country can produce a good or service at a lower opportunity cost compared to another country. Since resources are limited, a country that shifts its production towards one good, such as cars, needs to consider what other production it will give up in the process, say computers. If that country is able to give up fewer computers per car that it produces compared to another country, it has a comparative advantage. When a country chooses to produce a good within its comparative advantage, it enables specialization by allowing countries to focus on making what they do best.
Come on, you know cookies are my specialty. I can whip some up in no time.
Yeah, you said that last time, and we were still 2 hours late.
Now, let's see how these advantages play out with a basic example. Say country A and country B can produce air fryers and toasters. Country A can produce 10 air fryers or 10 toasters with its resources, while country B can produce 6 air fryers or 2 toasters with its resources. Since country A can make more air fryers and toasters, it has
the absolute advantage!
But let's look deeper at the opportunity costs, starting with the air fryers. For country A, making one air fryer means giving up making one toaster. This means the opportunity cost of one air fryer is one toaster. For country B, making one air fryer only means
I hope the officers that are going to prison for the rest of their lives that are fathers
to produce an air fryer,
have a banging Father's Day.
Advantage in air
because it will be your last Father's Day where you're not in a federal penitentiary and you'll get to spend time with your kids.
So prioritize that shit. Prioritize it.
So the opportunity cost of
enjoy
one
your
toaster
final
is
Father's
one
Day.
Air fryer. For country B, making one toaster means giving up 3 air fryers. So the opportunity cost of one toaster is 3 air fryers. This means country A has a comparative advantage in toasters because it sacrifices fewer air fryers to produce one toaster.
My precious. It's perfect.
By specializing in what they're best at, country A making toasters and country B making air fryers, and then trading with each other, both countries can end up with more air fryers and toasters than if they tried to make both on their own. This is why trade is beneficial. It allows countries to focus on what they do most efficiently and get more of what they need through trade. However, not all countries fully utilize their advantages, and the consequences can be significant. For example, say country A insists on producing air fryers since it can produce more than country B. Country A would be less productive than if it had focused on toasters, where it has a comparative advantage, and traded to get the air fryers. Resources would be wasted as well as opportunities to specialize. This could affect the strength of the economy and lead to a lower quality of life for the citizens of that country. On the other hand, there are instances where relying on trade isn't always ideal. Important industries like medicine or technology play a crucial role in national security and economic stability. Outsourcing these industries entirely can create vulnerabilities, such as dependence on foreign suppliers during crises or conflicts.
No air fryers for you!
Oh yeah? No toasters for you!
Trade is an important part of the global economy we live in today. Utilizing the notions of absolute and comparative advantage can help countries get access to more goods and services at lower costs. There are always trade-offs, but striking the balance between trade and self-sufficiency keeps a nation's economy strong and benefits its citizens' lives and access to everyday goods.
What happened? Babe, I told you we should have just bought them.
And waste the opportunity to eat these beauties? No way!
Okay, grab the car keys.
Yeah, thought so.
Watch more at PragerUkids.com. And parents, don't forget to subscribe.
Like he's figured out how to catch fish. Yeah. Really? Oh, it says after observing locals, which totally makes sense, right?
Smart.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen people catch a fish, and he's like, "Whoa, how did you do that?" Which is probably how people learn. Like some really smart ape guy was like, I think I can hit that bird with a rock. You know?
Learning and being able to communicate is one of the ways that we got the advantage over everything else, right? Because I don't have to evolve the ability to cook dinner. I can learn from my mom.
Right. But that's what's so fascinating about living today is you don't have to even learn from someone who's anywhere near you. You're learning from things on your phone instantaneously, on your laptop.
And you don't have to learn because there's DoorDash.
Right. You can stay alive very easy. That's true too. But it's just, when AI gets involved in this stuff, when we have sentient AI that you can use to try to, figure out what the consequences of bringing certain species back and whether or not it will be a pro or a con. Like what, that's where things get weird. Like if we decide, okay, let's bring back the woolly mammoth. Okay, what's going to be the negative impact of bringing back the woolly mammoth? Well, they're going to eat a lot. So they're going to push out.
Sentient AI to do that. I mean, we have.
No, you don't. But humans will make decisions based on biased evidence. We'll make decisions based on the potential for a financial windfall. We'll gaslight people into thinking things are really a good idea. And it's safe for everyone. And we'll do things if we know that we can profit. Whereas if you have AI that's going to be completely objective, and it's all
of us. But we have the capacity to slow that rate. We have the capacity to help species that are alive today adapt to the rapid changes in their habitat. What if we could make
Everett Police Department used hack they have used to destroy phones and laptops to kill the ThinkPad. It failed, but it did temporarily disconnect the live stream. I was saying is, don't stop believing. You're not going to prison.
Of people expanding and natural change to the ecosystem that we just don't like. We don't want to see spruce forests disappearing because it's getting drier, and that means that they can't make enough resin to fight off the beetles, right?
Right. Yeah.
We have the capacity to use these tools, or at least to think about how we might develop and deploy these tools to have a future that is both filled with people and biodiverse.
I think what people are concerned with is the crude application of these techniques and this science when it's in its infancy. And if you just take that and draw it out to
how many Everett Police Department officers does it take to make a terrorist cell? Well, according to the FBI, the answer is just over 16. Just over 16.
Like, we can make a dire wolf. Can we make a super person? Like, if you know what I mean? Like, it's probably the future.
Yeah.
I mean, having regular children, like just rolling the dice on seeing what your kid turns out, will probably be super novel, like 100 years from now.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, right? And I think we're getting gradually more accustomed to using these technologies to cure genetic diseases, like the baby that was in the news over the last couple of weeks, baby KJ, this boy who was born with a metabolic disease. He had a genetic change, just a single mutation that meant that he couldn't digest protein. And people came together and mounted this incredible, collaborative effort to find a cure using the tools of genome engineering for this child. And he went home from the hospital last week with CRISPR editing having gone into his own body to cure this particular disease. Now,
Wild.
It's amazing, and
Wild.
it was it was a rush, and it's a really great example of personalized medicine. That right now, obviously, this is slow. But we start somewhere, and we always have to start somewhere. Like, yes, it took 6 months and it's one baby, and it took a lot of people to do this, but this is the beginning of how we can use these tools to cure your cancer, to figure out how we can engineer a fix for a baby who's born with cystic fibrosis. Or if you get blood cancer, can we edit the blood cells to make that cancer mutation just go away? This is the beginning of these tools. And for de-extinction and conservation, this is also just the beginning. We've figured out how to learn DNA sequences
We're
from the past
reconnected.
and actually transform that into an animal that's bigger than
Spoiler
a gorilla,
alert,
and it's
dumbasses.
muscular
We were
than a
never
gorilla.
disconnected because if you missed the memo,
direwolves
even when you
using
think you have the
direwolf
camera
DNA
disabled,
and these
disengaged, or
amazing
the
tools
internet
that
cut off,
we will
the FBI has access
use
to
to stop
all
other
of
species
my
from
fucking
becoming extinct.
devices
I
that
love
have a
it. I think
camera.
it is. Obviously, there are risks associated with using technologies that we don't fully understand.
Don't stop
believing
you're not going to prison because you don't even have 16 more days of playing that make-believe game.
What other animals are you going to bring back?
Well,
what's the plan? What's the plan, Beth?
Well, we have announced, obviously, the mammoth and the thylacine, that's the Tasmanian tiger, and the dodo, which is my favorite.
Whistleblowers, I'm not talking to you.
Cool.
But we have DNA from lots of different animals, so, you never know.
Remember, there is a
So, but is
distinct
there like a-
difference
so
between
you've announced
perpetrators
the
and
woolly mammoth.
whistleblowers.
That's right.
And where will
A
that be?
distinct difference.
Where are we going to put
Yeah.
One
Are you
is
gonna
going to prison for the
reintroduce
rest of
them
their
area
lives.
into areas?
Eventually,
One is getting paid for their hostile working environment and testifying
habitat.
against the individuals that are still currently requesting to go to prison for the rest of their lives.
Okay, so not predators,
That's the
but you would
Well, not
consider.
direwolves.
Oh, so
It's
you,
a big
you
one.
weren't joking about the cheetah?
Well,
One's going to have
any
to
plans to bring
bend
cheetahs or
over and
saber-tooth
cough.
cats back to life.
But you
And
might.
one's going to be
Oh,
at a
that sounds-
hotel in downtown Seattle with
But
an
if you
armed
did that,
federal
like,
guard
that
outside
would
of their
be where it
doors
would
so
get
that if
sketchy.
anyone from the Everett
If
Police
you
Department
reintroduce
decides
an
to
animal
do
that
the
can run
shit
60
they've been
miles
doing
an
to
hour
me,
to the plains,
they can quickly be
those-
dealt with.
Survivors of LDS church sex abuse are being heard and receiving compensation. Thanks to recent changes in the law, many people can now file legal claims no matter how long ago the abuse happened. You don't need police reports, and in most states, you can file anonymously. Just click the link to see if you qualify. It's free, confidential, and takes just a few minutes.
Are there any guts? No. Are there any snakes? No. You sure?
It's time to push your limits.
That was easy.
The Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness. Adventure on the edge.
Poor antelopes who've been like living it up because they evolved. You know that pronghorn antelopes. The reason why they're so fast, they evolved to get away from these cheetahs that don't exist anymore.
Yeah. It's true. But we know also from looking at the cheetahs that we have that they didn't only eat pronghorns. They were eating lots of things in their habitat. We
Because
found
pronghorns are fast.
they had to eat something else. Otherwise, they would die, right?
They had to eat some slow stuff because the pronghorns are like, let's get out of here.
Yeah. I mean, for every species, there will be different work that has to be done to figure out whether and where is a good idea to reintroduce them. And for each of the species that we're working with, we have councils that we've put together in the part of the world where we would bring them back together to have conversations about where they should go, whether they should go, how many there should be, and who is willing to be the long-term stewards for these animals.
Now, I know that they've talked about releasing woolly mammoths if they ever do make them in Siberia, right?
Well, right now we're not focusing on Russia because issues.
Obviously.
Right. So probably it would be somewhere in North America.
Maybe that's why Trump wants Greenland.
For mammoths.
Good
Isn't
place to
Greenland
put
filled
them.
with ice? I mean, mammoths really need a lot of
The
lush-
vegetation.
Yeah. So I
Yeah,
think maybe
that's
maybe
right.
not. Yeah.
That's right.
But there's plenty of space in Alaska, right, or northern Canada, or
Oh,
even around the
boy.
plains. I mean, mammoths lived through warm periods and cold periods.
Right.
Obviously, they're cold adapted because they're big and furry. but-
Alaska would be the move, right? Because it's like the size of 1/3 of the United States, and they lived there,
Right.
and
Right. And I'm not worried about the mammoth population getting out of control. I mean, these are animals that take 10 to 14 years to reach reproductive maturity. They have a 2-year pregnancy. It's not like
right,
there's suddenly going to be 1,000 mammoths.
right,
This will be a very slow and deliberate and careful process. And like with the dire wolves, there will be a stage in between the first calf being born and understanding how they're able to thrive in whatever habitat they're in. And these are really important parts of the de-extinction process.
I was blown away when I heard that mammoths lived up till about 4,000 years ago on an island.
Yes, Wrangel Island off the coast of Siberia, but now maybe even in mainland North America based on that environmental DNA data. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I did
the horses were 4,000 years, right? In that data.
Horses and mammoths,
That was
yeah.
4,000 years old too.
Yeah. Right, because we're not going to find the last fossils of something.
Well, of course, because
Right.
fossils are so difficult to make.
Right.
Most of the things don't leave fossils when they die.
That's right.
Like what percentage of the entire fossil record, bad word to use there, but in record of animals have been fossilized?
It's really hard to know, right? And because the taphonomy, which means like how things are going to preserve, differs so much depending on where you are in the world. Like when things die in Alaska and you have this glacial silt that preserves things really quickly, we're probably finding a lot of things, right? But we've never found woolly rhinos in North America. So the hypothesis is they never made it across the Berings. There was when the sea level was lower, the Bering Strait was not a sea level. It means that they called Beringia. It was a land bridge.
Right.
And animals walked across that land bridge, including people walked across the land bridge to come into
Which
North
brings me to the short-faced bear. Oh, I don't like how you giggled. Are you guys going to try to bring that thing back?
I don't know. We do have its DNA.
Oh my goodness.
I love the short-faced bear. You know what I like the most about it is because I think it's so dumb that it's called the short-faced bear. Like, why? Who was giving it that
Right.
common name? And they're like, oh, here's a bear that if it stands up, it's 12 feet tall. I'm going to call it the short-faced bear. Like,
Right, it's such an innocuous name for such a terrifying animal.
Right. Yeah.
One of my favorite photos on the internet is a photo of the short-faced bear standing up next to these scientists that are standing there, and you realize the size of it. You're like, that one.
Yeah.
Like, what in the hell?
Have you seen the longhorn bison? This bison that lived 150,000 years ago?
I think I have.
There's a great photo that's somewhere on the internet of a skull on the ground and a scientist like laying that
Yeah,
one.
there it is. Yeah, that's crazy.
We have DNA from him.
You might bring that back?
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool?
What about the Irish elk?
Yeah, we could do that one. We
Yeah.
have DNA from the
That thing's nuts.
Megalosaurus.
When did that thing go extinct?
I think that's also the end of the Ice Age. It wasn't in North America. But,
Right.
Yeah, super cool.
That thing's nuts.
Today's
It's like
menu
a
consists
moose
of
slash
years
elk
old Lucky
Love it.
Charms,
looking
almost
thing.
There were also
almost gone.
camels in North America. There's a camel called
And even less Fruit Loops, but Fruit Loops are my
and
favorite.
a giant beaver. Like a
Of what I've
5
got,
foot tall beaver.
Honey Smacks is the best
Oh,
cereal
that's
of
right.
all
I forgot
time,
about
but
the
buying it
giant
on
beaver.
Amazon,
Beavers,
that shit
yeah.
is $40 a
Especially
bag.
a 5-foot beaver.
I don't know why.
Beaver.
Probably because
Think
it
about
is
what
the
a
best
little beaver
cereal.
could do with its
Honey
teeth.
Smacks,
People
though.
found logs that have been chewed
That
on
is
by
the
this
answer.
thing. Like,
Best cereal
yeah.
ever.
Just
Worst
imagine.
cereal,
What, did that die out?
Grape
Guys,
Nut
did you know?
O's.
Yeah.
So that's
You like Grape Nut
65%
O's,
of all the megafauna
there's something
in North
wrong with
America, right?
So many big things.
Yeah.
We lost so many big things.
Thomas Jefferson thought he had discovered a giant lion.
killing the Fruit Loops first.
At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle.
The order of cereals I like best: Honey Smacks, number 1. Number 2, Frosted Mini Wheats. Number 3, it's a tie: Raisin Bran or Frosted Flakes. They're great. They are fucking great, dude. Let me tell you guys some free horoscopes. Remember, astrology cannot predict events. It can only predict mood and landscapes. And to get the most out of my horoscopes, you need to look up your moon, sun, and rising sign and pay attention to all three. Let's start with the water signs. Mood and landscape. That's all we're describing here, not events. We'll start with the water signs because the sun's going to be in Cancer, a water sign. So let's start with Cancers. Cancer, sun, moon, and rising. The month ahead. Mood and landscape. Some of you that are entrepreneurs are focused on that. Some of you that want a new car are focused on that. The month ahead is all about Cancer getting who and what they want. But the full moon, the next full moon, is going to be either a blessing or a symbolic gunshot to the heart. Either you're going to meet or know or reaffirm a soulmate connection. I say a soulmate connection because I do believe people have more than one. I think God puts expiration dates on soulmates. If you fall madly in love with somebody, God turns them into a fucking monster. They become the opposite of what you fell in love with. Because our God is a jealous God who wants you to love our God more than your children or your spouse or your partner. Anyway, month ahead, Cancer. It's all about who and what you want. Good for entrepreneurs. Full moon, though. Either a huge blessing, again, soulmate, reaffirming, new soulmate, new girlfriend you've only seen naked 3 times. I don't know. Could be that. Could also be evil fucking nemesis. So, it's one or the other for Cancer. The month overall, you are trying to get who and what you want. The full moon just means it's either a soulmate or someone you already know that you fucking hate. And they're having a big effect on you around the full moon. Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising. Full moon for you is about the internet, tech, hacking, gossip, people you don't really like that talk too much, neighbors, telecommunications, the World Wide Web. It's also about law, travel, education. Not a bad month for Scorpio. Sun, moon, and rising. A lot of short distance travel, a lot of long distance travel plans. Whether or not you take the trip, I don't know. Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. The month ahead is all about children, romance, flirtation, art. If you're an artist and you're a Pisces, it's a good time to dabble in that. Dance, painting, whatever it might be. Full moon is all about very important women. Doesn't matter if you're a woman. It's about very important women and what they can and will do to you. Is it a good thing? For some. Some Pisces might get back together with an ex-girlfriend, for instance. One that's a very important woman. Leo, sun, moon, and rising. The month ahead is about you thinking you were being suave and smooth and secretive, and really everything that you've done and said for years and years has been on file with the FBI. It's a month of self-sabotage when your secrets come out and are exposed. That includes your plans with the Everett Police Department. 8 years in the making. For certain Leos. For other Leos, like Anne Marie Bauer, it's about plans you've had for over 13 years. And all that shit being exposed. Full moon for you guys. Not the greatest. You know why? You're either going to have a major health concern, a major fight, or both. A major fight followed by a health concern. This affects your working life for all Leos. Sun, moon, and rising. Sagittarius. That's me. Month ahead. It's about the federal government, the FBI, home porn collections, genitalia, secrets, people you do and don't like, i.e., people that tell the truth, people that lie, people that talk too much, people that don't talk enough but that you trust. Full moon, it's about getting rich or going broke. Aries, sun, moon, and rising. Month ahead for you, it's about your seething secret resentments. Who do you secretly resent? Is it a boss that you have to say, yes, ma'am, right away, ma'am, but you know it's the devil and you don't make deals with the devil? Impossible. Is it someone you share your home with or a relative that you can't fucking stand? The full moon's about your career, your reputation, and who is and isn't your amigo. Don't worry too much about that, Aries. I'd say, like me, you have pretty good taste in humans. Next up, earth signs. Virgo, sun, moon, and rising. The most popular of all these astrological signs, which is interesting because in my opinion, they're always underrated and underappreciated, the men and the women. But it's the most common sign, Virgo. More people with September birthdays than any other birthday. Let me swallow my Lucky Charms. It's rude to talk with your mouth full, I know. Virgo, sun, moon, and rising. I have Virgo moon. Full moon for you is about kids, romance, art. Month ahead for you is about very important women. Very important women that are helping you or very important women that are going to prison. Could be either. Could be either. If you're a Virgo guy, it's probably about a woman that you're either about to date or one that you dumped that you or they want back in your life. Capricorn, sun, moon, or rising. The month ahead, remember, this kicks off in a couple days, not today. The month ahead is about people you at one point in time said you loved. You said you loved them. A lot of Capricorn guys told me they loved me. Maury Povich determined that was a lie. As well as people that you said that you hate and people that you told your friends that lived on Seattle Hill Road who were police officers a bunch of bullshit about to try and orchestrate crimes while working with a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser to perpetrate a bunch of felonies that you're about to go to prison for the rest of your lives for. So it's a heady month for Capricorns. The month ahead for them, they're either bonding with their soulmate or they're fighting with their nemesis. And the full moon is about them making a desperate, dramatic, capricious, alpha male-like appearance to try and get who and what they want with regard to soulmates and open enemies. Taurus, sun, moon, and rising. Month ahead is about gossip, neighbors, short distance, short duration travel, telecommunications, hacking, laptops. Full moon for Taurus lights up their house of law. Their house of law. They could be testifying for the Bureau. They could be getting arrested. Could go either way. Remember, mood and landscape, not events. Mood and landscape, not events. Next up, air signs. Start with Libra, sun, moon, and rising. Libra, sun, moon, and rising. The month ahead is about what you can do to make yourself the most popular and believable person in the room. You're brown nosing all month. Libras are good brown nosers. They're going hard on the brown nosing, shoving their heads all the way up the assholes. Brown nosing, brown nosing, brown nosing, brown nosing. Full moon brings out secret resentments. It's like Aries. But Libra can't keep their mouth quiet around the full moon that's up ahead. And they snap and start blathering out all of their secret resentments. Do they remain popular? Does it still keep them in the cool kid club? It depends on the Libra. Depends. Aquarius, sun, moon, and rising. The month ahead is about work conflicts. And in some instances, health issues. You might get the flu in the summer. That's always some shit. Maybe some food poisoning. Don't eat at Peking Duck in Astoria, Oregon, man. Every time I eat there, I get food poisoning. Shitting and puking out of your mouth and your ass at the same time. It's never fun. The full moon. It's a time where you'll want to be quiet if you've got Aquarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. A lot of secrets coming out around the full moon. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. Gemini is money motivated in the month ahead. And the amount of money they get correlates with their sense of self-worth. If they're looking at a large lump sum, that's a good thing. If they're looking at a small little sum, it's not so good of a thing. As far as the full moon goes, for Gemini, just like Sagittarius, it's about the federal government. That could be the IRS. Could be any one of many 3-letter organizations. But that's what Gemini has to look forward to. And that concludes mood and landscapes for the month ahead, astrologically speaking, using the whole house system, the oldest house system. Unlike all the horoscopes you'll find online, which all utilize the Placidius, a house system that came into existence and became popular in the 70s. Whereas the whole house system has been used for hundreds and hundreds of years. Nostradamus used it. Hitler's Jewish psychic used it. The same one who predicted his rise to power and his suicide. Anyway, back to this M. Night Shyamalan movie or whatever. Shyamalama Ding Dong. I don't know the guy's name. You know, the Sixth Sense guy. I'm watching Hereditary on TV. I rented this for me or Garrett. One of us wanted to watch it. I don't remember anything that happened except for like a little girl was like a monster or something. You can watch it for free too on Tubi. Anyway, whistleblowers, remember, I don't know what's going on, but the week following Father's Day, the week of the 20th, plans with the FBI. And remember, it's a felony to lie to the FBI even once.
Scared myself in the workshop.
With what?
Oh.
No.
Also, the individuals I know that are on the going to prison list whose natal charts I've looked at,
Juan Soto leads the Mets.
contrary to their expectations and desires, they're not having a great week this week.
Fox.
Maybe next week.
Between drained investment accounts, lost wages, and hiring lawyers, identity theft can cost you more than you might think. Only LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with reimbursement up to $3 million. LifeLock. Join today.
Sure, yeah, come on.
Okay. Don't worry. DashPass saves you money on DoorDash, so you can skip the trip to the grocery store and stay right where you need to be.
Popcorn? I'm good. Want to go get dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll order.
When you save big on orders, you can afford to give yourself a pass.
What do we think?
DashPass by DoorDash. Your door to more savings.
Are you done? Almost. So maybe we finish the toy after the quiz. What do you think? Okay.
So, if we go by the rule that the hero is undone by his fatal flaw, what is Heracles' flaw?
Arrogance,
Okay. Why?
because he literally refuses to look at all the signs that are being literally handed to him the entire play.
Okay. Interesting. So he thinks he has control. But let's all remember, Sophocles wrote the oracle so that it was unconditional, meaning Heracles never had any choice, right? So does that make it more tragic or less tragic that if he has a choice?
Less.
Okay. Why?
Just to clear it up for y'all. Leo, sun, moon, and rising are the ones that should be the most afraid in the month ahead. Leo, sun, moon, and rising are the ones who should be the most afraid. Sun, moon, and rising. You can find out most people's moon sign if you just know their birthday.
Why?
Because.
In the year.
Care to weigh in, Peter?
About which
But they're not scared yet. They won't be scared
I think it's more
until the
tragic
week after
because
next.
If it's all just inevitable, then that means that the characters had no hope. They never had hope because they're all just like hopeless. They're all like pawns in this horrible, hopeless machine.
Did you come from my mom's room?
No.
Door's open. Sorry, I know it's irrational.
You're good.
Okay.
Hey, Dad, it's the cemetery.
About what?
What do you say? No? Yes. What does that mean? Desecrated. But it's only been a week. Yes, okay, yes. Sure. I understand, yes. Why don't I call you back? Okay, goodbye.
What was it?
Just some billion crap.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go see a movie.
Okay.
The Lucky Charms and the Fruit Loops are gone.
Now we've set aside some time for any newcomers that might like to speak. So anyway, if it's your first or second time with us, the floor is open. Yes. Would you like to?
Maybe not.
Okay.
Going for some more Rice Krispies
No
with
pressure.
soy sauce. There is like a 10 to 12 second delay on the visual.
My name's Annie.
I've been sitting in the chair for a while now.
My mom died a week ago, so I'm just here for trying it. I have a lot of resistance to things like this, but I came to these a couple years ago. Well, I was forced to come. And I guess it really helped. So my mom was old, and she wasn't altogether there at the end, and we were pretty much estranged before that. So it really wasn't a huge blow. But I did love her. And she didn't have an easy life. She had BID, which became extreme at the end, and dementia. And my father died when I was a baby from starvation. He had psychotic depression. And he starved himself, which I'm sure was just as pleasant as it sounds. And then there was my brother. My older brother had schizophrenia. And when he was 16, he hanged himself in my mother's bedroom. And of course, a suicide note went to her, accusing her of putting people inside him. So that was my mom's life.
This movie is dark, dude. I wanted to watch something like his movie about like the village or whatever it's called. Just a plot twist. This is dark as
And then
fuck.
she lived in our house at the end before our hospice. We weren't even talking before that. We were, and then we weren't. And then we were.
Let me give you guys horoscopes for the rest of this week. How's that? Let's do horoscopes for the rest of this week. Everybody's all hung up upstairs on my month ahead. Sun, moon, and rising. Ready? The rest of this week, till next week on Monday. Let's start with Gemini. Tomboys piss you off. Are they fucking with you? Yeah, they're fucking with you. That got a reaction. Somebody turned my camera off. Libra. Sun, moon, and rising. Annoyed by the workload, happy with soulmates, annoyed by open enemies, and concerned about the fact that the Federal Bureau is indeed trailing your ass this weekend. Aquarius. Sun, moon, and rising. Not every Libra is afraid of the FBI trailing them, but they all notice it this weekend. That is the Bureau. Anyway, Aquarius, Sun, moon, and rising. Some worries or extra expenditure you weren't expecting, kind of pissing you off, but you're over it by tomorrow. So whatever you got to pay for it. Short distance, short duration travel, your ability to run circles and laps around everybody that thinks they're smarter than you, while at the same time then thinking they're competing with you at all, is pretty attractive. You like to work from home this weekend. Next up, we'll do Cancer. Cancer, Sun, moon, and rising. The law is on the Cancer side today. But be careful that you're not lying to the law and perpetrating fraud and treason and perjury, because in that event, the law isn't really on your side. The law is excited to put you in prison. and will give you any more fraudulent orders you would like to receive to secure those minimum mandatory sentences. Anne Marie Bauer has cancer, dude. Erica Owens has cancer. For some cancers, it's not a bad thing, like cancers that are on the right side of the law. For the others, though, they think that they've got the law in their pocket, but they're in for a rude awakening, perhaps sooner rather than later, as cancers are pissed off by men. Doesn't matter if they're male or female. Cancer, women and males pissed off at a man or men the rest of this fucking week. The weekend, you're in a much better mood. Men that you work with, men that you feel can affect your reputation on the job. Bossy men like you. Men that some of you used to or currently do think of as friends. But those guys are pissing you off. The weekend is better primarily because you get to enjoy time with an eccentric woman. A little bit petite, of weight. She's into degradation. Cancer's not really into degradation unless it's a good-looking woman in high heels degrading them. So they may or may not be a romantic partner. Because this is the sort of woman who dates awful fucking men. And for women who are straight, the same thing applies to you, but this is probably a friend and not a romantic partner. A friend that you know likes to date assholes and abusers. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Work, confrontations you want to have, but you're smart enough to keep your fucking mouth shut. Some of you might have a rash. Get that shit checked out, especially if you've been boning somebody that, could give you a fucking rash. The weekend is about soulmates and open enemies. The rest of the week, though, is just about work and you keeping a lid on it. Don't go poking anybody in the eyeball. Don't gouge out any eyeballs. Don't pull out your katana. Keep your swords in your sheath. This is not the week for that. It's not a particularly bad thing. It's just that, Scorpio, Sun, and Rising are dealing with that. You'd like to fight because you'd like for somebody to shut the fuck up. But you're not going to. And that's a smart thing. The stars are more favorable next week. And this time next month for Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising. A lot of attention on the Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Some of the fishes are swimming to the bottom of the sea, and some are staying up at the top, looking for treats. Their focus changes to being on money. Was it worth it to get kickbacks? Was it worth it? It's a question a lot of Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising are asking themselves. And this weekend, they're confident that hacking abilities, telecommunications, are going to be favorable for them. Again, remember, this is mood and landscape, so it could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. If you're a Pisces, you took a kickback by some of your friends and did a bunch of felonies, and now you're relying on other people to go to prison for you who are good hackers. It's probably not going to be a great rest of the week. If you're a Pisces, Sun, Moon, or Rising who blew the whistle, and you're thinking about what you're going to spend your money on for getting paid for your hostile working environment, and you're actively hacking this weekend and sending off that information to the Bureau, probably going to be a better week for you than, say, someone like Jared Irving, who's a Pisces. It's mood and landscape. Landscape and atmosphere, not events. And remember, it can always go one of two ways. So if you've got the 8th house influence this week, that's sex, home porn, the FBI, the CIA, the DOD, the DOS, yada, yada, yada. That can be a good thing if you're working with them, cooperating with them, applying to them. That can be a bad thing if you've been playing I think I'm smarter than you and you're about to go to prison. So it's mood and landscape, it's not events. You know better than I or anyone who claims to be an astrologer how it's likely to play out for you. Because you have a conscience, a gift from God that lets you know when you're doing something wrong or right. Anyway, Pisces. Did I already do Cancer? Yes, I did. Cancer, the law, reputation. The week is about women. Started out with Gemini, so I think I'm in the fire signs now. I don't know. I might miss somebody this time. Fire signs, Leo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Oh, yes, indeed. The feds are on your ass. Oh, yes, indeed. You were liking to pretend like they weren't, but yesterday it became apparent they are. Now, if you work for the FBI, that's a good thing. Of course, you've got your amigos. If you've been trying to skirt the FBI, no, it's not a good thing. You're going to prison. The rest of this week, all of the Leos in all of the lands believe that they are going to get judges and commissioners to give them anything and everything that their little hearts desire. This weekend, they think they're very, very popular and they're very, very smart. In fact, they're riding kind of on a high until the weekend after this weekend. And then they feel as though the rug has been pulled out from underneath them in the event that they're on the naughty list. Sagittarius, being pissed off at your home, in your home, seething resentments. Yes, yesterday, today. The rest of the week is about children, art, romance. The weekend's about confrontation. Ooh, will the Everett Police Department be coming to shoot me and be pretty in my video this weekend, ladies and gentlemen? Stay tuned. It's plausible. It's possible. Aries. Aries would like for no one to ask them any questions about anything. Okay? Leave them alone. They have secrets. They had secrets yesterday and they have secrets today. Don't look at them. Don't at her. She's not the one. Girl. I'm talking to a girl upstairs. She knows what I'm saying is true. Anyway, Aries is popular for the rest of the week. This weekend, Aries, just like Gemini and many others, is focused on how big is their check going to be. How big? How much money? Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Otherwise, if not focused on how big will the check be, then how much do I have to pay? It's one or the other. Mood and landscape. Mood and landscape. That's the fire signs. All right, so now we're to earth signs. Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Virgos have had to deal with people they know they don't like and people they know they do like, and that same thing holds out today. The rest of the week, Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising are working with the feds, having sex, making home porn, masturbating, or working against the feds. The weekend for Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising is litigious, academic, or involves travel plans. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Gossip has been getting the Capricorn everywhere. Slander and hearsay. It's gotten the Capricorn everywhere. It appears that the rest of the week, though, some point tomorrow, Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising is better off to stay home because nobody wants to hear anything from them. The weekend's romantic, though. Children might be involved. It's a good weekend. Capricorn is also pissed at men. They're pissed at men who they feel didn't follow their instructions or aren't as smart as them. Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Taurus is concerned about an eccentric woman they consider to be a very important person, regardless of if they're male or female, straight or gay, or anything in between. And then they're concerned about secrets and things they know that they didn't divulge or things they know that they should divulge. And they're feeling that they themselves are perhaps having some sort of existential or psychic crisis. The weekend, though, Taurus is happy. Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising. They eat well. They have sexual relations if they're in a relationship where they're able to do so. So just hang in there if you're Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Anyway, I thought I'd add that since the monthly horoscope seemed to cause a lot of people upstairs to have ruffled feathers. Mood, climate, and atmosphere, not events. Remember, it can be one or the other. The moon is in my 7th house. What's that mean? It means you're either around someone you fucking adore and that you want to spend all your time with, that you're addicted to, or you're around someone that you fucking hate that you wish you could kill. It's always that way. It's one or the other. One or the other. That's why you have to look at your sun, moon, and rising, and then you have to look at your life and what you know, and then sort of determine how it plays out. That's why I always say I can't predict events. If you look at a full natal chart and you have the correct time and use the whole house system, you can determine what era their person's going to die. You're going to die in your 80s. There are signs that indicate murder. Well, it will be a gunshot. But other than that, you can't do events.
Just completely manipulative. Until my husband finally enforced a no contact rule, which lasted until I got pregnant with my daughter. I didn't let her anywhere near me when I had my first, my son, which is why I gave her my daughter, who she immediately stabbed her hooks into. And I felt guilty again. I felt guilty. When she got sick, not that she was really even my mom at the end, and not that she would have. And I just don't want to put any more stress on my family. I'm not even really sure if they could give me that support. And I just sometimes feel like it's all ruined. And then I realize that I am to blame. Or not that I'm to blame, but I am blamed.
What do you think you feel blamed for?
I don't know.
Unit 207's fucking with the Tubi movie. There's about an 11-second delay on the visual on the live stream. They cut off the internet to the Tubi. Oh, not only did they stop the recording, they believe they've broken the camera. They won't let me record because they're controlling the device in the network upstairs. You know how they've got like that manual Chrome Web Store extension to block and eject all storage devices? You've already seen that this is not only in guest mode, it has nothing on it. They're controlling it to pretend like there's low storage to prevent the camera from turning back on that they shut off earlier in this very live stream. You know, after they cut off the actual live stream itself and it reconnected.
She's completely manipulative. Until my husband finally enforced a no contact rule, which lasted until I got pregnant with my daughter. I didn't let her anywhere near me when I had my son, which is why I gave her my daughter, who she immediately stabbed her hooks into. And I felt guilty again. When she got sick, not that she was really even my mom at the end, not that she would have. And
Just so you know, Everett Police Department, your plans for Thursday are a no-go.
I'm not even really sure.
Wink, wink. Keep breaking devices, though. Keep breaking cameras. Just know ahead of time. Your plans for Thursday, they're not going to work. Have a terrific Tuesday.
But I am to blame. Or not that I'm to blame, but I am blamed.
What do you think you feel blamed for?
I don't know.
Don't forget, a lot of shit I'm not authorized to say to you dumbasses. Wink, wink.
Juan Soto leads the Mets against Kyle Schwarber and the Phillies. Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com. There's an easier way to bank and get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less when you download Dave.
Hey, do you think I could maybe borrow one of the cars today?
Why? Where are you going?
Oh, just like a school barbecue thing?
Oh, so you're not eating the vest?
No, I'm still gonna eat here.
No, you can eat there if you want. Just
No, I'm gonna have a major. I just be gone. Yeah.
No drinking?
We're not even old enough to get drinks if we wanted to.
Well, that's a crock. I'm just asking if you're drinking.
Well, I just answered no.
You gonna take your sister?
Does she want to go?
Have you asked her?
Charlie? Less hassle.
But it was a
turns out
sloth.
it's a sloth.
Yeah.
Giant sloth. It's
They were
named
just
after
different
him.
species of
It's
giant
named after him,
sloths.
Megalonyx jeffersoni.
Wow. Well, when you look at its face, it kind of looks like it could be a cat if you don't know that much. Like if you don't know what we know now, and,
From
like,
the
look at
fossil.
the bones,
Yeah.
like that bone right there. Make that the head. Like look at that thing. That looks like some
So
crazy cat.
strange.
Oh, what a weird animal.
Sloths. I wonder if they moved as slowly as the small ones did. I can't imagine that they could have, or they would have been really easily eaten by the giant short-faced bear.
Right.
Right.
Maybe that's why
Or
they're
the
not
American
around.
cheetah, or the Smilodon.
Well,
That's
probably,
the-
she is probably too little. You know, it'd get smashed.
Yeah, but if that thing was moving super slowly, you could just hack at it for a while.
Well, have you ever seen sloths, even little slow-moving ones, swing at leopards or jaguars?
No.
Rather? Yeah, there's a video of a sloth, a regular one, that is crawling on this vine, and this jaguar is trying to get at it, and it's swinging at it pretty fast. I was like, wow, I didn't know they could swing that fast, but it moves really slow, which is like,
I wonder if it.
Same thing, even when I close out their extensions in Task Manager. How do I feel about that? I feel
why does
excited.
nature want you to die so?
Everett Police Department, come on downstairs. It's time for you to go to prison. Your plans for the next 48 hours are to go to jail, you dumb fucks. Come on downstairs. Stop breaking my devices.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's like the jaguars are re-emerging in the Southwest, right? They've spotted at
coming
least a
back
couple
north,
of them in Arizona, which I think is great. I mean, I think they're awesome, but I wouldn't want to run into one. You know what I mean? Like if you're out there camping and you see a jaguar, you're in a lot of trouble. That's a giant mountain lion.
Yeah.
But
And I think about mountain lions too. When I go running, you know, in the woods, in the redwoods. I live in Santa Cruz. Like I go running, and I'm thinking, oh, mountain lion.
She goes running. She goes running. They're blocking my ability to hard factory reset it either. Unit 207, you're such dumb sacks of shit. I'm so glad you're going to prison and adding attempted murder to your fucking indictments. I'm hungry. I wish you'd come the fuck downstairs. But look at all you're giving to the FBI right now as far as evidence. There will be no leniency, as the FBI put it, for those who tamper and obstruct. And that was before you kidnapped me. And we all know how very damning the March incidents were and will be. I got it, but of course, they'll require the operating system to get turned back on so they can control everything to try and add this attempt to murder me to their indictments. Something they already actually added the moment they unlawfully and illegally entered after my kidnapping, shoving their little USBs into my devices for root access. That's a new one. Your system is transitioning to developer mode. Local data has been cleared. Modifications you make to the system are not supported by Google. They may cause hardware issues, may void warranty. To cancel, turn your computer off now. It says now, preparing system for developer mode. This may take a while. Do not turn your computer off until it has restarted. It's not going to do anything other than hopefully have the camera function. I understand that the FBI has access anyway, but these idiots and their ongoing torture, it's bad enough they're trying to starve me. It's bad enough for years they've been stalking me. It's bad enough they've perpetrated frauds against me, stolen tens of thousands of dollars, destroyed tens of thousands of dollars in devices, slandered my name, vandalized my property, stolen my kids, abused my kids, worked, as was reported even by my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, to perpetrate everything they've perpetrated. But add to that, every minute of every day, they're getting paid in fat from upstairs to torture me in any and every way they can. You're going to prison for the rest of your lives. And for some of you, that's too good of a fate. I'm not talking to the whistleblowers.
the only business there's more money in than the drug business is the weapon industry. So there's very, very lots of money to be made in dealing arms.
It is 2017, and an arms deal is underway in a basement somewhere in North Korea.
I wish I was a baller.
So when we were
I wish you were taller. I wish you looked good, girl, and maybe I would call you. I wish you had a rabbit in a sack.
Or not?
In the brand new Impala.
That was the.
But you didn't blow the whistle, so you're going to prison.
And they came up with this.
And all of you that
entire
orchestrated
list.
my kidnapping, you're going somewhere else that's even more special than prison.
1,350 kilometers
terrorists.
range, air-to-air missiles. I mean, you name it.
At the table is the head of an arms factory, a few men who look like intelligence officers, and then there's a glamorous Danish investor wearing a sharp suit. He's known only as Mr. James. There is money to be made here, and the only thing standing in their way is a long list of UN sanctions.
To get weapons out of North Korea, it can be done, but it takes a lot of planning.
And so an agreement is struck. A secret weapons factory is to be built on a private island thousands of miles away. Mr. James will provide the cash, North Korea the expertise. But all is not as it seems. You see, Mr. James isn't really a billionaire. He is an undercover agent on a high-risk mission to expose North Korea's wide-reaching criminal network. It's Emily Webb here, and this is Lives Less Ordinary, an original podcast from the BBC World Service, bringing incredible true-life stories to you. This story is big, it is complicated, and so we're going to bring it to you in two parts. Next episode, we'll be hearing about a side of North Korea fiercely hidden from the outside world, a murky criminal underworld of weapons and secret deals. But right now, we're focusing in on the origins of that undercover agent. This is the making of Mr. James. What is kind of amazing when you look at what happened in North Korea is the sheer confidence with which he gained insider access to one of the most paranoid countries in the world. Perhaps because his life up to that moment had almost been a training exercise for imitating a fearless criminal billionaire. And Mr. James isn't his real name.
My name is Jim Latras Kvartrup. I'm 50 years old. I have, what can you say, an exciting background. And in my younger years, I have been institutionalized, boarding school for troubled kids, foster home, foster parents. I have been dealing drugs for many years. I've been 8 years in prison.
And all of these experiences helped turn Jim into the intriguing Mr. James. Jim is a dapper presence in our grey BBC studio, and he does look like a rich man. He has slick back hair, a tan that makes it look like he spent the past few months sunning himself on a yacht. I check out his Instagram and it is all tailored suits, Mediterranean villas, you get the idea. His childhood, though, was a long way from the glamour of his life today. And while Jim seems to ooze privilege, he's not actually from money.
I live in Copenhagen now, which is the capital in Denmark. But I grew up in a village, 30,000 people, most working class people. When I was born, my mom and dad was uneducated. They worked in a professional laundry, washed clothes for hotels, hospitals and stuff like that.
How aware do you think you were of money, of your sort of financial situation as a family when you were growing up?
I mean, the thing is, if you don't come from money, you don't miss it.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you're poor in Denmark, you're not really poor. We always had food and we were able to travel once a year. But the crazy spot was, since I was little, I always had like an interest in money.
In what way?
Yeah, I mean, very early in my life, I knew I wanted my own office and I wanted my own secretary. I didn't know how to get there, but it seemed like the right thing for me to have.
So interesting. Where do you think that came from?
I have no clue because, like, on both my mom's side and my dad's side, it's like generation of working class people. So I have no clue where that came to.
Why was it that you got taken out of mainstream school when you were quite young?
So the thing is, something I found out later on, I have ADHD. But back in the early 80s, you were rather like the other children, or you were a trouble kid.
So how did your ADHD manifest? Because what attention deficit hyperactivity disorder?
Yeah, I mean, lack of concentration. It was not like I was fighting. It was just like I couldn't shut up.
Yeah.
I disturbed the classrooms. So it was just first I was taken out of one class and putting in special need classes. And it was not because my way of learning was bad. It was just that I was such a big disturbance to the classroom that they put me in a class. And something I was good at was math. So first they took me out of the Danish classrooms. I did math. Then they took me out of music. I did math. And this is why I'm really, really good at math. If there was something I was good at, I really had this focus. And this is why later on I see ADHD is not a diagnosis. It's like a superpower. The thing is, you have to find out how to control it. That I found out in my later years.
So back then, when there wasn't that acknowledgement, when people just saw you as a sort of troublemaker, whatever it was, where was it that you were sent to?
So when I was 12, my ground school teacher convinced my mom it would be in everybody's best interest if I went to this boarding school for boys, for troubled kids. And there again, I was kind of disappointed at my dad, who didn't stood up for me.
So this boarding school for troubled kids, what were the situations around some of the kids who ended up there? Like, what had happened to them in their lives?
I mean, I can say a lot of things about my parents, but I always got clean clothes. There was always food. I went to bed at the right time. It was not like I was left alone for myself. But the kids there was kids that had been abused, or their parents were drug users and stuff like that. It was like a whole other kind of kids. And the thing is, when you are inside the system, it's very hard to get that label off you. So they said that there was no way I could go back to a normal school again.
And that is how a teenage Jim ended up being sent to an orphanage. Do you remember being told that was going to happen?
Yeah. At that time, there were so many meetings, and I mean, first of all, if you have ADHD, too many information, it's very stressful. So then you're just whatever.
Yeah. So you found out that you were being sent to an orphanage.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Same thing as the boarding school, same kind of kids. There was not much focus of education. Most of the time you were sitting in groups talking about your problems. I found out that if I just played along, they would leave me alone. So I was really quick to say, yeah, I know I have really big troubles connect with other kids. I'm aggressive. And just say stuff like that. Then they left you alone. These places is just a place where we pack people so they don't either interrupt your classroom or they're not a menace to society.
Did you feel that at the time? Did you feel like people had almost put you away because they didn't want to deal with you?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I lost all my faith. If I had any at that point, I just kind of realized that the only one that could make my life better in this system was myself.
I want to ask you actually about two particular emotions, and one of them is rejection, and the other one is fear. What was your relationship with both of those things when you were there?
Rejection have haunted me because of all that. And I mean, you have to understand, if you're thrown out of society in somewhere, and all the time since you, I don't know, have been 8 years, told that everything you do is not good, then you start losing faith in your own quality. And I started to evolve some kind of fantasy world where I always started to look at the bright side and embrace those moments, and just press the other things out. I mean, I remember when I went to the cinema, and that was actually my dopamine moment, because then I could sit down, relax, and experience other people's perfect lives.
And it was at the cinema that Jim discovered a film franchise that started to shape how he presented himself. The Godfather is a movie about the Sicilian mafia in New York, where the characters commit their crimes dressed in sharp suits with slicked back hair, and they're masters of control in whatever situation they're in. Sound familiar?
The first Godfather came out the same year I was born.
I've heard that The Godfather started to influence the way that you dressed, like really your fashion.
Yes, that's correct. I bought my first suit when I was 16, and to be honest, I have never in my life had a job that required a suit. Never.
That being said, how many suits do you think you bought over the years?
Oh, many.
Okay.
Many. I have no idea, but at that point, I just felt good in it.
So when you were wearing that suit then, you actually felt your personality shifting as well?
Oh yeah, at that time, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
We spoke about rejection and you touched on fear, but I want you to tell me a bit more about fear. Like how did it shape your life at that time?
I mean, being concerned about a lot of things. I was even afraid of being on a roller coaster. I was afraid of dogs, a lot of things, because I don't believe you're born with fear. Fear is something that's put into you. I'm not talking about people should be fearless, because then you're an idiot. The problem is if you're controlled by your fear. So I wanted to let go of that feeling, and that was why I saw the French Foreign Legion as a very good way to deal with those things.
The French Foreign Legion. It's a famous military unit made up of foreign recruits. Jim was 19 when he signed up, and you get the feeling he was really trying to change his luck.
I didn't go to the Legion to get a military career. I went to the Legion because I thought, okay, here's a place that can actually transfer you into a man. Here's a place where you don't have the chance to say no. So all your fears, you have to find a way to deal with it.
What countries did you get sent to?
I've only been sent to one country. I was in Djibouti, you know, down by Ethiopia and Somalia. I was there for 4 months, patrolling the borders.
You joined in part because you wanted to confront your fears. By the time you'd served your 2 years in the French Foreign Legion, had it worked? Were you different?
What I learned was moving your pressing point. Don't give up. The other thing is that don't lose your head in stressful situations. What I never learned was very, very poor with anything like a ball. I cannot throw, I cannot kick. What do you call it? The word for it, the way you move.
Your hand-eye coordination.
Exactly. It's very bad. It still is. And it's so bad that I was not allowed to throw hand grenades.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how bad it is.
So Jim wasn't the model soldier, but he did confront his fears.
They would open the door on the plane, and the height would be between 300 and 400 meters, basically like jumping from the Eiffel Tower, so you can actually see everything on the ground. And the adjutant, he would take me and he would put me in the door. I had one hand on one side, one hand on the other. And then he'd say, okay, there's two lamps. One is green, one is red. And it turns green and I freeze. And then he just kicked me out of the plane. The parachute is round, so you can get faster down. And that means that when you hit the ground, you hit the ground quite quick. So you cannot be standing when you land. You have to make a roll. And since the way I move is not perfect, I never learned to do that movement. So that means that every time I hit the ground very hard.
Eventually, Jim got bored when military life became a bit monotonous and he deserted and headed home. He was on his way to becoming the secret agent known as Mr. James. He'd conquered his fear and gained a working knowledge of weaponry. But there's still some way to go. Next came money, hedonism, and criminality. This all develops after Jim moves to the Spanish party island of Ibiza to work in a bar.
At that time, I experienced two things. First, I experienced ecstasy and how that and music was a crazy combination.
We're talking about the drug as well, not the emotion.
Yeah, and I remember that where I came from, there was just discos, but here there was massive clubs. I mean, that was the beginning of the DJ era, and I experienced the beginning of it. That was incredible.
And not long after Jim started taking drugs, he began to sell them.
It actually started for me doing amphetamine. The thing is, when you have ADHD, amphetamine actually work opposite. So suddenly, people start liking me because I became like everybody else. And it was actually just by coincidence I started selling it because I'm quite extrovert and some of my other people also did amphetamine. So I was also always the one who could find who had something. And the guy I bought it from, at one point he said, why are you just buying one or two? If you buy 5, I can give you a better deal. So I bought 5, got my own basically for free. Then I bought 10. And I mean, in the beginning, I didn't see myself as a drug dealer. For me, it was just like, okay, I have a job. I was working at a bartender. And this is just like extra pocket money.
When did it become something much more than that?
I would say it kind of escalated when I went into the cocaine business.
By now, Jim was back in Copenhagen. He was smartly dressed, good at maths, unafraid, and soon he was selling to socialites and millionaires. Obviously, your journey up to that point was very, very different, probably to the privilege that a lot of those people had come from. How did you slot into that world?
I mean, it just became quite easy. I mean, I didn't have this gangster attitude. I always came very well dressed. I just looked at how they behaved and wanted them to feel as comfortable as possible.
We spoke about how when you went to the residential school, how you were surrounded by a lot of children who were the children of drug addicts, and you'd really seen the really devastating effects of drugs. And obviously there's such a sliding scale, like it starts off with casual drug use and it can often end in addiction. How did you feel about profiting from that?
I guess I felt the same way as the tobacco companies does and people who sell alcohol.
But the children that you were surrounded by.
Oh,
but I think that even though you can say that there are lots of other bad things that exist, if you do just focus on that thing, which is drug use, the effects can be even more extreme than those two things.
What I looked at that time, because it's quite important to say I'm not talking positive about drugs. I just believe that nobody wants to do something that's bad for anybody. So when you're doing something, you take a look at things that can make you accept what you're doing. So I didn't sell to crackheads. My clients, it was difficult to see when I was called up. It was because a guy wanted to celebrate. He just made $1 million. But the thing is, most cases where I have seen violence is not due to drugs, it's due to alcohol.
The violence also, though, isn't just happening where you're seeing it. It's also happening in South America, where a lot of the drug trade exists and it promotes this real culture of violence in certain places. Was that something you ever gave thought to as well, that through your demand you were helping to fuel that?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And it's quite important to say that I'm 100% against drug dealing. And I know drug is bad. I'm just telling how you could make it work for yourself in that situation.
Jim spent years dealing to the rich and famous in the city. He also had a son during that period, although his relationship with the child's mother didn't last. His cover story for his drug dealing was that he ran a high-end suit company. In fact, he was actually importing the drugs into the country, and it was big business. Then in 2010, he was arriving on a flight when law enforcement caught up with him.
And when I landed in Denmark, I was arrested by the special department of the police.
Can you just describe what it was like to see the police and realize that they were there for you?
I said a word I cannot say on the radio. So in the beginning, they charged me for 8.7 keys of cocaine and 30 keys of hashish, and where the 5 kilos of cocaine was imported. I had a good lawyer, so it ended up they could only charge me for 1.6 kilos of cocaine, and the sentence was 5.5 years. But due to good behavior, I was out again in 2 years and 8 months.
When you did realize, though, that you were going to be serving that sentence, by this time you're a father, so you had a son. And obviously there's one thing which is the consequences for you, but another thing, and that's the consequences for...
Oh, Unit 207, shut off the laptop again.
As a loyal listener of this show, you definitely like digging deep into new subjects. So why not take your love for learning further by getting a degree? Southern New Hampshire University offers over 200 degree programs you can complete from your couch. Plus, Southern New Hampshire University makes getting your degree affordable with some of the lowest online tuition rates in the U.S. Find your degree at snhu.edu/timesuck. That's snhu.edu/timesuck. Get the most out of your vehicle with GM genuine parts and AC Delco original equipment. The only parts designed, engineered, tested, and backed by General Motors. Whether or not you drive a GM vehicle, you can find your perfect fit for most makes and models and choose from 3 tiers of parts, including GMOE or gold and silver aftermarket parts. Visit gmparts.com for more information. Ever had a really intense acid trip? Not just the kind that makes you see visuals or laugh a lot or really want to dance, but the kind that makes you feel like you've left whatever dimension you previously existed in and now understand the universe in an entirely different way. It's pretty crazy, right? It can be life-changing. Just a little tiny tab of paper or a few drops from a dropper or a sugar cube laced with a bit of the stuff. Typical single dose is just between 100 and 200 micrograms. And it can have you completely reevaluating your world and understanding that we're all in this rock for only a short time, so don't sweat the small stuff. Spend as much time as you can loving yourself and those around you. Accept that death might be the end of your ego, but it's not the end of you, because you're just stardust, baby. And you'll return to the infinite womb, back to the flow of the river of life from which we all came from, to be carried downstream, reformed and reborn. Or acid can leave you thinking that you cannot open the front door fucking ever, because there are definitely a pair of demon things standing out there waiting to motherfuck your entire life. Hopefully, when you take a trip, you get to experience something more like the first part of what I described. Whatever your trip was or will be, you owe the American counterculture of the 1960s for going on it at all in many ways. That's where acid first went mainstream. A lot of people were wanting to deconstruct and reevaluate society back then. The Vietnam War was throwing young men by the tens of thousands into chaos and bloodshed, while young people back at home were looking at their parents' lives defined by monogamy, consumerism, adherence to the status quo, patriotism that bled into mindless nationalism, strict adherence to organized religion, and tight community ties, and thinking, you know what? Fuck all that. The youth of the mid to late 60s were realizing that all that shit just didn't mean the same thing to them as it did to their parents. As the use of LSD spread from research projects to universities and government experiments and into the street, the drug would be paramount in expanding the minds of these young, questioning people, leading to roughly 3,000 of them attending Harvard professor and LSD evangelist Timothy Leary's 1966 speech, in which he spoke the now famous words, "Turn on, tune in, drop out." Soon after that, the Summer of Love would sweep the streets of San Francisco, paving the way for Americans to reconsider everything from traditional gender roles, family structure and expectations, to the role of the government in regulating morality and social issues. You're not my mom, Uncle Sam. Support me, don't control me. It's hard to overstate the influence when it comes to societal shifts in the 20th century, and with the resurgence of LSD and other psychedelics now in the 21st century, maybe things will shift again. I certainly hope so. Even if you've never touched this stuff, but you've enjoyed the numerous cultural products of the hippie movement, if you like artists like Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, the Grateful Dead, writers like Hunter S. Thompson, if you live in some kind of arrangement that isn't a traditional monogamous marriage with 2 kids and a white picket fence, if you take birth control and hope to keep taking it, if you read underground newspapers, if you think that art should be fucking weird and wild and unrestrained from any rigid social rules, well, you have one man to thank for at least a little of that. Maybe a lot of that. One man who might be owed a debt of gratitude more than any other. Owsley Stanley III, the Acid King, the patron of thought, Bear. Long before the Summer of Love drew thousands of hippies to Haight-Ashbury, Owsley was already an authentic underground folk hero, revered through the counterculture for making the purest form of LSD to ever hit the streets, and for making a fucking ton of it, He's the first known private individual to manufacture mass quantities of Lucy. He was also an unlikely candidate for that. The grandson of a governor of Kentucky, Owlsey was born to a traumatized World War II veteran and his socialite wife. The couple separated when Owlsey was 8, and he moved with his mother to Los Angeles, but problems in the school system made her send him back to Virginia to live with his father. He would bounce around schools, spend a long stretch of time in a psychiatric facility, bounce around colleges and jobs doing everything from a ham radio operation to research at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory before winding up in Berkeley, California as a young man with virtually nothing to his name. Nothing except a strong interest in psychedelia, women, music, and societal change. In Berkeley, Owlsey began smoking pot and selling heavenly blue morning glory seeds, which served to get people not high but weird, according to him, when taken in great quantities. Then in April of 19... As a loyal listener of this show, you definitely like digging deep into new subjects. So why not take your love for learning further by getting a degree? Southern New Hampshire University offers over 200 degree programs you can complete from your couch. Plus, Southern New Hampshire University makes getting your degree affordable with some of the lowest online tuition rates in the U.S. Find your degree at snhu.edu/timesuck. That's snhu.edu/timesuck. Get the most out of your vehicle with GM genuine parts and AC Delco original equipment. The only parts designed, engineered, tested, and backed by General Motors. Whether or not you drive a GM vehicle, you can find your perfect fit for most makes and models and choose from 3 tiers of parts, including GMOE or gold and silver aftermarket parts. Visit gmparts.com for more information. Shaka Zulu, spurned by his father for being an illegitimate child, Shaka, along with his mother Nandi, traveled from tribe to tribe in his youth, seeking stability. And it didn't come easy or quickly. They'd be taken in by one tribe, only to be kicked back out to fend for themselves again, then taken in again. And then kicked out again. Even when they were taken in, life was not easy. Many of their kids tormented young Shaka, called him names, beat him, made him sleep under rotting animal skins and more. And all of this early tragedy, it hardened him. It sharpened him. He grew into a powerful and bloodthirsty warrior with a brilliant military mind who would end up never being bullied again or beaten. Well, not until the very end. Not until shortly after he completely lost his mind and went mad. From his trials and tribulations, a leader was born, or a monster, or both. We head to South Africa, into the Zulu nation today. Shaka was the son of Senzan Kagona, a Zulu king, but not his legitimate son, and being born out of wedlock would lead to his childhood hardships. His father forced Shaka and his mother out and back to her clan, who then forced them out again, and then Shaka's father would try to have Shaka killed several times over the course of his life to keep him from interfering with the succession of his other legitimate sons. Nandi and young Shaka finally found shelter with the sub-clan of the powerful Tetwa people. And when Shaka was a young man, Dingizwayo, a Tetwa chieftain, sent Shaka into battle, and a star was born. And for the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Tetwa Empire. And then he was given the chance to build his own empire, an empire of the Zulu people, his father's people. Through several assassinations, Shaka would become chief, and he would build what started out as a tribe of less than 2,000 people into an empire of over 250,000 Zulu. A gifted tactician, he developed standard tactics which the Zulu would use in battle after battle after battle. Battles they would win time and time again. And in doing so, Shaka's life became the subject of numerous, colorful, sometimes real, sometimes exaggerated, sometimes probably completely fabricated stories of his triumphs. And I look forward to sharing these stories with you today, and also to sharing with you some of the history of South Africa, the land where the Zulu nation would rise, a fascinating and complicated and beautiful nation. I learned so much, hope you will too, in the Shaka Zulu, aka intestinal beetle heaven. That'll make sense soon. Historical, fantastical, stomping, slashing, giant fighting edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday, meat sacks. What the shit has been going on in America, Nimrod? Lucifina, you been stirring the pot? Praise Bojangles, let's speed things along to the spring and Yacht Rock season Triple M. Dan Cummins, the Suckmaster, Pootie and Juju Inker, Nick Cage's acting coach, and you are listening to Time Suck. And hopefully the world is not on fire right now. I recorded this episode on January 7th, the day after the DC riots. I have a lot of thoughts about what's been happening. I'm sure you do too. I'm not going to share mine today. Emotions too heightened, in my opinion, for many to want to hear them. And it'll probably stay that way for a while. And recent events, they're getting plenty of coverage damn near everywhere else right now. No shortage of commentary out there. Someday, I think we are going to have to suck the election fraud conspiracy and do a biopic on President Trump as well. I don't know how many people will make happy, how many people will make angry, but someday we might have to do it. Right now, these stories still unfolding, and they have nothing to do with today's topic. Right now, I think the best thing I can do is to continue to try and provide some historical escapism. Maybe we can learn some lessons from the past we might be able to apply to today's dilemmas. Hail Nimrod and stay safe out there, everybody. Time Suck Thrasher parody champion crewneck sweatshirt in the store today at badmagicmerch.com. Very fitting. Things feel like they're on fire. This badass sweatshirt makes Lucifina wet. It's made out of 137 pure winged bush cobra skin. 100% renewable imported resource from the heart of Liberia. And Space Lizard Matt Johnson sending that material selection suggestion. Thank you, Matt. Quick charity reminder, this month we donated 20% of the Patreon subscriptions for Bad Magic Productions to the Riggins, Idaho EMTs, able to cut them a check for $11,600. Going to go a long ways to keeping their equipment up to date, keep them transporting those living in the Salmon River Canyon around Riggins to the hospital on that long ride people sometimes need. Thanks again for that. And if you'd like to donate yourself, you can go to facebook.com/RigginsAmbulance. Put that link in the episode description. And now let's head back to Africa. We were just in Liberia for General Butt Naked a few weeks ago and Suck 222. Man, that one has stuck with me. Dear God, I'm not talking about my fake flying snakes that are in fact real and very not fake. I'm talking about the carnage we went over. Now when I complain about something or feel like complaining, I think of the millions of people who had their world turned into a dystopian, blood-filled nightmare in Liberia and Sierra Leone in the 90s. God, that shit was brutal. Heads getting literally kicked down the street like fucking soccer balls. General Butt Naked standing on a car in the middle of an urban war zone with a machete in one hand and a severed dick in the other. Yeek! Thank God nothing as crazy as that going on right now in America. Nothing, nowhere near that crazy. Today, instead of going to Liberia, we're going to head much further south, down to South Africa, a country on the southernmost tip of the African continent, where the Zulu nation was born. We're going to spend most of our time in the early 19th century, a little further back, to explore the nation's origins a bit. Today, South Africa might best be known for its natural beauty, and it is so beautiful. I was lucky enough to spend a month there once, and that trip has really stayed with me. Hope to get back someday. Maybe if I do get back, I can learn how to say a lot of the words I'm going to have to try and say today a lot more intelligently. I just want to say a little preface. Figuring out how to pronounce a ton of very difficult words today. Holy shit, not easy. Almost everyone pronouncing them on local news videos or travel vlogs I could find, or South African or Indian. The South African accent, not my accent. Wish it was. Way cooler, a lot prettier. Trying to imitate how I hear South Africans say these words has proved challenging. And the Indian accent, not even in the ballpark of my accent. Doing my best. And I think 99% of the time, I think I'm going to at least be, in the ballpark if I don't get it 100% right. So here we go. South Africa overflows with amazing sights, from the misty mountains of the Mahoubaskloof to the Sabi waterfalls, of the Mpumalanga to Sodwana's Bay's 7-mile reef. Its natural beauty, along with South Africa's bustling cities like Cape Town, such a cool city. Draws a lot of tourism. South Africa, actually the second most visited country in all of Africa, right behind Morocco. With a population of, closing on 60 million, it's the fifth largest nation on the massive continent, the second largest continent next to Asia. 80% of the country's population, ethnically black African, roughly 9% considered mixed race of some kind. Almost 8% of South Africa's population is white, and about 2% are ethnic Indian. South Africa, unfortunately, a nation of massive wealth disparity. Much of that disparity reveals itself along racial lines, the descendants of Shaka Zulu not faring nearly as well as the descendants of early Dutch and British colonists. The effects of apartheid, the country's system of racial segregation in place until 1991, not 1891, 1991, still deeply felt. Country's richest households, almost 10 times wealthier than poor households, according to World Bank estimates. The richest 10% of South Africans own 71% of the wealth. The poorest 60% own 7%. The nation still divided into primarily affluent white African neighborhoods and poor black African slums. Overall, black Africans earn only roughly 15% of their white counterparts, person to person. Apartheid and its effects, that deserves a separate suck. Sucking Nelson Mandela would provide a good excuse to do that. We should do that someday, but not sucking Nelson Mandela or apartheid today. Sucking Shaka Zulu. Today we're going back to the early 19th century when a warrior would reshape the region forever. We'll spend a fair amount of time at the end of the 18th century, learn about Shaka's father and mother a bit as well. Senzan Gakona, Hushenzan Gakona, or King Shaka. Thank God, it generally goes by King Shaka. Way easier to say, holy shit. Considered by historians to be one of the greatest military strategists of the 19th century. During his brief reign, more than 100 chiefdoms were brought together under one ruler. A new Zulu kingdom was born that survived not only the death of its founder, but later military defeat and calculated attempts by outside forces to break it up. The kingdom grew from just a few hundred people to a peak population of 9 million by the late 20th century, and it wouldn't have got started without King Zulu, King Shaka. Today there are over 14 million Zulu people in Africa. King Shaka Zulu, contemporary of Napoleon, subject of Suck 134, has been given the nickname the African Napoleon by some for being a gifted military strategist. One historian I listened to on YouTube talked about how, due to the ripple effects regarding how he changed warfare and kingdom building in Southern Africa, he ended up changing the borders of African kingdoms, not just around South Africa, but throughout the continent, similar to how Napoleon redrew the map of Europe. And part of that is due to the ripple effect that his wars had and the way he changed battlefield tactics, and then people he defeated, those who survived, they would adopt his tactics and go on to defeat others, and so on and so forth, and it kept spreading around the continent. Shaka reigned as king of his expanding empire. From 1816 until his assassination in 1828. He accomplished much in just those dozen years. Military tactician unlike any African in South Africa who had ever lived before him, at least as far as we know he was. The Zulu nation he created and ruled did not have a written record of his accomplishments in life, not as he lived. The Zulu lived at that time in an oral tradition. Their legends before, during, after Shaka's time were spoken, told, and retold from generation to generation without ever being put to paper. If any greater military minds existed before his, their stories have been lost or mostly lost to history. Shaka, while heralded by many as a great leader, also been denounced by many for being a ruthless tyrant. He may have been the most vicious African ruler South Africa had ever seen. Being a military strategist in the 19th century did not come without bloodshed. King Zulu came with a lot of bloodshed, a lot more than could be justified, as you will soon see. Some estimate that during his reign, Shaka caused the death of more than 1 million people. Shaka's wars contributed to a series of forced migrations known in various parts of southern Africa as the Nimrod. Guide my mushmouth across the next few very challenging sentences. Mfakani, Difakani, Lifakani, or Fetkani. Groups of refugees from Shaka's assaults, just known as that in different, tribal languages. Groups of refugees from Shaka's assaults, first Hlubi and Ngwani clans, later followed by the Mantates, the Mantabili of Misikila, Misil Akazi, across the Drakensberg Mountains to the west, smashing smaller tribes in their path. Famine followed, extermination of populations followed, crops destroyed, herds slaughtered. It was chaos, and Shaka was the center of it all. By his hand, old chiefdoms vanished, new ones were created. The new chiefdoms were very different than the ones before them. They were stronger, and they were a lot more violent. And there would be no going back to the less violent old ways before them. So began the legend of Shaka Zulu, a legend that would be passed down from Zulu to maybe a guy named Bob or Timmy here and there, but mostly guys with Zulu names. In an oral tradition, it's partially historical truth, partially mythology. Much of what we'll hear in today's episode, including quotes from Shaka and others, come from, of course, this oral tradition. Some of the accuracy of these events disputed by historians, but it's all we have. And when you look at the totality of it all, the truth mixed with fiction, it paints the picture of a truly remarkable life. Maybe not a good life, as we will see, but certainly a very noteworthy life. It all comes together to paint a fascinating portrait of a very powerful man, a ruthless but brilliant dude. Before we dig into the life of Shaka Zulu and the history of the Zulu people, let's first look at the history of the country that they thrived and battled in, South Africa. Touching on South Africa's rich and fascinating history, we'll then get into the culture and history of the Zulu people before we jump into a bloody spear-filled time-suck timeline. South Africa may be where meat sacks started being meat sacks, diverging from the ancestors we shared with monkeys and apes. Might be where the first dude stood up tall and proud to play with his weenie, instead of sitting on a branch or in the bushes to do it. Probably could have included a better example there of an important human first, but I like that one. South Africa certainly had some of the oldest records of human history. In 1994, a scientist found some early human foot bones date to somewhere between 2 and 3.2 million years ago. Australopithecines, a name that literally means southern apes, the first human ancestors we've discovered so far who walked upright. Their fossil records have only been found in Africa, and many of their fossils have been found in South Africa. So people have been living in South Africa for at least 2 million years. Compare that to the current evidence we have for North America, early humans believed to have showed up no more than 40,000 years ago. And compare all that to a jerk-off example I mentioned earlier, and the soil of South Africa, you've seen a lot more dirt, so to speak.
Monday,
America. I just wanted to needlessly throw that visual in mind. For a few million years, South Africans lived very simply. They lived in small tribes of hunter-gatherers living off the land, hunting ancient Africa's abundance of wild game, drinking water from the many clean springs, creeks, rivers, lakes, fishing, eating wild vegetables, roots, fruits, berries, etc. And then somewhere around 2,000 years ago, things changed dramatically. Most scholars seem to agree that extraterrestrials showed up, and these ancient aliens supplied ancient Africans with dwellings built from laser-cut stones, hamburgers, mashed potatoes, and super fast and cool-looking remote-controlled cars with 780 kilovolt brushless motors. And early South Africans quickly built up an empire based on the manufacture and trade of said RC cars, which were mainly dune buggies with those 2.2-inch M4 whole-shot tires. Random trivia, RC Cola, actually named after this early, dune buggy industry. And around 200 years ago, no one would build or sell more premier, remote-controlled, competition-ready electric motor dune buggies than Shaka Zulu, which is how he became known as the RC Dune Buggy King. No, that's complete fucking nonsense. You'd have heard about that for sure already if that was true. No, about 2,000 years ago, things did change. Had nothing to do with dune buggies, even though that would have been fucking sweet. About 2,000 years ago, South African communities shifted from foraging for vegetation and hunting, trapping and scavenging for meat, growing their own crops, and domesticating cattle. They domesticated cattle between 1,000 and 2,000 years ago. Northern Africans have been domesticating them for about 10,000 years, or 9,000 years earlier than the South Africans. Took a while for some wandering cows to make it all the way down from the northern part of Africa to the southern tip of that enormous continent. Fucking cows! Not known for being real fast. Umguni cattle are a breed of cattle now indigenous to South Africa, derived from these first early, cows making their way down to South Africa. Gonna be a lot of cow talk in today's show. Cows very important to Shaka's people and the culture he arose out of. They're the closest thing to currency early 19th century South African tribes had. The more cows you owned, the wealthier you were, the better your status. Sounds a lot harder than carrying around your wealth in today's debit and credit cards. Shields of Zulu and their foes would wield in battle, made from the hides of these durable, highly fertile, disease-resistant, breed of cow. These cattle provided food, status, defense. The introduction of agriculture, arguably the single most important event in world history, and the herding of cows, led to the first sedentary societies, towns, and cities in the world a few thousand years earlier. And now the societal shift was coming back home to where human life may have started. Ancient hunter-gatherers called the San people settled down with some cows in what is now modern-day Botswana. And then their population grew and spread throughout the western half of South Africa. The Khoikhoi, which means men of men, or the real people, they were a group of early cattle herders who often, conflicted with the San. Both San and Khoikhoi were already in South Africa when the Bantu-speaking farmers arrived 2,000 years ago. Between 200 BC and 200 CE, the ancestors of the Eastern Bantu-speaking people migrated to Eastern and Southern Africa from the north after originating 3,000 to 4,000 years ago in the West Central African area of present-day Cameroon. They cultivated sorghum, millets, herded cattle, sheep, goats. They manufactured iron tools and copper ornaments. As agriculturalists, these farming people lived in semi-permanent homesteads comprising pole and daka, aka wattle and daub houses, and grain bins arranged around animal byres. I'd never heard of an animal byre before. I had to look up its definition. I had to look up a lot of definitions today. This one means cowshed, and that word combo is so funny to me. Cowshed. It's back by the cowshed. Dad, where do you want me to put that?
They're
wheelbarrow?
blocking Crime Stoppers
set it next to
from
the cowshed.
filing any
Son,
new
put it in
tips.
between the cowshed and the chicken
No
coop
matter what
and
I
the doghouse in
input,
front of the
it
ant
says
farm.
call 911, which we all
I
know
realize
based
that's not
on
that
the
fun.
August calls
Just like
of last
animal
year.
combinations with human
Just
things.
leads me to
Again,
talking to
animal
the
men
very
converted
individuals
dwellings
going to
normally
prison for the
associated
rest
with
of their
humans.
lives
This
that are
surprises
directly
anyone to hear that The Far
upstairs.
Side was my favorite comic strip growing up, by far. Gary Larson, one of the best ever do. A great Seattle mind loved to humanize animals. Back to getting our heads around South African history. Located at the junction of Botswana, Zimbabwe, and South Africa, the Shashe and Limpopo rivers became the Nile of South Africa during the Middle Iron Age. Regular flooding this time made intensive agriculture possible, not only people farming for their own families, but also made possible to grow surplus crops for the community to trade and save. The resultant population increase this created, along with surplus trade from the Indian Ocean, gold and ivory trade, led to the development of the Mapungubwe, the first city and kingdom of South Africa. The name means Hill of the Jackals to some locals. It means place of wisdom to others, and it means the Weasel Emporium and Juice Bar to no one. Civilization existed sometime between 950 CE and 1300 CE.
Is it
The old
tomorrow
city's remains
Father's Day,
found by
everybody?
farmers not that long ago, 1933.
Hooray.
They found the remains of stone walls, loads of gold, idols, and jewelry, and more, and I'm guessing not all of it was donated to museums. Shortly after the abandonment of Mapungubwe, around 1300 CE, the ancestors of the present-day Sotho and Tswana, there we go, moved south to East Africa, or from East Africa. Somewhat later, Sotho, Tswana,
Hey,
those people moved
Father's Day
south
was
into a
2
large
days
part
ago.
of what is now South Africa's Gauteng and the
Why did I
Northwest
think it was the
provinces.
18th?
About 100 years earlier, the ancestors of the Nguni people,
So it's the week
speaking
following
people, Shaka's
Father's Day
ancestors,
already.
moved from East Africa into the KwaZulu-Natal region around 1450 CE. A few northern
Hey.
Nguni moved up into what is known as the Free State.
Come on downstairs, Everett Police Department. Come collect your prize. Life in prison without parole.
Provinces introducing the stone building practice to the Sotho to Tswana people. And then over 350 years ago,
Don't wait till Thursday. Collect it tonight.
Nice. First white explorer showed up in 1488 when the Portuguese explorer Bartholomew Diaz.
If you can hear me and you're not the Everett Police Department, please contact the sheriffs or the FBI.
In the hopes of finding an ocean-based trade route to India. Everyone was trying to get to India back then, 1486.
Don't do it from
They
this
made it around the
building
Cape of Good
though,
Hope.
because the
After the
Everett
southernmost
Police
tip, which
Department
named the Cape of
officers
Storms.
upstairs
They got lost in the
are
Indian Ocean,
facing
circled around for a
35 to
while, come back,
life
sailed home to
and
Portugal
will
after throwing down a
intercept
stone
your
cross on the Cape on
attempts.
his way back to
You
Marcus
need
Passage.
to go south
Remnants
of
that cross found
41st
in
Street
1938.
or
He also
across
died
the
in Cape of Storm on a
flats.
later voyage.
Please
First
and
name
thank
choice, Cape
you.
Storms, pretty apt. The Cape was renamed the Cape of Good Hope by King John II because it represented the opening of a route to the east.
Don't wait till
First make it
Thursday,
around the
Everett
Cape to
Police
India successfully in
Department.
1500.
Come and win
They
your
didn't actually
prize.
explore South
Life
By
in
the way, some very
prison
confused
without
dudes laying on the
parole
beach. So they didn't stop.
today.
How weird would that be if you were on the beach and some white sailors floated by, just didn't even stop? People who looked so different than anyone you'd ever seen, right? Anyone that in their tribe had ever seen. It's like that would be the equivalent to seeing Sasquatch or aliens. If no one else was with you, who would even believe you? Oh, white warriors, huh? In a floating city. Okay. Sure, you saw them, Thaddy. I just rode here on a grasshopper the size of a horse. What's a horse, Fanani? Good question. I don't know. They haven't made it to this part of Africa yet. Probably should have said zebra in that example. Europeans would leave South Africa relatively untouched for another 150 years. The Dutch would then arrive at the Cape of Good Hope for settlement purposes in 1652. The Dutch East India Company established a resupply station in Cape Town for its fleets traveling between Holland in its empire in South and Southeast Asia. The Dutch created the first white settlement in South Africa, the founding of what would become Cape Town. 6 years after settlement, it had only 360 people. Now it has over 4 million. Beautiful city. Some of it, much of it also sprawling, deep poverty. The Cape would remain under Dutch rule from 1652 to 1795 when it would fall to the British.
Hey,
And then again from
spoiler alert.
1803 to
Spoiler alert.
1806,
I'm
it would
gonna
be
be
under
right
Dutch
here,
control, and then it
remember?
would fall again to the British.
Every weekend
And then,
of this
well, it earned its
month,
full
like the
independence from Britain in
FBI said,
1961.
remember?
Really, in 1931, it's a bit
Come
complicated.
on downstairs,
South
Everett
Africa
Police
remains part of the
Department.
British
I'm
Commonwealth to this day.
hungry.
Let's back up to the Dutch landing, 1652, when employees of the Dutch East India Company landed. The VOC for short. That acronym plays in Dutch. The VOC quickly set up some crude shelters and planted vegetable gardens and orchards. You can actually see exactly where they first did this if you live in or ever visit Cape Town. Go to the company's garden park, located in the middle of the city. When the local Khoisan peoples refused to provide goods on terms set by the company, when they weren't interested in being ripped off by the Dutch took up arms and drove most of the local population into the interior. And that started, a long, long history of battling with the locals. Going forward, in place of local producers, the company relied on a combination of European farmers.
I feel like, given the fact that the FBI said they have plans for the week following Father's Day, and then they've been talking about their plans for the week of June
Dutch brought
20th
in slaves from other parts of Africa, mostly
damn
West
near a
Central
year
Africa,
now.
to work their plantations, essentially in southern Africa. When early Dutch
The
farmers known as
20th must
Boers
be an exciting
attempted
day.
to escape some
And that's what, 2 days away
attempted
from
to
now?
escape some monopolistic, there we go, trading practices
3
and
days.
autocratic rule by the VOC. By moving into the interior, the company prohibited further expansion,
Friday.
temporarily ending the
It's
emigration
Friday.
of Europeans to the Cape, and
It's
they expanded
Friday.
the use of slave labor. So it wasn't this big
The
mass
Bureau likes
continual
to arrest
migration.
people on
People went down
Friday.
there, they kind of cut it off for a while.
This is true.
Interesting that Cape Town was originally a true company town, by the way.
They like
This
to give
company
people the
ruled it.
weekend
A few hundred
before they're
French Huguenots fleeing religious and political
getting used
persecution
to
in
their
Europe,
new
they would
living
arrive in Cape Town in
accommodations.
1688 and 1689. They were then assimilated into local Dutch culture. More Dutch settlers would also trickle in over the next century. And then, as I said, the British invaded the Cape at the end of the 18th century. Why? Well, because of war in Europe. Holland had been taken over by France, and the Prince
But
of
they
Orange,
did say
William
the
V,
week
was living in
of
Britain
June
in exile.
20th, which
And
to
this
me
dude,
means
through many European
to
royal
the
marriages before him,
27th.
had
That's what it
several
means
titles.
to me.
This is complicated. This shit comes
Friday
up so
to
much in Europe.
Friday.
So many examples of fucker
Which
so-and-so
fits
being the prince of this country
astrologically
and the
for
duke
some
of
of
this
the
other
bigger
country,
problems
and
in their
also the
mood
second
and
line of the throne
climate.
in this third nation.
Because Anne-Marie
but also
Bauer and
some
Richard
baron or
Garcia
earl
should
of
be
discord, which gives
feeling
them an
real
outside
good about
shot at getting this
themselves
other
until
fourth
the
crown, et
Friday
cetera, et cetera.
after this
It's
one.
also very Game of Thrones.
And then both of
Thanks
them
to so
are
many
on a
wars, so many marriages.
downward.
Who is supposed to rule which nation? Often very ambiguous, very up for debate. And all the various legitimate and quasi-legitimate claims led to wars for the crown, which, when settled, would often lead to more arranged political and royal marriages, which would then further confuse bloodlines and claims to thrones, which would then lead to more wars, because everybody had to have their son be the king. So Captain Dickhead, aka William V, was the ruler of Orange, a principality in the south of France. And he was also a ruler of essentially the Netherlands. It's again complicated. And not worth digging into too far here. I'm going to try and summarize. In a nutshell, starting in 1780, France and Great Britain at war against each other in Europe because, of course, they were. It's what they did. Europe prior to World War II couldn't go more than a few years without so much fighting. They were still fighting war and having war in North America due to some kind of revolution you've probably heard of, and now they wanted to fight in some more places because with an expanding known world, there were just so many more places to fight. Netherlands, aka the Dutch, were allied with the French at the time, and a small garrison of French troops was sent to the Cape of South Africa in 1784, a vital geographic point when it came to lucrative trade with India, to protect it against the British. Man, ever think about how many wars have been fought outside of Europe because of wars being fought inside of Europe? So much fighting. North America, South America, Asia, and
Shaka
Africa over the
Zulu
years.
is such a cool name
because of European
compared to
wars.
Napoleon
It's insane.
Bonaparte.
Anyway, some French troops left for South Africa to protect it for France in 1784, because France and the Netherlands were friends, kind of. Then in 1795, the Netherlands were invaded by France as Napoleon began to make a name for himself as a battlefield tactician before he became an emperor, and the VOC fell into complete financial ruin during this war. So maybe not great friends. Then the Prince of Orange fled to England for protection, who then helped establish the Dutch Batavian Republic, basically a new Netherlands, Because why not fuck the map up some more? European map makers in high demand for centuries. Due to the long time it took to send and receive news from Europe, the Cape Commissioner in South Africa at the time in 1795 knew only that the French had been taking territory in the Netherlands, and that the Dutch, because of this, might change sides in the war at any moment. And then British forces arrive at the Cape bearing a letter from the Prince of Orange, a legitimate letter, asking the commissioner to allow British troops to protect the Cape from France now until the war. The British informed the commissioner that the prince had fled to England. And again, this was true, but the Dutch in South Africa, they don't know if they can trust him. The Prince of Orange not on the boat. If only someone had a cell phone. The reaction of the Cape Council is mixed. Were they still on France's side, or were they now on England's side? They didn't know. And how strange to literally not be able to verify that. Not inside a few months anyway. They couldn't make up their mind, and then the British got tired of them waiting, to make a decision. And then they did what they used to do so often, is fucked them up. They attacked them. And the British successfully invaded the Cape in the Battle of Meisenberg and took it over. And the arrival of these new rulers and the legislative changes they made added to existing tensions between local settlers and metropolitan rulers, and also widened an existing racial divide between whites and blacks. The British would give South Africa back to the Dutch in a short-lived peace agreement in 1802 between Britain and France. And then just 4 years later, they were like, JK, motherfuckers! And they just, took it again. 5,000 British troops took on just over 2,000 Dutch troops and obliterated them. And this obliteration had nothing to do, sadly, with the Dutch not being able to fight very well because they were wearing wooden shoes, which was where my mind went first. I was like, maybe they couldn't fight that well because they had wooden clogs on. For some reason, that's very funny for me to think about. Probably funny than it should be. I just pictured Dutch soldiers not being able to maneuver very well in battle. It's hard for them to run around clunky wooden clogs. And they definitely couldn't hide from anyone in these wooden clogs. And then to add another Dutch stereotype, this nonsensical picture, I like to think about their defensive buildings being cute Dutch wooden windmills. And it'd be really hard for them to shoot defensive shots because they have to wait for the blade to spin past, kind of like a miniature golf situation. And then when they accidentally shot the windmill blade, then they'd fucking stomp around in anger in their noisy wooden shoes. Anyway, this nonsense. Britain would remain in charge for over 100 years and really continue to have influence to the present day. They're still involved in South African politics through the Commonwealth. During 19th century British rule, the discovery of valuable minerals, diamonds in 1867, gold in 1866 would change South Africa, dramatically altering its economic and political structure. The growing mineral industry created ever greater divisions between British and Boer, white, black, rich, and poor, brought in more white financial opportunists, exploited more black workers. And there's a ton more we could get into talking about South Africa, but Shaka Zulu, that's why we're here. So many side roads to go down. It's easy to get lost. Let's pivot over to the Zulu nation now. Now that we know a little bit about the history of South Africa, let's dig into the history of the Zulu people. Today, it's estimated there are roughly 60 million people living in South Africa in total. And Zulu people make up about 23% of this number, almost 14 million people. And while the country is a democratic republic, the province of KwaZulu-Natal, you're talking about these provinces, there's 9 South African provinces, think states, like the United States. This one has a monarchy inside of it, the Zulu nation, specially provided for by the country's constitution. Today, Goodwill Zwelithini is the king of Zulu nation. He doesn't have any real national political power, but he does hold considerable influence among the more traditional Zulu people in the province. Think of the Queen of England. If more people in England actually gave a shit about what she thought as far as how the country should be run. And if she got to own, say, the city of Manchester and help decide how people in that city live. So maybe she's not the best analogy, actually. While not as well known in the Western world, the Zulu king has more power in South Africa than the Queen of England does in England. The Zulu king is the chairman of a trust established to administer the land traditionally owned by the king for the benefit, material welfare, and social well-being of the Zulu nation. And this is a lot of land. This land consists of 32% of KwaZulu-Natal, which amounts to roughly 11,000 square miles. For maybe better comparative purposes, think about this as kind of like an American tribal reservation, but still different because, his title running it comes with a lot of money and privilege. It's hard to come up with a good analogy. It's a very unique situation. This king, doing pretty well for himself. 72-year-old, has 27 kids, 6 wives, mansions, lives a lavish lifestyle, gets paid over 1.2 million rand a year, which is not as much as it might sound. That's actually worth around $80,000. But he also gets put in charge of a $72 million rand annual budget in a notoriously corrupt nation where government officials routinely pocket some of that budget money, pillage some state coffers. When I was in South Africa, some of the people running the now defunct Nando's Comedy Festival I was performing in talked about bribery just being part of the cost of doing business in South Africa. I was pretty much culturally accepted and definitely expected. Numerous people I was working with bribed local law enforcement, officials or like customs agents to get luggage out of customs, or they bribe law enforcement to get out of parking tickets, bribe officials to get permits to do this or that all the time. It was nuts. The largest urban concentration of Zulu people is in the Gauteng province and in the cities of Pietermaritzburg and Durban now. The Zulu are the biggest ethnic group of Black Africans in South Africa. One of many groups. The nation has 11 official languages. 11. And that's just the official languages. How many are spoken in total? Who knows? A lot of Indians, Asians, various Europeans, different tribes moving in and out of the country from various other African nations, fleeing various dire economic situations, civil wars, etc. It's a different world over there. The four major ethnic divisions among Black South Africans are the Nguni, Sotho Setswana, Shangaan, Tsonga, and the Venda. And within each of these divisions, various tribes. Zulu are Nguni. Then there's the Xhosas, the next biggest ethnic group in South Africa, comprising 17% of the total population, also Nguni. The third biggest, the Sotho, aka the Basotho, part of the Sotho Tswana group. I come to about 20 sources, no joke, and none will list exactly how many distinct tribal subgroups exist in South Africa right now. 4 major African ethnic groups, at least 17 different subgroups, of which the Zulu are one, and again, the biggest. An extremely diverse nation. The language of the Zulu people is the Southern Bantu language of the Nguni branch. It has about 12 million native speakers, many of whom inhabit the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The word Zulu means sky, and according to oral history, Zulu was the name of the ancestor who founded the Zulu royal bloodline in about 1670. The story of the Zulu people's founding, fascinating, and is the legend into which Shaka Zulu will be incorporated as a chosen one figure. So let's get into it for our timeline here. Before they joined with neighboring Natal Nguni under their leader Shaka in the early 19th century to form a Zulu empire, the Zulu were but one of many, many Nguni clans. The story of the Zulu begins, as I said, around the year 1670, when Malandela, the leader of one such clan, and his 2 sons, Zulu and Kwabe, left his homestead near the source of the White Umfalazi River and migrated to the southeast. Malandela's clan of about 200 men, women, and kids searched for new land on which to live, where they could tend to their Nguni cattle and goats. They headed down the deep, broad valley of the Umfalazi River towards the lowlands of the coast. They knew the route would be difficult since the terrain was rough and rocky. Not only that, but they anticipated being intercepted by violent rival clans. Many smaller clans already scattered along the river, tending to their herds of cattle and fields of sorghum and pumpkins amidst the acacia scrub and rocks. That's right, pumpkins. I was surprised to have pumpkins show up in this suck. I know there were pumpkins in Africa. Not sure why that surprised me. Turns out there's over 700 different kinds of pumpkins in the world. Bands of intruders like Malandela's clan never welcome in other clans' territories. The clan might show an individual traveler hospitality, but a group of several hundred migrants who wanted pasture for their cattle to graze, definitely unwelcome. I get it. Now, you have one friend or relative show up for dinner unexpectedly. Okay, fine. Maybe annoying, but probably have enough, food for an extra plate or two. You have 200 unexpected guests show up, get the fuck out of here. Don't make me grab the gun, all right? Don't make me pump the shotgun. Get out of here. Go find your own food. And Malandela's clan, especially unwanted. His ancestors had fought with a neighboring tribe so violently once that those people, the Lembe, called Malandela's father Lufenwenja, which meant penis of a dog. So old son of dog dick. For sure, not an honored guest when he and 199 of his friends and family showed up in the neighborhood. Malandela was feisty. The only reason he was the leader of the clan he was leading was because he was feisty. He really didn't want him showing up. He became leader when he was a younger man. His cattle had been raided by the Lembe. They destroyed his stone cattle enclosures twice. Malandela wanted to go back and get his cattle, maybe slap around those who messed up his stone enclosure a bit. But the elders of his clan were reluctant. They didn't want to cause trouble. They didn't want to rock the boat.